The story continues, and thanks to Summer, everyone at the crime scene finally sees the criminal behind the murder. Poor Summer feels exhausted after pushing herself, but once again, because of her efforts, we get a clear look at the person responsible for these murders in this joint. They notice that the victim didn't resist at all, as if he had been asleep the whole time. This leads Renee to believe he was possibly drugged with dream water. Soraya agrees, as it's the only explanation for why Pickaxe didn't even make a sound. His throat was slit, but only enough to draw blood, because Pickaxe had already been dead long before. Suddenly, a police officer reports back, claiming to have found out the murderer's identity. The officer states that the killer's name is Manes, and that he used to be part of the patrol. This officer knows this because he had worked with that killer before. Manes lives in the inner city district, near West Street and the Sheep Pub. Nightingale is pleased with the report. Now that they know who the criminal is, they won't have to waste time searching for him. With that, Nightingale decides to raid his house. Later, they arrive at his place and find him sleeping soundly. But his sleep is quickly interrupted when the officers arrest him and tie him down. Renee breaks it down to this bastard that he's under arrest, then grabs him by the hair and slams him to the ground. Renee is absolutely furious to see this traitor who was plotting against Prince Roland's plans. He wants this bastard to hang at the city gate as a clear warning to other criminals who might harbor ill intentions. But the bastard tries to run his mouth, denying the accusations. That's when Renee punches him hard enough that teeth fly from his mouth, sending him crashing down. Renee lets him know that they've seen everything with their own eyes, so there's no room for argument. This is when Nightingale steps forward to continue the interrogation. She asks him about the mastermind who wants to kill the rats who applied for jobs, and the meaning behind those paintings on the walls, the crown marked with a cross. Not to mention, the dream water mains fed to the victims isn't cheap, and it's even harder to buy now that the rats are gone. Renee roars at the bastard to start spilling everything, or else he'll face the wrath of the elites. But the bastard stays silent, so Renee keeps punching him. Finally, Maynes speaks up and owns up to all the atrocities he's committed. He claims that someone in the inner district had tasked him with the job. The mastermind offered him 4 golden royals for every person killed, and further assured him that civilians would end up hating the police for it. If they killed enough people, the common folk would start believing that the police didn't have enough power to protect them, and the patrol would make a comeback. Maynes admits he doesn't know exactly why the mastermind chose him for the job. They had met at the pub, where the mastermind handed him a bottle of dream water, and told him he'd strike it big if he followed the instructions. Maynes claims he had no savings, and after his application to the police force was rejected, he was left jobless, filled with resentment toward the police. That's why he did something he clearly shouldn't have. Nightingale then questions the bastard, asking if he knows anything else about the mastermind. He denies it, pretending he has no idea. This gets Nightingale worked up because she's sure he's lying. That's when Renee warns the bastard that Nightingale is a witch and can easily see through lies. Maynes insists that the mastermind never told him his name, so he can't confirm anything about him. However, he admits that the mastermind didn't seem like an elite. When they met 2 days ago, the man was in a rush. Then, he suddenly remembers the uniform the man was wearing. It had a symbol that looked like a flower petal. The mention of a flower petal instantly reminds Renee of the honeysuckle crest. The man claims he doesn't know the full details, which is why he was trying to avoid spreading any misinformation. After all, why would the honeysuckle family harm the prince when they are his protectors? Renee is also sure that Petrov wouldn't do something like this, so it has to be someone else. He then decides to wait for the next meeting between him and the mastermind. When that happens, they'll capture the person behind these killings. Meanwhile, Nightingale notices that Maynes doesn't seem to be lying about anything. That's when Detective Lightning and Maggie arrive on the scene, informing them that the prince's meeting with the fortress officials is over, so they should be heading back. The mention of the meeting jolts Nightingale out of her thoughts as a realization sinks in. She reflects on the fact that the prince is currently meeting with the elites to discuss the new city hall. That means no one is guarding him. He's been left inside the conference room with no guards. If the killer is really the member of Honeysuckle family, he would definitely have access to approach the prince. Seeing the urgency of the situation, she quickly tells Lightning to take her to the prince immediately. And so, they speed through the sky above the streets, confident they'll arrive within 3 minutes. Nightingale feels tense with each passing minute. The murder started 3 days ago, the same time Petrov's letter arrived at Bordertown. It all feels suspicious to her, as if they had always been waiting for the perfect opportunity to catch the prince alone, with no one around. And so, as we see, Roland has been pierced by a sword. Nightingale rushes to the scene, but when she gets there, she finds a body on the ground. Tears well up in her eyes as she thinks that Roland is dead. She watches as the officers arrive and turn the body over, only to reveal that it's actually the assassin who got screwed instead. He was a guard from the Honeysuckle family. Just then, Prince Roland catches everyone's attention, and without a second thought, Nightingale throws herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. Roland then turns to the panicked crowd in order to calm them down. He instructs everyone to carry on with the lunch and stay inside the castle, as the meeting will continue in the afternoon. A while later, Nightingale fills Prince Roland in on everything. How the serial killer, Maynes, was linked to this assassination attempt. She explains that they found out a guard from Honeysuckle was behind the attack, which is why they rushed over immediately. Their plan was to create a diversion, giving the assassin a perfect chance to strike the prince. She's relieved beyond words that he's safe. Roland, however, is visibly disappointed. Petrov, standing nearby, looks equally guilty, admitting that he had no idea something like this would happen. The prince reassures him and tells him to rise, stating that he doesn't like placing blame. However, he does point out that it is Petrov's fault for leaving holes in security and failing to properly vet his personnel. He then orders Petrov to investigate the assassin's identity and origins, and he wants answers as soon as possible. Once Petrov leaves, Roland explains that it was thanks to Sylvie's immediate warning that he was able to escape in time. He also admits that the assassins made a dumb mistake attempting the attack inside the conference hall. Even though no weapons were allowed, the assassin was still a guard, and he managed to hide a dagger in his clothes to bypass the pat-down. Another misstep on his part was carrying a stone of divine judgment. While it was common for guards to wear one while patrolling outside, it made him stand out too much in the room, especially since no elite was allowed to carry a stone. The slight gap in the crowd gave Sylvie just enough time to notice him immediately. With her warning, Roland drew his revolver and flicked the safety off. Though the prince was stabbed, the blade failed to pierce Soraya's special cloth, which saved his life. Wasting no time, Roland fired at nearly point-blank range. 2 12mm bullets tore through the assassin, killing him instantly. The situation was over before it could spiral out of control. But Nightingale still feels uneasy about all of this. If he hadn't managed to flick the safety off in time, or if the revolver had malfunctioned, Roland would have been doomed. Her frustration shifts to Lightning, who had left the prince alone in the first place. Poor Lightning, who only wanted to play detective, nearly bursts into tears as she apologizes over and over. She swears she'll never leave the prince unguarded again. Next time, she'll stay at her post, no matter what. But Nightingale still insists that the prince punish Lightning and Maggie for failing to carry out their assigned duty. If Lightning had been there, she could have picked him up and flown him away. However, Roland doesn't believe strict punishment is necessary. Still, Nightingale keeps pressing the issue. Eventually, the prince gives in and decides on a punishment for Lightning. She will have to complete 3 exercises in math and science after lunch. Of course, this punishment is as brutal as it gets, leaving poor Lightning completely shocked. The aftermath of the shock is so severe that her muscles stop working from sheer disbelief, forcing Sylvie to drag her away. Later, Nightingale starts feeling remorseful that she wasn't there to protect the prince herself. But Roland reassures her that she did everything perfectly. He gives her a different perspective. He points out that the only reason the assassin, Sheo, attempted to kill him in the conference hall was because there was a powerful witch protecting him. Diverting her was the only way for the killer to even have a chance. But Nightingale still doesn't like the fact that the killer almost succeeded in his assassination attempt. Roland, however, doesn't see it that way. He believes failure is failure, and the only reason the assassin failed was because of her. He thanks her for all the effort she has put in, and tells her that he truly appreciates her concern. Finally, Nightingale feels at ease. She smiles, acknowledging his words. The investigation concluded that the assassin, Sheo, was not from the Western region, and used to be one of Duke Ryan's patrol soldiers. But Petrov and Nightingale theorized that this assassination wasn't out of Duke Ryan's revenge. Sheo's residence was locked down, because only Summer's replay magic could reveal the truth. He had asked Maggie to bring Miss Spear Passy to the fortress castle. Later, Maggie brought Spear Passy there. After dinner, they followed the Elk Earl to Sheo's house, which was a normal townhouse in the inner district. It had been completely cleaned out, not even a single piece of paper was left behind. The criminal had obviously prepared in advance to destroy all evidence. The prince told Summer that Sheo was usually out during the day, so she only needed to replay what happened at night. He needed to see everything that took place in this room, starting from when Sheo contacted Mayonnaise. Every moment was important. Spear Passy then began her mojo, borrowing Maggie's magic and transferring it to Summer so she could hold her magic longer. The prince was sure that with Maggie's extra magic, Summer wouldn't miss a single detail, and Soraya's real-time drawings would keep a record of everything in case they forgot. In the replay, the prince notices a piece of familiar jewelry, and told Soraya to draw it because he had seen it before. It might be something special. After painting it, she shows it to the prince. It turns out to be a jewel, engraved with the Star Tower and spears, which is the crest of the royal court. This leads Nightingale to believe that perhaps Sheo was sent by Timothy. But Prince Roland believes this jewel actually belonged to the king, Wimbledon, his father. Nightingale reminds him that Wimbledon was supposed to have been killed by the first prince, Gerald. However, the prince claims that he has seen this before in his father's office. When he asked about it, his father explained that every jewel represents a brave warrior loyal to the castle. The more jewels there were, the more stable the Wimbledon throne was. This means Sheo was probably a sleeper agent appointed to Duke Ryan's side, monitoring the entire western region. Renee then questions why Sheo would try to kill him. In response, the prince theorizes that Timothy likely found the list of rings. Once he had a ring that represented Sheo, Sheo had no choice but to carry out Timothy's order, even if it was meant to assassinate Prince Roland. The crest means everything to them, and they would do anything for it. In the end, Sheo throws the crest away and destroys it, because in his eyes, if there is no crest, then there will not be any orders either. Later that night, Nightingale sneaks out of her room and quietly lays beside the prince. She feels guilty coming here, especially since Anna has a relationship with him, but she can't resist anymore. The next day arrives, and Prince Roland wakes up, totally tired. He notices that breakfast is already there, and it seems Nightingale was the one who brought it. Seeing how Nightingale is in an unusually good mood, he asks her out of curiosity, wondering if she had a sweet dream. Well, what she did last night was nothing short of a dream, so she confirms his guess. He then reminds her that she will be accompanying him today. He argues that if Timothy really used the list of rings, there may be sleeper agents elsewhere in the western region, and he can't interrogate everyone himself. Not to mention, some of these sleeper agents should not be wasted on Timothy's orders, as they have higher potential than that. Nightingale is ready to follow him wherever he wants to go. That's when he shares with her that they're heading to the mines and the salt wells, and it's one of the main reasons he came here. Later, they arrive at the mines, where they meet a man named Denver, who acts as their guide. He reveals that many generations have worked around these mines, and the hunters who first discovered them were his ancestors. The Kelly family has served 3 dukes, and their maps are as tall as a person, and no one knows the mines better than they do. The prince then inquires about why no one is working now. Denver explains that it's because of the months of demons. Since they only recently ended, the snow around the mountains has melted into the tunnels, flooding the deeper sections. Though the mines have drains and wells in place, they fill up too quickly for them to siphon the water away, so operations are temporarily shut down. According to precedent, they can only start working again in the summer. The prince is confident that a few steam engines would be enough to siphon the water. Since Denver doesn't seem to know about steam engines, the prince elaborates, explaining that a steam engine is a machine that can keep the mines running all year round. With that settled, the prince decides to proceed further. But before they go deeper inside, Denver stops the prince and presents him with a gift on behalf of the Kelly family. The box contains an exquisite rainbow stone, selected from the purest crystals. Its history stretches back centuries. When the prince opens the box, the brilliance of the object inside shines brightly, leaving him in awe. Then, suddenly, it dawns on him that this crystal seems familiar, something he had seen in his previous world. He remembers that this crystal was called diaspore. When diaspore reaches the quality of a jewel, it becomes incredibly shiny under extreme heat. Its mix of red and green is striking, which explains why people likened it to a rainbow. When diaspore loses its moisture, it transforms into corundum, which can then turn into valuable gems like rubies and sapphires. The prince then questions Denver about the remnants surrounding the stone when they dug it up. He wants to know what they did with the rocks, mud, and everything else they extracted along with it. Denver reveals that they simply piled them up at the foot of the mountain after sorting them out, discarding anything too impure or cracked to be made into jewels. But the prince confidently tells him that this is where they've been mistaken. If he's being honest, what they threw away is actually the real treasure. You see, diaspore is mostly made of aluminum oxide, and since it's a byproduct of bauxite, that means this place is rich in aluminum. The discarded rocks and mud are actually the raw materials for smelting, and aluminum is infinitely useful. Compared to iron, aluminum's low density and anti-corrosive properties make it a vital material in industry and transportation technology. Aluminum is also promising as a weapon material in this world, particularly for large airships. While the prince originally planned to prioritize other iron mines, this tunnel has been an unexpected surprise. So, he decides to adjust his plans and explore this one first. The scene then transitions to Slumber Island, where the ship carrying Princess Tilly and the other witches has finally arrived at the dock. To welcome her, the witches of Slumber Island excitedly rush toward her, jumping into her arms in order to exchange warm hugs, as they had missed her dearly. As Tilly shares warm hugs with her sisters, she has a profound realization. No matter what happens, this will always be her true home. a territory created by witches for witches. Then, a green-haired witch, Camellia, steps forward to greet her. Princess Tilly is glad to see her as well and thanks her for managing the territory in her absence. Camellia assures her that everything has gone smoothly. She believes constructing the slumber spell was definitely a great idea. While she plans to report the details later, for now, she insists that Tilly get some rest. As the witches begin unloading all the souvenirs Tilly brought from Bordertown, they also find a stash of books among the cargo. The witches aren't exactly thrilled to see these thick books, especially since they had been expecting gifts like soap, perfume, or something more exciting. Camellia then turns to Princess Tilly and questions if she intends to teach everyone from these books. To which Princess Tilly responds positively. After all, gathering knowledge and broadening one's horizons is the only way to grow stronger. That's when Thunder speaks up, pointing out that widespread education isn't a simple task. It requires a lot of money and time. And when people put down their tools to study, a portion of the labor force is temporarily lost. Unlike business, the results aren't immediate. It requires patience and consistency. But Tilly firmly believes that education can bring incredible change, even for commoners. The two then exchange greetings since they haven't seen each other in a long time. Thunder takes the opportunity to ask about her trip to the western region, curious if she found the answers she was looking for. Princess Tilly admits that she still hasn't gotten the answers she sought as the prince remains very secretive and omits information very carefully. But she was amazed to see how the western region is flourishing under his rule. Meanwhile, the witches discover the stuffed toy Roland had gifted to his sister, and they all swoon over how soft it is. Wanting to avoid being bombarded with endless questions from the other witches, Tilly decides she'd rather hear Camellia's report first. In the office, Thunder also gets the chance to read all the valuable information Tilly managed to gather. It contains everything, from the existence of devils to the revelation that the ruins were actually created by witches. Not only that, but Bordertown also discovered an ancient witch who has been alive for 400 years. The sheer amount of information is overwhelming, and Thunder is forced to admit that Tilly has learned more on this trip than he has in his entire life. Tilly then asks for Thunder's thoughts on the devils, wondering if he finds anything particularly frightening. He admits that he does feel a little spooked, but compared to his burning passion for exploration, that fear is nothing. Being an adventurer and explorer through and through, he's now itching to see that so-called living fossil from 400 years ago. Tilly finds it ironic that this guy wants to visit Bordertown not to reunite with his daughter, but to meet Agatha instead. Thunder then proceeds to share his latest exploits from his recent expedition east of the sea line. There, he witnessed a cliff formed entirely by seawater, where ships could somehow sail on vertical water. What's even more incredible is that he managed to climb the cliff and watch the entire process of the tide in action. As the current sped up, the ship started plummeting toward the lowest point of the cliff. If Molly hadn't protected it, the impact alone would have snapped the ship in half. He kept turning the wheel, trying to steer toward the rushing water. Coincidentally, a strong wind was pushing against it, creating a fascinating balance between the two forces. The ship couldn't move forward another step, yet it wasn't being pushed down the cliff either. But based on his observations, even if the ship had been pushed off, it would have been just like climbing up, but in reverse. It would have simply landed at the lower part of the cliff. The whirlpool eventually filled up, and from the top of the sea line, they were able to witness the entire phenomenon unfold. The height of the sea line shrank while the sea level rose, and that, Thunder reveals, is the truth behind the tides. The sight was extraordinary. From a distance, it looked as if they were stuck on the side of a cliff, with their sails perfectly parallel to the sea's surface, like they could fall at any moment. Tilly struggles to make sense of it, but Thunder insists he saw everything with his own eyes. Half a month later, the tide began to recede at the same time as Phantom Island did. He asks if she remembers that place where the sea level drops rapidly, as if there's a massive hole at the bottom swallowing all the water. Tilly, however, dismisses it as just a theory. No one really knows what the seafloor looks like. But Thunder pushes forward, asking her why she thinks this part of the ocean is called the Whirlpool Seas. He reminds her that she mentioned how the continent was ruled by witches 400 years ago, so maybe the name itself comes from an even earlier time period. Tilly has to admit that he's making some solid points, but she argues that they don't have the means to explore the bottom of the ocean. No one on Slumber Island can do something like that, and proving such a theory would be incredibly difficult. But Thunder claims he knows someone. There's a witch who lives in the bay, one who hasn't interacted with humans in a long time. She was once a good friend of his, helping him during his expeditions. But ever since her abilities awakened, she bid farewell to the land. Sometimes, you can hear her song drifting through the fog out at sea. This jogs a memory for Tilly. She wants Thunder to confirm it if he's referring to the rumors about a mermaid who guides ships through the ocean. Thunder confirms this. He further admits he's not sure if she'll be willing to help, but they have to try. He might also need the assistance of his old friend, Margaret. For this expedition, he wants to hear more about the new ships in Bordertown. He's heard they don't require wind to sail, which would be incredibly useful for his expeditions. Money isn't an issue, and the sooner he gets his hands on one, the better. So he asks Tilly if she can send a letter of purchase to Prince Roland on his behalf. He also makes one more request. He doesn't want his daughter finding out about his adventures. Tilly understands his reasoning and assures him she won't say a word. The scene transitions to Longsong Fortress, where a newly revolutionized ship designed by the prince is docked. Thousands of people are lined up, eager for a chance to board and sail to Bordertown. Some hesitate, uncertain about moving to such an unfamiliar place. But many see it as an opportunity of better jobs, higher wages, and the chance to earn more silver. And who wouldn't want extra money? Some dream of making enough to buy themselves a bicycle. Meanwhile, Prince Roland is busy guiding Petrov before his departure for Bordertown. He goes over the assignments Petrov needs to handle and, after ensuring all responsibilities are properly handed over, he finally boards the ship. With only a week left until the spring assault, Roland feels relieved knowing Iron Axe is taking care of the military preparations in advance. Their main focus right now should be on crop production. If they plant their spring seeds diligently, they will have enough food stockpiled to feel secure. Nightingale also expresses her confidence in their agriculture efforts. With both their agricultural director and Leaf's Gold 1 ability, she believes they are set for a successful harvest. Roland, however, reminds her that their spring assault has another surprise in store, one that will be revealed soon enough. Once they return to Bordertown, we find Anna working on the construction of a new ship. She is pleased to see Roland back and, naturally, he asks about the progress of the project. Anna describes the numerous challenges they faced during construction, but confidently states that she has resolved all of them. This leaves Roland genuinely surprised. The issues she mentioned were far too complex for the average person to solve, yet she handled them effortlessly. She then asks him if he has a name in mind for the ship, but Roland admits he hasn't thought of one yet. The reason Anna asks about the ship's name is that First Army soldiers have been coming by every few days to admire the vessel. Some of them even argued about engraving their names onto the hull, claiming that Roland had promised to name a warship after the best artillery soldier. However, Roland dismisses the idea, stating that this particular ship will not be named after an individual. The first warship's name will not only symbolize itself, but also represent its entire class. He refuses to grant such a significant honor to a single person. With that settled, they decide to simply call it Roland, officially naming it Roland 1 Warship. The scene then shifts to the capital, where a group of men, including this guy in a red coat, and he is always staying in the capital in order to keep an eye over any move Timothy makes, and report it to the prince as soon as possible. Everyone refers to him as Tassa. The discussion revolves around Timothy's latest move. It seems Timothy has begun his offensive, sending a fleet of 500 men to blockade the Redwater River, aiming to cut off border towns' trade routes. The fleet consists of 4 battleships and 200 fully equipped soldiers, reinforcing the blockade. Tassa is determined to report this development to Prince Roland as soon as possible. However, before doing so, he takes a moment to read a message he has just received from the prince. After reading it, he reassures his fellow members that they no longer need to worry. Prince Roland, along with the First Army, has already set sail, and their target is none other than the capital itself. The scene transitions back to Prince Roland. Nightingale appears, immediately noticing how unusually happy he seems. She assumes that his good mood must come from the fact that he will finally see his home after such a long time. But Roland denies it, stating that the Western region is his only true home. He insists that his happiness comes from knowing that he will soon be able to end this conflict with Timothy once and for all. Of course, Nightingale, with her ability to detect lies, knows better. A faint blush creeps onto her face as she calls him out for lying. Exposed, Roland finally admits the real reason for his happiness. He is simply satisfied with the fact that he managed to establish so many warships in just 1 month. Nightingale then shifts the conversation. She sincerely thanks him. She is grateful that he is bringing an end to the conflict and stabilizing Greycastle. Under his rule, both mortals and witches will finally be able to live in peace. She had always believed in him, but she never expected this day to come so soon. However, Roland reminds her that victory will not come instantly. Even if he defeats Timothy, there will still be remnants of the elite who resist or struggle against his rule. Fully unifying Greycastle may take years. Hearing this, she quietly worries that she might not live long enough to see that future. But before she can dwell on the thought any longer, Roland swiftly flicks her forehead. No talk of dying is allowed here because he would never let her go so easily. Nightingale argues that as a battle witch, she is always on the front lines. The possibility of dying early is something she has already accepted. Proudly, she reaffirms her commitment, stating that she has already pledged her loyalty to Roland, and would willingly sacrifice herself for him, if necessary. But Roland immediately dismisses such thoughts. He assures her that the only ones who will be making sacrifices will be their enemies. Just then, Lightning arrives in order to report urgent news. She reveals that 4 sailboats are approaching from 20 kilometers away. With oars on both sides, it is highly likely that they are the eagle-headed boats mentioned in the letter. Roland gives her an approving pat for her surveillance skills. He also corrects her that the word eagle likely refers to a battering ram hidden below the waterline. Feeling proud of herself, Lightning cheekily demands a reward for her efforts. She wants one of her school assignments to be excused. After some back and forth, Roland reluctantly agrees, but with one condition: she must not slack off like last time. As Lightning beams with joy, Nightingale thinks that he should not have given in so easily. But Roland simply smiles. To him, small acts of mercy are what make people remember kindness. With that settled, he turns serious once more. There is work to be done. According to Tassa's reports, Timothy has sent 4 galleys. Their speed is roughly the same as Roland's concrete ships, but they have the advantage of agility. These ships are designed for ramming and boarding enemy ships, and they could also potentially be used for suicide attacks. Given that the enemy is trying to blockade their waterways, Roland dismisses the second possibility of a suicide attack. He firmly believes that this will be everyone's first naval battle, so he's open to any strategic suggestions from his commanders. One of the officers in the conference speaks up, pointing out that cannons are not very accurate against moving targets. Since both sides will be in constant motion, he recommends opening fire only when they are within 50 meters. He assures that his platoon can sink an enemy ship with each cannonball at that range. Another platoon leader counters this, explaining that cannon fire consumes a lot of ammunition, and only Miss Anna can manufacture it. He suggests waiting for the enemy to make the first move, and when they attempt to board, they can retaliate with heavy machine guns. Prince Roland, carefully weighing both opinions, turns to the captain for his perspective. The captain's response surprises everyone. He proposes a direct collision strategy. The other commanders are taken aback, but the captain elaborates. Our ships are large, fast, and made of steel. A wooden enemy ship would likely collapse from a simple collision or lose its mobility due to heavy damage. It looks like Roland is absolutely loving the idea, and he eventually locks on it. He commands them to sound the horns, ready to implement the daring plan. On the enemy side, Duke Eden and his crew begin to notice a strange black smoke rising on the horizon. At first, they assume it's a fire somewhere along the river, perhaps a merchant ship caught in flames. These idiots just can't make sense of it, especially since they don't understand the concept of engines or the source of such smoke. As they continue to observe, they notice the ships traveling far too quickly for merchant vessels. There are no flags to identify them, which adds to the mystery. The speed at which they're moving along the river, effortlessly defying expectations, only deepens their confusion. Soon enough, the ship Roland 1 comes into full view. The enemy soldiers and commanders are left utterly stunned, their minds struggling to comprehend the massive, imposing steel vessel barreling toward them. It's unlike anything they've seen before. A ship of that size, that fast, and made of steel is a monstrosity in their eyes. The massive chunk of steel collides directly with the wooden ships in the blockade, and the results are catastrophic. The wooden boats, unable to withstand the sheer force of the collision, begin to sink rapidly. Duke Eden panics as he frantically orders the ship's captain to head for the shore. While running away, he dreads his fate and the severe consequences that will follow if he turns tail and flees. If he enters the capital like this, he'll have no chance of getting promoted. His only opportunity is to seize the traitor's warship and bring it to King Timothy. Even if it was created by devils, as long as it's manned by humans, he's convinced they still have a chance to win. So, he yells at his men to bring out the bows and torches. They're going to kill that bastard hiding in that metal shell. Whoever helps take down Roland and his ship, Eden promises them a gold royal. The offer is just as lucrative as it can get, so they charge full speed at our hero's warship once again. The bastards are armed with their long-range weapons, feeling smug, thinking victory is theirs. They start firing arrows and throwing bombs with everything they've got. But sadly for these primitive suckers, their arrows are utterly useless against the thick steel of the ship. Iron Axe quickly fires the machine gun mounted on the warship, and those bullets literally tear through the shields those bastards are holding. The barrage of bullets starts disintegrating the wooden boat structure, ripping through it like paper. As the relentless rain of bullets continues, all Eden can do is stand there, completely frozen. By all common sense, a massive weapon like the one our party has should have horrible reload speed and accuracy. So Eden has no idea how in the hell Prince Roland managed to create such a terrifying weapon. The only explanation he can think of is that this must be an invention of the devils. In the end, he gets drilled by a bullet too and sinks down along with his ship. The boys on the warship feel disappointed that the enemy got obliterated so easily. They were looking forward to flexing their muscles and showing what the artillery squad is made of. But their commander quickly reminds these idiots that they can't afford to waste ammo, especially considering how much effort Anna puts into making them. He assures them that everyone will get their time to shine, so they shouldn't feel too salty about it. The boys then start discussing among themselves how amazing it would be if they had a warship named after them. 2 days pass since that successful subjugation, and it looks like their warship is finally nearing the capital. But Lightning reports that the port appears to be heavily guarded by at least 100 men, and they look like civilian soldiers. Prince Roland is surprised to hear that only 100 men have been deployed at the port. You see, he had predicted that the first battle would happen near the port. To prevent his army from disembarking, soldiers with crossbows and hand cannons might be surrounding them at the riverbank. They could even have catapults ready. But now, Roland is starting to believe that the enemy has abandoned their huge advantage of the shoreline. He does admit that it was a wise move, but he also acknowledges that Timothy doesn't seem to understand the range and power of 150-55mm shells. He then asks Sylvie if any of the civilian soldiers are equipped with berserker pills, to which Sylvie replies that she didn't find anything like that, and they aren't even fully equipped with weapons. However, she notices something strange beneath the dirt. Apparently, the enemy has buried something down there. She can see canisters and barrels hidden under the port, filled with a black and gray powder. It doesn't take long for Roland to realize that it must be gunpowder. Now everything makes sense. The civilian army of 100 is simply disposable. Timothy wants Roland's soldiers to disembark and attack the port. And once the explosives are detonated, everyone, including Timothy's own men, will be blown to pieces. Since Timothy isn't capable of remote detonation, those poor soldiers are there to do it manually. Roland immediately instructs Sylvie to locate the fuses and the soldiers manning them. As for Nightingale, Roland gives her the task of sneaking in, taking out the fuse operators, and watching the gate to prevent anyone else from detonating the gunpowder. Later, he plans to destroy the fuses using their cannons. Now let's switch to the enemy's perspective. The captain of the soldiers, Duke Thames, is quite fascinated by the fact that idiot Roland actually decided to attack the capital. You see, the royal city has never been attacked in its 200-year history. No one has ever had the courage to challenge its mighty bluestone walls. So, to him, it's ridiculous that Roland would choose to attack despite being at such a disadvantage. With the enemy almost at the port, he addresses his soldiers. He orders them to relay his commands. He wants the 1st and 2nd Cavalry squads on standby behind the gate, with mercenaries stationed alongside them. The bastard is feeling pretty smug about their plan. They're convinced that Roland's forces won't stand a chance against the surprise they have in store, gunpowder buried beneath the ground, ready to be detonated. But then, as he observes the battlefield, he suddenly notices something odd. Roland's warship is leaving the fleet. Now that he thinks about it, he realizes something strange. Roland's warship doesn't have oars, which makes him wonder how the hell is that ship even sailing. But in the end, it doesn't really matter. No matter how strange their ships are, the Duke is sure that his enemies are going to die, though for some reason, they aren't docking at the port. For a moment, these overconfident bastards think that maybe, just maybe, the tiny civilian army managed to scare the shit out of Roland, and he's running for his life. And that's when our warship fires its first 150-55mm shell, obliterating everything where it lands. Those idiots have no clue what the hell just happened. Duke Thames assumes for a moment that the gunpowder they buried must have detonated by accident. But then, a soldier frantically reports that the attack came from the warship. Of course, the Duke gets annoyed. What the soldier is saying is completely bullshit. How the hell could a warship nearly a mile away launch an explosion like this? Before he can even process it, more devastating news arrives. The fuse locations have been destroyed. The bastard starts trembling. This means Timothy's ambush plan has completely tanked. At this point, he's certain that the enemy is going to reach the city walls. And then, another explosion erupts as the gunpowder buried beneath the ground ignites, wiping out all the soldiers standing nearby. They literally have no idea who is detonating the damn thing. And just when they think things couldn't get any worse, another bad report comes in. The main capital gate is in danger. The Duke is completely lost. How is this even possible when the enemy is still miles away? But we can clearly see that it's Roland's artillery who obliterated the gate. The soldiers stationed there are all smoked. At this point, the only thing running through their minds is that the enemy is downright diabolical. Panicking, the Duke quickly orders his soldiers to control the cavalry and not let them scatter. But before they can even react, something appears in the sky. A hot air balloon. Wendy doesn't waste a second before deploying one of the bombs. Lightning ensures the bomb lands in the perfect spot, and in an instant, it crashes down right over the main gate. The wall crumbles, burying the soldiers beneath it. In a matter of minutes, Roland's strategic prowess has completely wiped out the enemy's defenses, without even stepping foot on the port. Sylvie is somewhat horrified by all the destruction, and the enemy is now completely defenseless. But Nightingale believes that these shitheads deserve every bit of it. If the roles were reversed, the enemy wouldn't have been any less ruthless. But Prince Roland believes that no matter who wins, war always comes at a price. Right now, though, he has no time to brood over the horrors of war or the virtues of pacifism. This isn't just about survival. It's a battle for power, ideals, and most importantly, a war of eras. When an inferior era is replaced, it never fades quietly. Massive bloodshed is inevitable, and if someone has to suffer, Roland would rather it be his enemies than himself. With that, he orders his soldiers to sound the horns and take the city. Iron Axe and his 1st Army platoon are ready to comply. A while later, the entire city is in shambles. Our soldiers have infiltrated the streets, pushing deeper into enemy territory. Right now, they're facing mindless berserker-pilled soldiers. The platoon commander orders Squad 4 to retreat and instructs Squad 3 to stand by, ready to engage. Suddenly, an enemy soldier lunges forward and kills one of our men on the spot. Turns out, berserker soldiers were waiting in a nearby shack, lying in ambush. They launch a surprise attack, but as soon as our troops start firing, the tables turn fast. One of the soldiers grabs the heavy machine gun, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets. The mindless bastards drop like flies. Once the massacre ends, the soldiers sweep the area, finishing off the last surviving berserker troops. Let's not forget the balloon, which is also wreaking havoc, dropping one bomb after another. Meanwhile, a soldier rushes into Timothy's chamber, where the so-called king sits slumped on his bed, completely devastated. The soldier reports that the enemy is at the castle gate. They need to escape before it's too late. But it looks like Timothy has already given up. He is lost in thought, remembering how his father ended his life right in this very room. His father had used his own death as a trap to kill Gerald, Timothy's greatest obstacle. That moment had given Timothy the opportunity to climb to the peak of power. In just 1 year, he had cleaned up the eastern and northern regions, exiled his sister, and stood unrivaled. He had believed that unifying Grey Castle was only a matter of time. But in just 3 days, just 3 goddamn days, everything he built has been shredded to pieces. He throws a tantrum, raging that Roland would never have won if he hadn't collaborated with witches and devils. And now, he's furious at the church for failing to eradicate witches from the world. If it weren't for them, Roland wouldn't have had access to these ridiculously powerful weapons. After venting his frustrations, Timothy finally makes his decision. He won't die here. That fool of a brother should be the one to go to hell, not him. He heads for the secret tunnel, his last hope of escape. The tunnel has a hidden entrance and a permanent locking mechanism. Once it's sealed, it's impossible to break through. Lined with stones of divine judgment and deadly traps, he's certain Roland won't be able to track his movements. Timothy just needs to make it to the northern and eastern aristocrats who still support him. After all, he promoted a few dukes there, surely they'll shelter him. However, Timothy doesn't know if the northern or eastern aristocrats will still take him in now that the capital has fallen. He thinks maybe the church might, but he's also aware that while those fools may be arrogant and inefficient, they're surely not going to let Roland tighten his grip on the kingdom. If the church grants him the revenge he deserves, Timothy is ready to hand them his father's kingdom. All he wants is Roland's execution, and then he plans to torture those cursed witches to death. But when he finally reaches the other end of the tunnel, all he finds are soldiers waiting for him. The siege of the royal city has finally come to an end. As Prince Roland marches through the city, the soldiers welcome him with cheers. The captain of the Second Army approaches, bringing good news. The castle road has been secured, and the city now belongs to Roland, making him the new king of Grey Castle. Well, Prince also can't shake off the sacrifices it took to reach here. This has been the fiercest battle for the First Army. Their casualties haven't been fully recorded yet, but over 20 bodies have been counted, after Nana's healing that is. The royal decree for the throne has finally been sealed. As King Roland enters the palace, he notices a few familiar faces standing respectfully in line to welcome their new king. The first in line is Treasury Minister Lauren Muir, followed by the old Foreign Minister, Brent Fellin. There's also Judiciary Minister Paul, the current Prime Minister Duke Wake, and Communications Director Marshall. All of them had served the late King Wimbledon, and some of their families can trace their roots back to the founding of the Wimbledon family, the time when Timothy Wimbledon inherited the throne. These men all served him faithfully. Prince Roland can tell that they seem willing to pledge their loyalty to him as well. However, he doesn't need them. This won't be a conference, it will be a court of justice. He addresses everyone present, declaring that Timothy Wimbledon murdered the first prince, Gerald Wimbledon. He instigated riots, allied with the church, and is now imprisoned, awaiting his punishment. Soon, his crimes will be known in every corner of the continent. He then questions if anyone has anything to say. The current Prime Minister, Duke Wake, steps forward, admitting that Timothy's crimes cannot be ignored. He claims that he had tried to convince Timothy to reconsider his actions, but to no avail. He expresses relief that Prince Roland has finally cleared the dark cloud that hung over the castle. But Roland knows better. Everyone standing here played a role in enabling Timothy's atrocities. There is no excuse for that. He makes it clear that whatever they say now will not be of any use. However, Lauren Muir reminds Prince Roland that when Timothy rose to power, he promoted many of his personal allies, such as Langley Scar and Duke Mullis. The knights and the army were under their control, leaving little room for opposition. Another official quickly agrees, and the mustached man even claims that when Timothy executed Gerald Wimbledon, he also purged the court. With the knights holding all the power, no one had any way of stopping him. Prince Roland acknowledges this. In their regard, what they are saying is true. But to separate those who were merely caught in Timothy's rule from those who were truly devoted to him, Roland decides to play a little game, one that will allow everyone present to prove their innocence. Prince Roland states that it is a simple interrogation game, he asks, and they answer. If anyone lies, they lose. He further clarifies that each person will only have one chance. If they lose, they might face the guillotine, slave labor, exile, or property seizure. The game follows the rules of the court, making it entirely fair. First in line is Duke Wake. Prince Roland asks him a single question. When Timothy forced the refugees to attack the western region, did he participate? Wake hesitates before answering. Eventually, he admits that he followed Timothy's orders to gather refugees from the eastern and southern regions, but he claims he had no knowledge of Timothy's true intentions. However, Prince Roland can tell he is lying. Declaring him a liar, he sentences Wake to prison for the rest of his life before demanding the next person to step forward. The other officials tense up at the sight of their fellow being condemned so easily. Prince then warns them further. If they think they can outsmart him, they should reconsider. Lying will not help them because he can see through lies effortlessly. His words send a chill through the room, and panic sets in. One by one, the officials begin rattling out every detail of the atrocities they committed, desperate to prove their innocence. After an intense interrogation, the game finally comes to an end. Those who are found guilty are thrown into the dungeon, while the remaining ones are allowed to leave the castle. With the matter settled, Prince Roland now turns his focus to restoring order in the castle. Once stability is ensured, he will summon the people back to the city. Prince Roland wants to make it clear that his governance will be unlike that of his father or Timothy. To drive the point home, he reminds everyone of the game they just played, and warns them that there will be more like it. Sorry for calling Roland a prince, since he is now a king. I will try my best to not call out him with his previous title. Then we hear Roland's thoughts. He voices his frustration. He does not wish to stay in this place longer than necessary, but he has no choice. The capital still needs to be managed, and for now, he must rely on smaller aristocrats with clean backgrounds until the city hall's trained officials take over. After spending a day sorting out the mess, it is time to meet his brother in the dungeon. As he descends, he notes that this dungeon is far better than those in the outer districts. No leaking water, no rats or cockroaches scuttling around, and no stench of mold and moisture. Finally, he arrives face to face with Timothy. The moment Timothy lays eyes on him, he is left questioning if this imposing figure is even the same Roland Wimbledon he once knew. But Roland makes it clear that he is indeed Roland Wimbledon. Timothy keeps denying it, insisting that the brother he knew would never look at him like this. Roland merely smirks in response before sharing a memory from their childhood, like how Garcia and Gerald had once dared him to go into the chapel's basement when he was 12. Timothy had stolen a key from the guards and used it to lock him inside, leaving him trapped until morning, only to return and mock him. Back then, Roland had neither the courage to fight back, nor the bravery to face his older brother. But now things have changed. Timothy begins blaring, claiming that Roland is a devil, and some foul creature has taken his appearance to steal the kingdom. But Roland calmly reminds him that he is no better than any devil himself. He murdered their father and pinned the blame on their brother just to seize the throne. He reminds Timothy that their father despised the church, yet Timothy allied with them. He used innocent people as pawns to invade their siblings' territories. Now, in just a year, the kingdom is in complete ruin, cities are burning, refugees are everywhere. Even a devil would not have been so cruel. Timothy shouts in response, insisting that he did not kill their father. Their father committed suicide, he was possessed by the devil, just like Roland. This unexpected claim catches Roland off guard. Timothy further comes clean that he is telling the truth. Their father was lying in bed as usual, but then, out of nowhere, he took a dagger and stabbed himself, all while smiling. He had even been wearing a stone of divine judgment. It happened so suddenly that no one had time to stop him. This revelation gives Roland pause. If the king had been wearing a stone of divine judgment, then how could he have been controlled? Nightingale, standing nearby, offers a reminder. There exists a type of pure witch who can take on the appearance of anyone. The pieces begin to fit together. If the church was behind this, it would make perfect sense for them to use the throne decree to throw the kingdom into chaos. However, speculation is not enough. They need proof, and the only way to get the truth is from a church archbishop. Nevertheless, Roland confronts his brother one last time, making it clear that there is no escape from the consequences of his actions. He reminds Timothy that he murdered Gerald, spread violence throughout the kingdom, allied with the church, and used berserker pills. His reckless rule has led to the deaths of countless people. There will be no cover-ups, no fabricated trials like Gerald's. This time, everything will be real. Timothy's crimes will be publicized for all to see. He will be put on trial, and then, just like Gerald, he will face the guillotine. But Timothy refuses to accept his fate. He keeps ranting about Roland being a pawn of devils, insisting that he will not allow a demon to rule the kingdom. He argues that even if Roland becomes king, he will never be able to stand against the church. Only he, Timothy, truly understands what they are capable of, because he has read their father's notes. But Roland reminds his dumb shit half-witted brother that he knows far more than Timothy could ever imagine. He doesn't just understand the church's schemes, he also knows what the future holds. He is well aware of the difficulties ahead, and he knows that Timothy does not have what it takes to lead their people through the trials to come. For Roland, this is not just about punishing a traitor, it is about preparing for the greater challenge ahead. Timothy's rule has ended, and so must his life. Still, he assures Timothy that his journey to hell will not be a lonely one. Many of his loyal followers will accompany him, so he can rest easy, knowing he won't be alone. With that, Roland turns away, having nothing more to say. He leaves the rest to Fawkes. Timothy, meanwhile, continues his tantrum, screaming and struggling against his fate, but his cries go unheard as Roland descends from the dungeons. Fawkes then introduces himself to the fallen king, calling himself Hill Fawkes, a former member of the Pigeon Hat Circus group. Timothy may not recognize him, but this man remembers the shit of a king all too well. Fawkes claims that because of Timothy, he lost his wife and was forced to become a rat. He has always tracked Timothy's movements, reporting them to Prince Roland. Timothy's plans to manufacture snow powder and forcibly deploy civilian troops into the western region, all of them were leaked by Fawkes himself. Timothy, of course, starts ranting again, insisting that Roland is the real devil, and that Fawkes shouldn't serve him just for the sake of a woman. But Fawkes doesn't give a damn who he serves, as long as he can get his revenge. If it meant serving a devil and going to hell with him, so be it. And now he's more than happy to help stoke the fire that will burn Timothy to ashes. The scene transitions to Nightingale and Wendy, getting ready for bed. Wendy feels exhausted after dropping all those bombs from the balloon. Maggie and Lightning have already fallen asleep. Wendy then questions Nightingale if she plans to visit her old home in Silver City. She figures it would only take half an hour if she takes Maggie with her. She also reminds her about the little brother she left behind. But it's clear Nightingale has no desire to see the people who abandoned her, so she makes an excuse, claiming that this is a time to keep the city in order. Enemies are lurking everywhere, and she can't afford to leave King Roland even for a single step. Once things stabilize, she'll have plenty of chances to go. Well, Wendy had thought she would emphasize her severance from the Glenn family like she always had, but it seems she doesn't hate her brother anymore. Nightingale believes that if it weren't for his betrayal, she wouldn't have met Wendy or King Roland. She chooses to cherish her current life and forget the old one. Later, Wendy falls asleep, while Nightingale remains awake, reflecting on the situation. She recalls how the kingdom has finally come under Roland's control, and how witches can now live openly, like normal people, in the light. However, she herself has no intention of abandoning the dark either. She finds solace in the shadows, the only place where she can have time to herself. Time to admire Roland from afar, without interfering in his life. The next day arrives, and Margaret, Roland's old friend, comes to visit him. It looks like she's here to share something of utmost importance, as she insists on meeting Roland privately. First, Margaret apologizes for barging in like this, but she explains that her friend Thunder wishes to meet the king. Naturally, Roland is startled, because as far as he remembers, Thunder was supposed to have died in an exploration accident. But Margaret reminds him that Thunder is the kind of guy who never leaves a trail. He especially didn't want Lightning to find out. And that's precisely why Margaret is here, sharing this in secret. Thunder had initially planned to contact Roland through Tilly, but the sudden attack Roland launched on the capital caught him off guard. Margaret explains that Thunder also saw something incredible at Phantom Island, something that might be closely related to the ruins. That alone makes him very interested in meeting Roland. He's currently in the capital, having just arrived yesterday. Roland takes note of how Margaret doesn't seem all that surprised that Thunder is still alive, which makes him suspect she already knew. Margaret doesn't deny it. She admits that she was aware and apologizes for not telling him sooner. She also reveals that the magic stone Lightning wears on her necklace is how Thunder has been tracking her location. She goes on to explain that Thunder was the one who sent her to Border Town in the first place, to make sure his daughter was doing well. When Lightning chose to settle there, Thunder decided to hide his whereabouts, hoping it would dissuade her from becoming an explorer. Upon hearing the truth, Roland feels like a fool. He had almost believed Margaret was genuinely fascinated by Border Town and all the business opportunities it had to offer. But back to the main topic. Roland states that the kingdom is still a complete mess right now, so there's no way he can leave the castle. Instead, he gives her permission to bring Thunder here if he truly wishes to meet. And he promises to keep it a secret from Lightning as well. Once Margaret is gone, Nightingale reappears, teasing Roland about how he failed to see through her lies back then. She reminds him that Margaret was wearing that huge stone of divine judgment at the time. Before Roland can respond, a soldier rushes in, reporting that an aristocrat claiming to be an old friend of the king has arrived. The supposed friend's name is Yorko. The moment the name sinks in, Roland nearly chokes on his tea. And just like that, the aristocrat in question barges inside. Yorko is quite the charming figure. He is full of admiration for how King Roland managed to defeat his demonic older brother so quickly. It's been a whole year since they last met, Yet Yorko notes that Roland hasn't changed at all. For some backstory, Yorko, also known as the Magic Hand, was once on good terms with Roland. Back when the fourth prince was shut out by the Big Three and even rejected by his own little sister, Yorko took him under his wing, introducing him to a life of drinking and partying. It was Yorko's presence that pulled the old Roland out of his misery, giving him a ragtag group of friends, something he never had inside the castle. At that time, the fourth prince considered Yorko to be his best friend. With his sharp taste in clothing, refined manners, and skill in gambling, Yorko easily won the hearts of many rich young ladies. And as usual, he's here for one reason, to invite Roland out for a drink. The man of culture even leans in and whispers in Roland's ear, casually asking if he'd prefer to spend the night with Madame Ross or Miss Kingfisher. Of course, Nightingale, listening from the shadows, begins to exude such a menacing aura that the air around her starts to freeze. Sensing danger, Roland quickly tries to escape her wrath, insisting that he never did anything with any of those girls, and has no relationship with them whatsoever. Technically, this isn't a lie, especially since the current Roland never had any romantic entanglements, so Nightingale wouldn't be able to detect anything off. But Yorko, being Yorko, keeps insisting otherwise, making Nightingale grow even more suspicious. Eventually, Yorko lets it slide, deciding to just hang out like old times. He excitedly tells Roland about the new spots that have opened up in the city, places they could go and enjoy themselves. But Roland quickly shuts that idea down, making it clear that he no longer has such worldly desires. They go back and forth for a bit, but Roland firmly reminds him that he's a king now. He can't afford to be as careless as before. Besides, he knows Yorko didn't come all this way just to reminisce about the past, so he wants his old friend to cut to the chase, as there's no need to dance around the real reason he's here. Finally, Yorko comes clean. He wants to work in Roland's government. Roland is caught off guard by this, but Yorko continues, saying he'd like to be one of his ministers. He doesn't need an important role like managing the treasury or judiciary, he'd be fine overseeing the patrol or something, like Knight Ironheart. Roland can hardly believe what he's hearing. If he hands over the patrol guard to Yorko, the capital's reputation might be in ruins. But Yorko seems unusually confident that he can keep all those rats in check. While Roland understands that giving him a governmental position is fine, he still needs to work it out with City Hall and figure out a suitable role for him. He assures Yorko that he'll get a letter soon enough. With that promise made, Yorko leaves. Once Roland is alone, Nightingale reappears, immediately teasing him about Madame Ross and Miss Kingfisher. She wants to know who they were exactly. Roland tries to brush it off casually, explaining that they were just two women he met once. He wasn't familiar with them and didn't even know their real names. That's just how it is with aristocrats. Everyone wears a false mask, putting on a show, and once they part ways, no one bothers to remember anything. Nightingale continues her interrogation, but eventually, Roland manages to convince her to drop it. Now that he's free from Nightingale's scrutiny, it's finally time for him to meet the legendary adventurer, Thunder. When Thunder appears before Roland, he pulls back his hood and greets the prince with proper manners. Roland thanks him for helping Tilly after she moved to Sleeping Island. Thunder assures him that it was no problem at all, as she provided great support during his expedition. In fact, if it weren't for the witches, Phantom Island would have been the limit of his team's range. He then asks if Tilly mentioned the sea line to Roland in her letters. But Roland has no idea what that is. Seeing his confusion, Thunder proceeds to explain everything about the sea line and his recent exploits. After explaining his situation, Thunder expresses his desire to purchase a ship capable of sailing against the wind and currents. Money is not an issue, and he's willing to pay any price Roland asks. Roland accepts the request, stating that money isn't important to him either. He assures Thunder that he'll calculate the price fairly and build the ship using the best technology available. He promises that the ship will go far beyond his own sphere of influence, and he genuinely wants to support Thunder in this endeavor. Exploring the unknown could change the fate of humanity, so he'll fully back Thunder's expeditions, on the condition that Thunder reports any new discoveries to him immediately. Thunder acknowledges this and promises to do as instructed. After their conversation, Roland reflects on everything Thunder revealed about the sea line. Seawater that defies gravity, flowing upwards like a wall, and a ship traveling vertically while everything appears level as usual. If this wasn't coming from the most famous explorer in the world, Roland wouldn't have believed a word of it. This suggests that something is interfering with gravity, creating a unique magnetic field. But since the true nature of gravity itself isn't fully understood, he can't reach any conclusions just yet, as it might even be related to magic. Nightingale reappears after quietly smuggling Thunder out of the castle. Noticing Roland's contemplative mood, she questions him about it. Instead of answering directly, he asks her an odd question. Does she know what elves are? They're mythical humanoid creatures with pointy ears, known for living in forests, elegant, agile, and immortal. Well, Nightingale admits that she's never even heard of elves. In response, Roland explains that he's seen them in storybooks. They are fictional creatures that were once spread across the continent but were eventually pushed deeper into the forests by humans, to the point of extinction. They were intelligent, but their numbers were far smaller than those of humans. The elves never stood a chance against the overwhelming human armies. Forced to retreat into barren lands, their civilization began to decline, and eventually, humans surpassed them in technology. In the end, the elves were completely subjugated, enslaved, with no way to fight back. Right now, Roland warns, humanity is in the same position as the elves once were. The technology humans currently possess is primitive. They are confined to a corner of the continent, knowing almost nothing about the outside world. He fears that if humanity doesn't broaden its vision, if people don't seek to understand the world around them, they will eventually be overpowered, just like the elves. The two divine wars have already cost nearly 1,000 years of progress, and he can only hope there's still time to change the course of history. The scene transitions to Border Town, where Sister Soraya is using her paint magic to help the neighbors. After finishing up, she hops onto her bicycle and makes her way toward the castle. Upon arriving, she finds her fellow sisters already gathered, prepared for their afternoon tea party. As they sit down to eat, Soraya begins to doze off in the middle of the meal. She quickly snaps back to attention when Sister Scroll calls for everyone's focus. Today's class has been cancelled. Instead, they will be testing Echo's abilities. Sister Echo steps forward, standing above the rest, ready to begin her song. The moment her voice fills the air, a shift takes place. Out of nowhere, the entire group finds themselves enveloped in a warm, cozy hot spring. The sensation is so soothing that all the witches are completely entranced, basking in pure bliss. For the first time, they experience the true power of rejuvenation, and it feels absolutely euphoric. The scene transitions to King Roland, waking up in his castle. The sky is clear, and the sun shines brightly. A perfect day for an execution. And we already know who the sacrificial goat will be. After a week of preparation, the evidence of the church conspiring with Timothy to overthrow the late king is now irrefutable. Not many aristocrats are being executed today, aside from Timothy, his underlings, the former prime minister, and the head judge. The rest of the condemned are all church followers. By the end of the day, the capital's church will be uprooted completely. No one who participated in the plague has been spared. When these criminals meet their end, end, the crowd will likely erupt in cheers. As Roland stands by the window, Nightingale asks if he isn't going to watch the execution take place with his own eyes. But the prince replies that Iron Axe and Tassa have it under control. He has more important matters to deal with. This morning he arranged for the Central Command to return to Neverwinter, and Barov will be arriving soon to help manage the aristocrats. He also believes Kyle Sichi will be eager to present his latest research progress to the Royal Alchemy Society. Just then, Yorko barges into the room, carrying his usual charismatic demeanor. He's here to pay his respects to Roland, because like many others, he hadn't initially believed that the church was responsible. But now that Bishop Philip has confessed, the truth is undeniable. Before Yorko can start rambling any further, Roland silently hands him a letter. As Yorko reads it, he finds out that it's a job offer from the prince. A long-term ambassador position, stationed in Radiant City, the capital of the Kingdom of Dawn. Roland explains that an appointed ambassador holds a much higher status than a regular one. The foreign king will treat him as an equal. But of course, Roland has chosen this post for a reason. In Dawn, Yorko can rampage as much as he pleases. The aristocratic ladies there are famous for their beauty. Perhaps this will be the perfect place for him. Yorko naturally accepts the offer without hesitation. Now that it's settled, Roland insists on teaching him proper etiquette before he departs for his new position. The prince hopes Yorko will settle in quickly and ensure the alliance remains strong. They will be fighting against the church together after all. Yorko acknowledges this and leaves in a noticeably good mood. With that done, Roland turns to Nightingale. He instructs her to bring Sylvie, Lightning, and Maggie, because he plans to visit the astronomers. They finally arrive at their destination in the balloon. Once Roland steps onto solid ground, he finds the army captain and Renee already waiting. The captain promptly reports that the perimeter is secured. Nothing is getting in or out, not even a mouse. Renee also reassures him that the astronomers' stones of divine judgment have been confiscated, so Miss Sylvie's surveillance won't be interrupted. With that, they introduce the scholar, Missan. The old man steps forward and bows respectfully before the prince. Roland immediately questions whether Missan is his real name. The old man responds positively, and explains that it is a title awarded by the Astronomy Society to those who have discovered new stars. He named the Missan star, which forms the Missan halo with 3 others, following a cycle across the sky. He introduces the rest of the astronomers, 8 masters in total, each with their own discoveries. They express their willingness to share their knowledge with King Roland, teaching him all they know about the stars and the cycles of day and night. But Roland has little interest in learning about the stars themselves. He promptly requests to see all of their constellation maps. Once inside, he meticulously examines the maps. However, after reviewing them thoroughly, he fails to find any trace of the North Star or Sagittarius. A troubling thought crosses his mind. Perhaps this is not Earth at all, but a different world entirely. There is a sun and a moon, yet the sun is just one of countless stars in the vast Milky Way. The universe holds billions of galaxies, each filled with their own celestial bodies. It wouldn't be strange for this world to exist in some stable foreign solar system. Still, something feels off. The materials found here are so similar to those on Earth, but the evolution of life is a product of chance. A similar environment wouldn't necessarily produce identical results. Even more troubling, devils and demons don't seem like a natural product of evolution at all. And unlike Earth's astronomers, the scholars of Grey Castle have no concept of a zodiac. They don't recognize the 12 constellations. In fact, the stars in their maps appear far more concentrated than those seen from Earth's night sky. This would only happen if they were located closer to the galaxy's center, where stars are more densely packed. That realization only makes the possibility of this being Earth even smaller. Roland then asks how many people are part of the Astronomy Society. Missan responds that they have 12 astronomers, 156 students, and 67 craftsmen. Hearing this, Roland wastes no time making his decision. He announces his plan to shut down the observatory. He orders them all to pack their belongings and relocate to Neverwinter City with him. Naturally, the old scholar immediately raises his voice in protest. But Roland doesn't believe in fortune-telling or the idea that stars can predict the future. He makes his own decisions, and as the king of Grey Castle, he has the authority to shut this place down. In the western region, he declares, they will learn the true knowledge of the stars, not use them as mere tools for divination. Yet the old man refuses to back down. He insists that their work must not be interrupted, that they must continue to watch the sky at all times. And his reasoning is that this is an order that came from Roland's own ancestors. Roland quickly shakes his head, dismissing the old man's claim. There's no way to verify if any of this is even true. But the old coot, Missan, suddenly reveals that he does have proof. Something meant for the king's eyes only. Curious but skeptical, Roland follows him into a secret chamber deep within the observatory. Once inside, Missan finally reveals the truth. He explains that he is merely carrying out an order from one of Roland's ancestors. The rulers of the past knew that a future descendant would one day attempt to shut down the astronomy tower. This, he claims, is not the first time it has happened. While alchemy and astronomy are both advanced sciences, they cannot be compared. Alchemy is a significant source of income for the kingdom, generating wealth through its discoveries. In contrast, astronomers require heavy investments, craftsmen, crystal lenses, and time, while producing nothing of immediate value. To prevent future rulers from dismantling the astronomy tower for the sake of saving money, the ancestors established an unbreakable rule. This rule was engraved onto a golden brick, ensuring its preservation across generations. Missan presents the ancient relic and reads aloud the inscription, "No one shall interfere with the astronomy tower's duty to watch the skies, for within them lies the fate of the universe." He then reveals that the Wimbledon family has been entrusted with a mission that spans centuries. It began when the very first Wimbledon set foot on this continent. This message is not hidden from the throne. Yet there is a condition. A successor may only learn of this truth upon reaching the age of 30. The ancestors believed that if a ruler learned of this too early, he might panic, leading the kingdom to ruin. Missan then delivers the most shocking revelation of all. For generations, their true purpose has not been merely to chart the stars or study their cycles. All this time they have been searching for the Star of Doom. He describes it as a crimson star, or rather, a red moon. When it descends, the world will be plunged into an unfathomable disaster. Roland narrows his eyes. He struggles to grasp the abstract nonsense this old man is spouting and demands he get to the point. Missan then proceeds to elaborate. This knowledge has been passed down orally through generations of chairmen. According to legend, a red star travels across the sky. When it appears at night, resembling a crescent moon, the world will be destroyed. Their duty, he says, is to find it before it transforms. If they can track its path, they might be able to predict doomsday. Of course, Roland has no idea what in the hell any of this means. Missan acknowledges the king's skepticism, but he is not surprised. The stars are always changing. The Star of Doom follows a specific orbit, one that spans centuries. It is rumored to complete a full cycle every 400 to 500 years. Its path is vast, meaning it only gradually comes close to their world. But when it finally nears, it will change. It will transition from a dim, unseen object to a blazing red star, and eventually, it will take the shape of a crescent moon. However, the ancient order left behind by the ancestors did not specify exactly when the Star of Doom would descend. It is entirely possible that it still lingers somewhere in the sky, beyond their reach, invisible, but approaching. Missen reveals that he has been watching the skies for the past 40 years, ever since he became a disciple of the astronomy tower. He has never once stopped. Perhaps 10 years ago he might have given up, but ever since he succeeded Scholar Meteor as chairman and inherited this sacred duty, he finally understood what he was truly looking at. This will be the first true star, a prophecy unlike any other, and the very reason the astronomy tower exists. Unfortunately, he does not have much time left to continue watching. Roland then questions that, if this so-called Star of Doom truly marks the end of the world, then surely the ancestors must have left behind instructions on how to survive. Well, it looks like Misan has no answers for this daunting question. He cannot offer Roland an answer. He can do nothing but gaze upon the sky on the king's behalf. It is the king's duty to lead his people and ensure their survival. Should the earth rupture or the sky rain fire, as long as they can predict it, humanity will have a chance. Thus, he pleads with Roland not to shut down the astronomy tower. Roland considers his words. He understands the old man's concerns. For now, he decides to leave it at that. The astronomy tower will remain standing. He will send them better stargazing equipment and teach them the true knowledge of the stars. And as for when the red moon descends, Roland assures the old man that it will not be the end of the world. No matter what catastrophe awaits, he will ensure humanity survives. With that, King Roland departs, boarding his balloon and leaving the tower behind. Initially, he had planned to relocate the astronomers to the western region, but Misan has spent decades watching the skies. Perhaps it is only fitting that his journey ends here as well. Still, Roland has a hunch. The Star of Doom is likely the very same phenomenon Agatha once mentioned. When the red moon appears, doomsday will follow. A prophecy and warning. And most likely, somehow it is also connected to the witches. Sylvie shares the same suspicion. After all, why else would Grey Castle pursue it, even when their own kingdom was not yet complete? The survivors of the Alliance brought the grim news of the red moon, a celestial event tied to their efforts in rebuilding humanity. They had entrusted the mission of stargazing to the earliest astronomers, and one of them just so happened to be an ancestor of Roland. Roland, however, mentions that he has been reading his family's history in his father's library recently. To his surprise, there was no mention of any astronomers or the astronomy tower. His first ancestor, Mond Wimbledon, and the first king, Talak Wimbledon, were both recorded in his family's lineage, but nothing about the construction of the astronomy tower. It seems someone erased that part of history entirely. Nightingale is now also invested in the story, and is curious to know who could have done such a thing. Roland, in deep thought, replies that it wasn't an accident. If someone had gone to the lengths of engraving such an order on a gold brick, they would have documented it elsewhere too. If it was an intentional act of hiding the truth, there is no reason for leaving traces of the astronomy tower's existence at all. Every successor was meant to know the true purpose of the tower. There's a mystery surrounding the Wimbledon family from 400 years ago, and Roland is determined to uncover it. The scene shifts to the office of Duke Carlin, where one of his workers delivers unexpected news. Roland's army breached the capital walls in a single day. King Timothy, unable to escape, is now trapped inside. Duke Carlin is baffled by this report, while the worker continues, detailing the power of Roland's weapons. Their rate of fire is devastating, and they are almost unstoppable. Even Timothy's berserker army, known for their ferocity, couldn't stand against the onslaught. The weapons tore through them, leaving crippling injuries or death in their wake. Carlin slumps over his chair in despair. He can see everything falling apart. Just a week ago, he received King Timothy's orders to become the newly appointed Duke of the Northern Region, and Carlin accepted. His family had already allied with Timothy to support him. There's no doubt that his actions will be seen as an act of rebellion by Roland Wimbledon, and his prosperous days will be over. Just then, a beautiful lady clad in white comes into view, asking her father about the cause of his distress. The poor guy is in tears as he jumps toward his daughter, Iris, revealing that the Candle family is facing a great disaster. They pledged loyalty to Timothy, who just lost to Roland. Iris remains nonchalant, not surprised at all. She already knew this would happen, which is exactly why she refused to marry Timothy in the first place. Her father is shocked. How did she even predict Timothy's downfall? To this, Iris simply states that Timothy was never fit to be king. Carlin then asks her who she wants to marry. He's really curious to know who she thinks is better than Timothy. Iris, however, decides to put the marriage talk aside and focus on the real issue. First, she wants her father to order his soldiers to return, all those who left for Grey Castle. Carlin insists that this is impossible since they've already been gone for 4 days. But his cunning daughter has a plan. She suggests sending some men to Valleytown first. They'll get there by tonight if they leave now. From there, they can take a boat to the capital, arriving a day earlier than the soldiers. No matter which route the soldiers take, they'll have to pass through the north gate. That way, they can intercept them on the outskirts of the capital. Carlin is absolutely blown away by his daughter's quick-witted thinking. He hadn't even considered this plan himself. Without wasting time, he quickly orders his butler to follow her instructions. Once the butler leaves, Iris turns to her father and asks if Night City's walls will be able to stop Roland. Well, given the kind of weaponry Roland has, it sounds nearly impossible to him. She then reminds him that even if they manage to pull back their soldiers, it won't change the fact that they are still enemies in Roland's eyes. They serve Timothy, and that won't be forgotten. Even if Roland doesn't come for them now, he will in the future. To save the family, she believes they need to take bolder action. Carlin quickly catches on to what she's suggesting. But even if they pledge loyalty to Roland, how can they be sure he'll trust them? In response, it is then she declares that she will accomplish this task through sheer goodwill. The scene then transitions to Duke Candle hosting a grand party. All the major nobles from the neighboring regions have gathered, discussing the future of the northern lands now that Roland Wimbledon has successfully captured Grey Castle. Their endless yapping is pointless. They all secretly harbor ill intentions toward Roland. The loudest of them, the one speaking the most boldly against Roland, suddenly finds himself pierced by Iris's sword. His life ends in an instant. Panic spreads through the room. Within minutes, Carlin's daughter and his soldiers seize control of everything. One defiant duke still insists on fighting. Iris takes him on in a duel, and before long, she defeats him miserably. With the room under his command, Carlin finally speaks. He gives the nobles a choice. Either join the corpses on the floor, or swear loyalty to the new king, Roland Wimbledon. Without a second doubt, everyone surrenders. Later we find Carlin with his daughter. Carlin questions her if Roland will accept this. Iris claims she's not sure if what they did will work out, but at least they've made their intentions clear. The fourth prince holds the power to determine the fate of the northern region. He may decide to appoint his own people to manage the land. She then instructs her father not to loosen up. He still needs to follow up and seize the two lords' territories by tomorrow morning. Roland's impression of the Candle family will determine how this plays out. Iris decides to take the heads of those two lords they just killed to the capital, and requests her father to appoint her as his ambassador. The scene transitions to the capital, where the old man Baroff and Kyle Sichi have arrived after a long, mundane journey. Baroff is literally in tears, thinking about how Prince Roland destroyed Timothy just as Roland had intended. The operation went as smoothly as it possibly could. But Baroff is shocked when he learns that the prince has not started preparations for the coronation, which he believes should be done as soon as possible. However, Roland claims he doesn't have time for that right now. A proper coronation requires months of preparation. Crafting the golden crown, the jeweled staff, inviting the church and the other three kingdoms. An unimportant coronation would only slow down the second half of his spring assault. Roland then reveals that his ambassador to the Kingdom of Dawn will soon depart. He'll make sure to ask him to carry this message along as well, and it won't be too late to start on the coronation matter once the Kingdom of Dawn confirms things. The prince then addresses Kyle Sichi, reminding him that he summoned him here because he wants him to recruit from the Royal Alchemy Society. Since Sichi already knows most of the members there, he'll be able to convince them easily. Later, the prince arrives at the Alchemy Society in his balloon, where Chairman Lenin and his colleagues are already waiting. Once the balloon lands, the prince hops out, and Chairman Lenin doesn't forget to greet their new king. Being an alchemist through and through, Chairman Lenin initiates the conversation by mentioning how he's heard about the fourth prince's crystals, glass, and perfume inventions. To this, the prince acknowledges the praise and reveals that the sales of these items even reach as far as the Bay Islands, providing the western region with a rich source of income. That's why he built an alchemy workshop in a border town. Chairman Lenin is sure that it must have been a difficult task to build the workshop, considering the huge investments needed, especially since the border town was a place struggling with poverty. The prince acknowledges this and admits that the workshop currently produces many goods, including glass and perfume. Naturally, he's curious as to what the Alchemy Society spends so much money on. Roland then introduces his chief alchemist, Kyle Sichi, and shares that Sichi will inspect the products of their alchemy. He mentions that he wants to shut down the workshop if it hasn't produced anything new in the past few years. Upon hearing this, Chairman Lenin is rattled to his core. He quickly expresses that the prince's suggestion isn't a good idea. He also believes Roland doesn't fully understand alchemy, as it's vast and complex, with each formula resulting in different outcomes. But Kyle Sichi steps up to shut down these amateurs. He apologizes to King Roland on behalf of the loudmouthed fools who've barely skimmed the surface of the wide world of alchemy. Kyle is more than ready to prove that their formulas are antiquated and outdated, and he's willing to show whether the results are useful or not. The tension builds between the two alchemists, with Chairman Lenin gritting his teeth at Kyle Sichi's boldness. They enter the lab, where Kyle Sichi is ready to prove how lacking these amateurs are in their experiments and knowledge. At first, Kyle's method doesn't sit well with them. The others believe they've seen it before since it's already recorded in alchemy's history books. So Kyle decides to show them something more extraordinary. With a bit of alchemy mumbo-jumbo, he literally produces gold from regular stones, leaving the bald-headed chairman absolutely bewildered. The chairman is skeptical. He's sure that if Kyle Sichi had truly created real gold, he would have bought up the entire Grey Castle by now. He's convinced that what Kyle just produced is simply copper. Kyle, however, makes it clear that he didn't choose this path for money, but to understand the world. And as for the authenticity of his experiment, he's ready to prove whether it's copper or gold. So, they begin the next experiment to confirm whether Kyle's creation is indeed gold. Meanwhile, Chairman Lenin has a sense of familiarity about Kyle Sichi. It finally hits him that this man is the same person he rejected a long time ago. Kyle eventually proves the authenticity of the gold, and the others standing there confirm that it is indeed real gold. After driving his point home, Kyle once again invites them to come to the border town with him. He promises to teach them everything he knows, including every possible alchemy formula and the secrets behind the creation of everything. Later we see Roland and Kyle together. It looks like Kyle is already ready to depart for the border town without wasting a single day. Kyle doesn't want to develop any feelings here, and there's still a lot of work to be done at the lab and chemical factories. And if they want the gunpowder production line to continue functioning normally, he'll have to return to Neverwinter City. For clarity, Neverwinter City is the new name for the border town. Sometimes I forget and say border town, so don't be confused. Roland has no choice but to let Kyle go and promises to prepare a ship for him to depart. Once Kyle is out of earshot, Nightingale pops up. Seeing the unusual happiness on Roland's face, she questions him about it. She teases him, asking if he's perhaps excited just thinking about Miss Kingfisher and Madame Rose. The prince reminds her that the source of his happiness is actually the fact that Director Sichi's chemistry demonstration was extremely successful. There are 320 alchemists and apprentices willing to go to the western region. Most of them are already experienced, so they just need a little training, making them incredibly valuable resources gained from taking the capital. Though he admits that this isn't the only source of his happiness. He's even more pleased that Chairman Lenin, Riley, and Archer, all respected chairmen, are also willing to go to Neverwinter City. Roland is genuinely glad to see people volunteering to help the kingdom thrive. Roland then shares that they should also be get-going, because not only Lotus and Honey are coming back from Slumber Island, but there are also new witches Tilly has sent, which he wants to meet eagerly. The scene then transitions to the boat sailing, carrying all the witches from Slumber Island. All the witches are lively and excited to reach Border Town. Seeing this, the captain notes that all the witches seem chatty and full of energy, except for two, Evie and Soft Feathers. The reason for their silence is clear. Unlike the others, they are actually from the Bloodfang Association in Wolfheart. Compared to Tilly, they are more loyal to the leader of Bloodfang, Heidi Morgan. The scene then shifts to Ash and Tilly spending some time alone together. There, we learn that it was Heidi Morgan who asked Tilly to take Evie and Soft Feathers along and send them to Border Town with Lotus. Morgan also wants to establish good connections with Roland. Tilly had no reason to refuse, so she agreed to send them. But Ash doesn't understand why Morgan thinks she can get as close to Roland as Tilly is. After all, Tilly is Roland's sister. To this, Tilly reminds Ash that Heidi is royalty from the Wolfheart Kingdom, and personal connections matter less the higher up you are. It's the same in any kingdom. Morgan understands this and wants Roland's support. Ash seems upset with Tilly for accepting Morgan's request, especially since Morgan once challenged Camilla for the title of the strongest battle witch, an insult to the witch equality Tilly believes in. But Tilly assures her that everything is fine. She reminds her that Slumber Island is their home, and every witch is a free citizen here. As long as they aren't putting anyone in danger, they won't stop them. Also, it's not a bad thing for them to go to the western region. You see, most of Bloodfang consists of battle witches, and the church's influence has been suffocating. They've had to stick together just to survive. But now that the Bay's churches have been crushed, it's It's only natural for them to feel confident about their own abilities, and they want to expand even further. Morgan claims that they are different from the old association and that a single method of rule can't work for such a diverse range of organizations. And if they're going to work together like they did in the beginning, they need a strong enemy to unify them. Tilly further reminds Ash that with the enemies in the Fertile Lands, the failure of the Alliance, and the upcoming Third Divine War, their own personal experiences will teach them far more than any explanation she could give. And at Bordertown, they will see even more. They will see how non-combat witches can be just as valuable. They will witness how mortals can wield incredible power that rivals witches. And most importantly, they will see the power of unity. A wider world and a new perspective will open up for them. That's exactly why Tilly specifically chose Evie and Softfeathers. She is certain that her brother will understand her reasons for sending those two witches. The scene transitions to Roland and Anna having fun in bed. Once the prince is done clapping her, he decides to get ready since the new witches are about to arrive. Later at dinner, the new witches join the table. The prince decides to let them have a well-deserved rest after the feast, knowing they must have had a tiring journey. He specifically instructs them not to be shy as this place is just like their home. But the two new witches still can't help but feel a little tense. Seeing this, the prince acknowledges that they might be feeling a bit shy. That's when Honey teases Lotus, revealing that she has been wearing the scarf Roland gave her last time, and that she wanted to thank him. The poor girl is completely spooked by this. While all the other witches are having the time of their lives, Roland's eyes remain fixated on the two shy witches. Later, once Roland returns to his office, Honey reveals everything about them, how both Evie and Softfeathers are Bloodfang witches. It's a surprise to the prince, since he hadn't known Slumber Island had a subgroup like that. Now it makes sense why those two seemed particularly uncomfortable. Honey then explains that Evie's magic allows her to construct cages that can trap even those much stronger than her. Even someone like Ash would have a hard time if she got caught inside. As for Softfeather, she might not be a battle witch, but she is still incredibly powerful. Anything she touches becomes sticky, and once something is attached, it's impossible to break apart until the effect wears off. The prince can't help but recognize how versatile these abilities are, and he's even more surprised that Heidi Morgan actually agreed to send them. Since I don't know the name of this witch you see in front of you, I will call her Buttpuss until we find her real name. She explains that Bloodfang witches are just naturally strong. The construction of Slumber Island was partly thanks to them, and they always act high and mighty, often bullying witches who are weaker than them. If Miss Tilly wasn't strict about it, far fewer witches would have come to the island. The prince then falls into contemplation. He realizes that the witches who go to the bay don't have as much combat experience and come from many different organizations. It's no wonder something like this happens. What he doesn't understand is why Tilly sent him battle witches, perhaps to capture demons. But the months of demons are already over. Then, another thought crosses his mind. Maybe Tilly wants him to capture that devil with multiple magic stones. But that task is far too risky, even if the rewards are great. Nightingale suddenly places her hand on his forehead, checking if he's feeling unwell, given how tense he looks. He reassures her that he's fine, as he is just puzzled, unable to fully grasp why Tilly would assign him such a daunting task. When they ask what kind of task he's referring to, he comes clean, revealing that he's considering using the two witches' powers to capture a devil. The next day, everyone gathers outside. Softfeather is the first to demonstrate her powers, using her magic on the stones laid out in front of her. The prince then turns to Nightingale, asking about Softfeather's level of control over her magic. Nightingale responds that Softfeather has excellent control. Her magic consumption is quite low, and she barely detected any change in her stamina. Iron Axe and the others inspect the enchanted stones, and to their surprise, the stones are completely stuck together. They can't pry them apart at all. Roland then inquires if Softfeather has ever tested how long the stickiness lasts. She explains that if she sticks something like two rocks together with all her power, it could probably last for decades. But that's just a prediction, as she has never actually tested it before. The prince then asks her about the largest thing she has ever stuck together. She claims it was the sea walls of Slumber Island. One day, large cracks started forming on the walls during high tide, and Lotus was absent. To prevent disaster, she filled all the cracks with her magic glue, cloth, and stones to stop the water. Otherwise, the walls wouldn't have survived the next tide. But Puss then chimes in, expressing that she plans to stay longer this time, and she's also ready to demonstrate her abilities. Roland immediately shifts his attention to Buttpuss, which causes Softfeather to pout in annoyance. But Puss then reveals that her ability is an area of control. Anyone who comes within 5 meters of her has to act according to her will. To demonstrate, she casts her magic on Iron Axe and Night Carter, and both men suddenly start dancing against their own wills. She states that she can do this about 10 times a day. The prince is quite pleased to see another unique ability. It might not be suited for ranged attacks, but in close quarters, it's incredibly effective. Also, since this ability can't be seen with the naked eye, enemies won't see it coming. As long as she can get within 5 meters, their lives will be in her hands. It's obvious that this will be incredibly useful for observing devils up close. Then, it's time for Evie to shine. She proudly boasts that she can instantly immobilize enemies and even kill them by shrinking the cage she traps them in. She can capture 2 people at a time, especially since she only has 2 hands. She further brags that even Ash wouldn't be able to escape, as long as she doesn't unclench her fists. She then throws an open challenge for any witch to step forward and try to escape her. She especially wants Maggie to try, since Maggie can transform into a huge beast. The prince finds this idea to be very good. After all, Maggie's dragon form is the same type of creature that the devils use as steeds. If they're going to capture devils, they might encounter similar enemies, so they decide to call Maggie over, and speak of the devil. Maggie appears. The prince doesn't waste any time explaining the situation. All Maggie has to do is transform into her dragon form, and see if she can escape Evie's magic cage. Maggie quickly shifts into her giant form, and Evie wastes no time activating her ability. A glowing cage materializes around Maggie, trapping her. Maggie struggles with all her might, but it's clear, she can't escape. Seeing this, the prince is thoroughly satisfied. Even if they face a devil riding a dragon, they'll still be able to capture it, and the cage itself is incredibly sturdy. Roland then orders Evie to release Maggie, but instead of complying, this crazy woman does the opposite. She tightens her grip on Maggie and slams her down into the ground. Everyone watching immediately panics and starts yelling at Evie to release Maggie, but Evie doesn't listen. She completely ignores them. Seeing this, Lightning gets annoyed and charges straight at the treacherous woman, but Evie just traps Lightning too. And then, with no hesitation, she throws her away. That's when Roland finally snaps. He promptly delivers a hard slap across Evie's face for the shit she's pulling. That slap is enough to snap Evie out of whatever twisted mindset she was in, and she quickly apologizes. Apparently, she was just trying to gauge the other witch's powers. She believes that people are capable of surpassing their limits when facing danger, and she just wanted to make the test results more accurate. But from what she's seen, even an evolved non-battle witch can't compete, which makes their so-called ascension completely useless. Prince, on the other hand, is totally not vibing with this lady. He can't figure out what kind of messed up upbringing she must have had that makes her think hurting others is completely normal. Roland then turns to Maggie and asks her about her well-being. Wendy sadly admits that while she's not severely injured, she ended up with some bruises. Roland gets even more ticked off hearing this, and sternly orders Evie to apologize to her. Evie doesn't respond immediately, but eventually she offers an apology to Roland. However, the prince reminds her that he doesn't want her apology to him, he wants her apology to Maggie. Hearing this, Evie looks rattled, as if Roland had asked her for something blasphemous. All she does in response is click her tongue. Seeing her messed up attitude, Roland realizes that the situation on Slumber Island is worse than he thought. Most importantly, he sees that she doesn't believe she did anything wrong. He can think of countless ways to punish her, but none of them will change her twisted views, so it's pointless. Instead, Roland tries to mess with her psychologically. He reminds her that just because she thinks she's strong doesn't mean it's her right to hurt those weaker than her. In reality, she's the weak one. Roland reminds her that support witches are more important than battle witches, and in a fight, support witches are the heart of survival. Her idea that the opposite is true is both pitiful and laughable. She won't win if she relies on her abilities alone. Evie just feels annoyed and believes that no support witch is capable enough to defeat her. But Roland makes it clear that most of the witch union members could do it easily, even if they've never used their abilities in combat. Yet Evie sticks to her guns, making it clear that she believes no one can defeat her. At this point, Roland decides to organize a serious fight between her and Maggie, hoping Maggie will show her that Evie has no privilege over any witch. Of course, this arrogant Evie just dismisses Maggie as a dumb pigeon. Roland makes it clear that the duel will take place tomorrow, and he wants Evie to learn that she's not as strong as she thinks she is. The next day, an extravagant breakfast is laid out in front of Evie. She had expected them to starve her so Maggie would have an upper hand, but it seems like they want her to fight fair and square. This also shows how much Roland trusts Maggie. Softfeather then reminds her that Madame Heidi Morgan had clearly told them to simply observe the situation, and they've only attracted unwanted attention by making a scene. But the arrogant Evie reminds her friend how Madame Heidi would say that battle witches who conquer territories and wield power for their ruler are more important. As for the king here, she finds him strange. It's like he actually sees all witches as equals. She also doesn't like the fact that someone like Maggie, who can barely finish her sentences, is loved by everyone, including the king. Evie also believes that Maggie is a traitor who left Slumber Island and joined these witches. She wants to show the king her true strength so that he will acknowledge her and hold her in high regard, since she is a battle witch. She wants to show him that the gap between battle and support witches can't be closed, no matter how much evolution occurs. Now let's switch to Maggie and Lightning. Lightning is totally fired up and wants Maggie to beat the crap out of Evie. While Maggie doesn't want to hurt her fellow witch, Lightning reminds her that if she lets Evie go this time, she won't take Maggie exploring anymore, because cowards can't become explorers. This is when Nightingale yells at Lightning for calling Maggie a coward. Cowards don't fight devils, and Maggie clearly saved Nightingale's life from them. She then turns to Maggie and explains that Roland arranged this duel to make the Bloodfang witches recognize their mistake and change their attitudes. If Maggie can defeat them, she'll be helping them learn the truth. So if she's not fighting for herself, she's protecting everyone. Just like when she was fighting the devils. Maggie relaxes a little and acknowledges what her senior is saying. She even breaks into a happy smile because Roland promised her unlimited ice cream and peppered steak for a week if she wins. Just another reason for her to give it her all. The time for the duel arrives and both participants stand facing each other. Before the fight begins, Evie, out of habit, throws some nasty jabs at Maggie, telling her to surrender while she still has the chance. But Maggie isn't fazed at all. As soon as the king signals the start of the duel, Evie immediately tries to retaliate. But Maggie quickly transforms into a bird and flies off, giving Evie no chance to trap her in her cage magic. After dodging left and right, Maggie seizes an opportunity. She shifts back into her human form and fires a barrage of bullets at Evie, utterly defeating her. Suddenly, the scene transitions to Evie's past. She is running alongside a red-haired girl named Annie. After running for what feels like forever, they are eventually caught by soldiers hunting witches. But before the soldiers can act, they are obliterated by another faction. The one who just brutally slaughtered them is none other than Madame Heidi and her companions. Skyfire, one of Madame Heidi's underlings, interrogates the two girls. Annie reveals that they are both witches, but 3 others got separated from them. She wants to find them. But Skyfire makes it clear that they don't have the resources to find and rescue everyone. If those who are not powerful enough to make it here, then they are no use for Bloodfang. Not to mention, those who even end up making to Bloodfang are not guaranteed to be enrolled. Later we see that only Evie ends up joining the Bloodfang group, while her friend Annie is left behind. Annie's abilities weren't impressive, and physical strength is not enough to be classified as powerful. Evie cries and begs to stay with her friend, but Madame Heidi personally addresses her concerns. She tells Evie that Bloodfang doesn't need lambs for slaughter, it needs beasts. Then, she tells her a story. The stone wolf, the mascot of Wolfheart, is the apex predator of the mountains. A stone wolf mother commonly gives birth to 3 or 4 cubs, but not all of them survive. The mother wolf kills any cubs she can't afford to feed, ensuring the survival of the strongest. She believes that this is the only way future generations can survive. She further tells Evie that to survive in this cruel world, a witch must become a beast. Only a witch as strong as them can keep her life. They continue to drill this belief into her mind. Right then, Evie wakes up from her nightmare. When she opens her eyes, she finds Nana happily introducing herself. She's the one tending to Evie's wounds under King Roland's orders. Suddenly, Nana remembers that Evie must be hungry, so she quickly leaves to get her some food. Evie moves her limbs and realizes she isn't hurt anywhere. Reflecting on the fight, she feels deeply embarrassed, losing to some stupid pigeon of all things. To her, all these witches are nothing more than untrained lambs, living only for foolish pleasure. Meanwhile, her own struggles are written in the scars that still remain on her body. She believes Tilly's witches are the same. Pleasure seekers who would barely put up any real resistance against a powerful enemy. This world belongs to the strong, where survival means preying on the weak. To live, one must become a beast and act like one. She holds Madame Heidi's teachings close to her heart, and yet, she can't stop thinking about her friend Annie, who was left behind simply because she wasn't strong enough. She remembers the times they used to share food, breaking bread together. Just then, Nana returns with some freshly baked bread, and Evie promptly takes it. She then asks Nana if she was sleep-talking earlier. Nana responds positively, claiming that she kept repeating the words, wild beast. She asks why Evie would say something like that. After all, she isn't a wild beast. To Nana, they are all just witches. And witches in the end are no different from humans. Sure, witches possess supernatural abilities, but according to King Roland, they aren't all that different from mortals. Later, Evie meets Roland, wanting to know what kind of weapon Maggie had used against her. That's when Roland shows her the revolver. This thing is called a gun. It uses gunpowder to propel a fatal bullet at the enemy. However, the bullets Maggie used were specially modified so they wouldn't penetrate her body. Otherwise, she would have been dead by now. He emphasizes the importance of this weapon. He shows her a bullet, not longer than a pinky finger, but manufacturing it is an incredibly complex process. This process involves hundreds of ordinary townspeople and 3 witches, all working in strict coordination to produce them. And these witches are non-combat witches, the kind Evie has always considered useless. Perhaps they can't use their abilities to directly take down an enemy, but that doesn't mean they aren't powerful. Similarly, an ordinary human would struggle to fight a wild beast with their bare hands. Yet those who have risen to the top of the world are humans, not beasts. So, instead of calling them non-combat witches, he prefers to call them support witches. Their abilities allow them to accomplish things that would otherwise require dozens of ordinary people. As a result, humanity can easily defeat beasts, and from a certain perspective, support witches might even be more valuable than combat witches. But Evie believes that if these weapons were placed in the hands of battle witches, they could be put to far greater use. To this, the prince points out that the difference wouldn't be significant, at least not significant enough to turn the tide of a war. He asks her to imagine facing 10 ordinary combatants, each wielding the same weapon as her. In that situation, her chances of winning would be slim. His lands can currently produce 7 or 8 of these guns per day, but there is only a limited number of combat witches available. Simply having weapons isn't enough. If they wish to keep using them, they must establish massive production and logistics teams. It may be a hard truth to accept, but he reminds her once again that humans surpass beasts because they use intelligence to create and harness power that previously didn't exist. And in that context, support witches are indispensable. Magic is undoubtedly one of the greatest tools, yet she is wasting her talent. At that moment, she remembers her friend, the one who wasn't a battle witch and was left behind because of it. For the first time, she questions whether support witches can actually be useful. To this, the prince admits that magic has countless uses. Its effectiveness varies, but as long as it is used correctly, it can bring about miracles. In the afternoon, the reserves of the First Army will conduct live fire gun training. He arranges for Evie to observe. If she goes, she will witness firsthand what true power is. Later, we see Wendy scolding Agatha for skipping meals while overworking. Agatha apologizes, explaining that she was so focused on making the last batch of dinitrogen that she didn't realize it was already nighttime. She partly blames Roland for inventing light bulbs. When the factory lights are on, it feels like daytime. Regardless, Wendy places a dinner box on the table and urges her to eat before it gets cold. She also tells Agatha that if she ever feels tired, she should ask Echo to sing the Song of the Springing. The melody can lift her spirits and relieve exhaustion. More than anything, Wendy reminds her that she is part of the Witch Union, and she doesn't want any of her sisters falling ill. Agatha is touched by Wendy's concern and promises to take better care of herself. As she opens the dinner box, she notices a small jar of honey, which warms her heart even more. Wendy not only made sure she ate but even remembered her love for sweets. It reminds Agatha of tequila, where they mostly survived on fruits and grains grown by support witches. Meat was rare, and seasonings, sugar, and honey were out of the question. Even if they had a witch who could control bees, she would have been sent to the battlefield rather than assigned to produce what was considered an unnecessary luxury. She is grateful that Wendy paid attention to her small preferences. Since she can't feel the cold, she has never been particularly sensitive to warmth. But in a way, it does get chilly when she's alone. Maybe living with others isn't so bad after all. Just then, Nightingale appears, teasing Agatha about her cravings for sweets. But she's also here to deliver a message. Roland wants to see her. Agatha already knows what this is about. He probably wants to lecture her about work-life balance and convince her to go home earlier. Since she already knows what he's going to say, she tells Nightingale to inform him that she doesn't want to waste his precious time. She promises to keep his concerns in mind. However, Nightingale reveals that this isn't the only reason. Roland also wants to discuss launching an attack on the devils. That gets Agatha's attention. She opposes the idea. Killing a few thousand devils won't make them throw down their weapons and flee. The war won't end that easily, and if they act too soon, the kingdom could be in ruins before they even establish what they have envisioned. But the prince clarifies her misunderstanding. He doesn't intend to destroy the devils' camp. He wants to capture some of them alive. The new witches are perfect for this task, and after Evie captures the devils, they can transport them easily using a hot air balloon. Prince then asks her a few crucial questions. Can devils survive without the red mist they carry? And more importantly, would their blood still be useful for creating sigils? Typically, a canister of red mist lasts a day or so, and devils determine how much to bring based on their mission. If they are patrolling or conducting surveillance, they usually carry 3 or 4 canisters, but that is their limit. Once they leave that strange black tower, the mist gradually loses its effectiveness. Otherwise, the Scholarly Guild would have mass-produced sigils long ago by feeding devils and chaos beasts. The prince understands this. If they successfully bring back a live devil, he asks Agatha if she can use it to create more sigils. She confirms that she can, but she will need sufficient ingredients, an independent lab, and at least 20 mortal assistants. The success rate for creating simple sigils is around 8%. More advanced ones require specific types of stones, materials they currently lack. She then suggests that when he goes to capture the devils, he should bring both her and Anna along. She reminds him that his witch union includes multiple high-tier witches, and when combined with his unique weapons, their overall strength is comparable to an allied divine squadron. Even if they encounter the underworld ruler, Miss Anna can activate the divine sigil twice, enough to obliterate their foes. Besides, victory over the devils is her life's mission. She will not disappoint him. King Roland then asks another question. He wants to know why she reacted so strongly to the idea of attacking the devil camp. Based on what she had told him before, he assumed she would support making the devils their first target. In fact, she had previously been willing to accept casualties for a chance at capturing a chaos beast. But Agatha merely shrugs off the question, claiming she doesn't remember saying anything like that. Forcing an excuse, she abruptly leaves his office saying she's feeling sleepy. As she leaves, she recalls how Wendy once predicted that Roland would become king of Greycastle and lead them to victory against any enemy. And now, that prediction seems to be coming true. So because of this reason, she has also started trusting his judgment more, rather than making rash decisions based on her own impulses. Meanwhile, we switch back to Evie, who is dealing with her own turmoil. After observing the soldiers at the training grounds, she has come to understand that metal bullets are far more powerful than the ones Maggie used. And the cannons? Those are even more terrifying. They make revolvers and rifles seem like mere toys. However, the soldiers tell her that the cannon she saw is actually the oldest model. Their real trump card lies with the artillery division, specifically, the newly developed 152mm howitzer. And her head is still ringing from all the blasts she heard today. Softfeather has a similar reaction after witnessing the terrifying power King Roland possesses. She realizes that Madame Heidi never even considered the possibility that such power existed. Evie sinks further into depression. By now, whatever Heidi's objective was, it no longer matters. She believes that, in Roland's eyes, Tilly Wimbledon's crowd of support witches is far more important than the battle witches of Bloodfang. Evie is devastated. The power she had been so proud of all these years is nothing more than a joke. Other than Annie, she has nothing left to hold on to. She then announces to Softfeather that she does not want to go back to Bloodfang. Surprisingly, Softfeather feels the same way. Then, she notices Evie crying, which is an unusual sight, because beasts are not supposed to cry. And even if they do, it is never for themselves. Evie wonders how different things might have been if she and Annie had met the Witch Union from the very beginning. Later, they visit Roland and reveal everything about Bloodfang, how it operates and what its true nature is. Roland then asks if Tilly knows about their ways. Evie answers that they are not sure. Heidi forbade them from revealing anything about the group, and she rarely spoke to Tilly. The prince then inquires about the other witch groups on Sleeping Island. Evie explains that most of them are closer to Tilly, especially after the slumber spells were built. However, some battle witches secretly agree with Heidi's ideas. Most of them, though, do not want to deal with Ash's wrath. Roland begins to realize that Bloodfang is more problematic than he initially thought. As the daughter of Duke Morgan, Heidi could have easily provided shelter for support witches, but she never planned on taking them in. Her goal was never about compassion, unlike the Witch Union. She only wanted a hit squad. He may need to send a secret letter to Tilly to warn her about Bloodfang. Then, the prince asks why they are revealing everything about Bloodfang now, despite being forbidden from doing so. The only explanation he can think of is that they both want to abandon Bloodfang's orders. They confirm his suspicion, admitting that they wish to join the Witch Union. Roland had expected that the firearms demonstration would deal a blow to their pride, but he did not expect it to shake them so deeply. He then addresses Evie, reminding her that he cannot just forget the fact that she hurt Maggie. For now, he cannot accept them into the Witch Association. This is when Evie begins to unbutton her clothes and stands bare before the prince. She offers herself for punishment. Before Roland can react, Nightingale swiftly moves to block his vision, preventing him from seeing Evie's exposed body. She then promptly rushes to cover Evie with a blanket, but in that brief moment, Roland catches a glimpse of the permanent scars marking her back, and suddenly he understands. Evie's willingness to accept punishment without hesitation reveals just how deeply Bloodfang's ways are ingrained within her. This is not just about obedience, it is about control, submission, and a warped sense of loyalty. Roland tells her that if she truly wants to join the Witch Union, she must stop acting as though she is still part of Bloodfang. She is no longer a tool to be used or discarded. A short while later, as he grows more relaxed, he informs her that she may submit a request through Wendy. Her behavior and willingness to change will determine whether the witches are willing to accept her. But no matter what, Neverwinter will always be a home for witches. Even if she does not become part of the Witch Union, she will not be cast out. When Evie leaves, Nightingale comments on how fortunate she is. She survived while her friend Annie was not as lucky. If Bloodfang is truly the only witch organization left in Wolfheart, then witches who do not fall into their ranks likely face even worse fates. Captured by the church or aristocrats, their chances of survival would be slim. The next day, Anna arrives wearing a new uniform, looking absolutely stunning. She seeks Roland's opinion on the outfit. He has grown used to seeing her in the maid uniform, so this change is refreshing. The fabric was provided by Soraya's magic, making it both lightweight and durable. This means she can design even more outfits for Anna, an idea that excites Roland. Then, he reveals the real reason he called her over. He wants to develop a new energy source, an alternative to the steam engine. He presents her with blueprints for a new machine. It is similar to a steam engine, but instead of rotating rods, its mechanism uses paddles. A paddle steamer. It still relies on pressurized steam, but the efficiency is significantly improved. As for Anna's role in its construction, just like with the battleships, progress will depend on the first working prototype. There is no rush though, since Wendy mentioned that they are preparing to capture some devils, and this time, Roland will not be joining them. Anna is visibly relieved. She cannot bear to watch him get injured, or worse, killed, like last time. They share some passionate moments together before she departs. Later, after Anna leaves, Nightingale appears. Roland tells her that they should practice a few more times before the mission. She must be completely familiar with the plan and everyone's role. This ambush will target small groups of devils that pursue invaders, and they must be ready to adapt if things do not go as expected. If the situation turns dire, Roland orders her to ensure that Anna returns safely, no matter what. That is precisely why he is not going with them. Otherwise, everyone would prioritize protecting him, leaving them vulnerable. Just then, they notice Barov through the window. He has returned from the capital. Since Roland wants to discuss smelting operations with him, he decides to head out to meet him. Meanwhile, in the capital, Iris, the daughter of Duke Carlin, arrives at the castle, seeking an audience with King Roland. However, the guards inform her that Roland left Prime Minister Barov in charge, but Barov himself departed for Neverwinter a few days ago. For now, the castle stands empty, except for the servants. Iris feels frustrated as she stares at the grand yet empty castle. They had rushed all the way here without stopping, only to realize that they completely missed their mark. She cannot believe that the king abandoned such an incredible city just to build his own in the western region. With no other option, she decides to return to the pier. If Roland is in the west, then that is where she must go. She is adamant about meeting him. However, her brother reminds her that there is no need to rush. They can take their time. Reluctantly, Iris agrees. She decides to find an inn for the night and leave in the morning. As for the heads and the rest of their luggage, she insists on leaving them on the boat. The last thing she wants is to smell them any longer. The next morning, when the siblings return to their boat, they are met with an unexpected sight. The ship has been burned down. Iris immediately seeks out a dock worker, demanding to know why their ship was set ablaze. The worker promptly explains the situation. Some fool left corpses on board, and the smell attracted burglars. He reminds them that people in the city are extremely sensitive about dead bodies. After all, it was corpses planted by the church that caused the terrible plague just a year ago. Fire, he says, is the safest and most effective way to eliminate the threat. To make matters worse, the captain of the ship has been arrested for questioning. Hearing this string of bad news, Iris's frustration grows. This trip was supposed to be about pledging their loyalty, but now it feels like everything is falling apart. Meanwhile, at the border town, the witches gather to prepare for their devil heist. They engage in target practice, ensuring their precision and control are perfect for the upcoming battle. Once training is complete, they celebrate their efforts, spirits high. However, Evie remains uncertain. She is still unsure if these witches are truly capable of capturing devils alongside her. Roland had told her that they were all support witches who had contributed greatly to the kingdom. But standing here now, she sees something different. These are not support witches, they are textbook battle witches. And then there is Nightingale. The moment she slips into her mist, the entire world becomes hers. She moves like a ghost, phasing through reality itself. Nothing can stop her. A goddess of death who can kill in silence. Any enemy would be struck with dread upon realizing she was coming for them. But Evie knows that even this terrifying display is nothing compared to the unimaginable existence of devils. After all, they destroyed the Witch Empire centuries ago. And now, they lurk near the western region, closer than ever before. Their plan was crafted by a 400-year-old witch who intends to study the monsters. According to their strategy, Anna is their true trump card. But is she really powerful enough to wipe out pursuing devils in an instant? Now, it is finally Anna's turn. Her task is to eliminate all the balloons floating in the sky. She activates her sigil and unleashes her power. In an instant, every balloon is obliterated at once. The sheer force of her attack is so overwhelming that even Agatha is in awe. It feels like divine punishment itself. A true hidden weapon at their disposal. Witnessing this power, even Evie is left speechless. Compared to Anna, the beasts that Bloodfang prided themselves on are no different from sheep. Roland then questions Nightingale about what she saw in Anna's attack. In response, she explains that she saw those flashes of lightning, which were created with magic. She also saw the violent swirl of magic in the mist. But its color was different from any other magic she had seen before. And the color was very peculiar. It was black, or rather it was colorless light. It resembled the void created by the stones of divine punishment. In her mist vision, the gleaming power of sigils appeared both colorless and black. Roland then asks Agatha about the amount of research involved in studying sigils. Agatha explains that there wasn't much, as she had already told him everything they had learned. After all, only the top witches could activate sigils, and their powers couldn't be wasted on testing. He then shares a hunch. The stones of divine judgment don't actually negate magic. Instead, they might be vessels of highly concentrated magic, so much so that their magic levels are so high, they cause other magic around them to stop working. Agatha then remembers that the disciples at the Scholarly Guild, who were in charge of observing magic, had clearly stated that surrounding magic stones would stop working when sigils were active near them. The prince, in response, argues that her observation could have been obstructed by the divine sigil's blinding surge of energy, like how a shadow disappears in bright light. But in Nightingale's mist world, only magic has color. Even if she stares directly at the sun, it wouldn't appear in her vision, which could explain why past witches never discovered this phenomenon. With this explanation, Agatha figures that divine sigils remain unaffected by the stones of divine punishment, because their magic concentration is even higher. She then wonders if chaos beasts absorb magic from the stones to focus their direction. The prince somewhat agrees, but Agatha still isn't sure. If the lightless void is a result of an incredibly high magic concentration, then why doesn't it happen to witches? For example, Anna has activated the divine sigil twice, meaning her magic level should be higher than a stone's. But her black fire is still affected by the stone's negation, and she herself doesn't negate magic. That doesn't make sense. She also notes another strange thing. Why do magic stones need to be charged with magic to activate? She remembers her teacher once believed that only life could be a vessel for magic. Lifeless materials were abandoned by magic, and the properties of witch and devil blood were proof of that. The prince doesn't mind proving this hypothesis wrong, but he points out that magic stones aren't much different from regular gemstones, unless they're infused with external magic or formed into a sigil. There has to be a connection within all this, something he might be overlooking. For now, Agatha decides to set this mystery aside. They may figure it out as they create more sigils in the future. Right now, they need to focus on Operation Melting Point, the mission to capture the devils. The time for the mission finally arrives, and before Anna departs, she and Prince Roland share a romantic moment together. But suddenly, Lightning and Maggie butt in, completely ruining the sweet time the couple was having. All because they want Roland's attention too. Seeing this, Agatha can't help but notice how this is just a simple devil hunt. Yet Prince Roland seems so deeply caring for Anna and the others. Anyhow, the ship finally sets sail, and as the prince waves them off, Nightingale suddenly pops out of her mist, steals a quick smooch of her own, and vanishes, promising that she'll be back soon enough. With that, the ship leaves, and King Roland is left hoping everything goes well. For this operation, the team has hot air balloons along with 2 fully equipped ships carrying soldiers as a safety measure. The steamboat is much slower than the hot air balloons, so they need about 2 days just to reach the end of the Redwater River. They only have 2 ships with them, both stacked with the First Army's best veterans, with Captain Brian leading the charge. One of the ships will remain on standby near the beach, about 2 to 3 miles away from the operation site. They won't participate directly in the hunt unless something goes wrong and suppression is needed. The hot air balloon doesn't have to fly very high this time. As long as they get around the snowy mountain, Sylvie should be able to spot the tower's eye monster. According to Agatha, anyone who notices the eye monster will immediately be located by the devils. As they lower their balloon's altitude, Lightning asks Sylvie if she can see anything. Sylvie replies that she needs to get closer, otherwise she won't last for very long. Wendy promptly uses her wind magic to push the balloon a little lower, and once the balloon is right over the red mist, Sylvie activates her abilities again. Almost instantly, she feels as if countless monsters are staring back at her, shocking the hell out of her. She quickly reports that she has managed to grab their attention. The devils are coming. Without hesitation, Sylvie hops out of the balloon and onto Maggie's back. Meanwhile, Lightning makes sure to carry Wendy as they head toward the ambush spot, leaving the balloon deserted in the air. Sylvie spots 5 silhouettes, 4 flying beasts, and about the 5th one, she's not sure what it is. If there are 5 of them, it's more than what Agatha had predicted, but it's still doable. They can carry out the mission. But then, Sylvie notices something strange. These devils look different from the regular ones they've seen before. This is unexpected. While they had considered the possibility of new developments, they're not sure if they should continue or abort the mission. Once they reach the forest, Lightning orders them to head to the rendezvous point while she goes to destroy the balloon. But just as Lightning is about to fly off, Sylvie suddenly calls out for her to stop. But Maggie quickly reminds Sylvie that it was Roland who told them to destroy the balloon if enemies chased after it. Wendy also agrees that they should regroup with the First Army to minimize unnecessary risks. However, Sylvie urgently reports that some of these devils don't look the same. They aren't just fighting against normal devils. She wants to warn everyone before they engage. Meanwhile, Lightning zooms through the sky and finally reaches the balloon, which is being pursued by the devils. Without wasting time, she detonates the bomb and dashes away. The explosion goes off, taking down one of the devils while the others are caught in the blast, tasting fire. Feeling proud of herself, Lightning mocks the feeble monsters for getting tricked so easily. Then, picking up speed again, she dashes off toward her next goal, luring them into Miss Leaf's forest. She's confident that the thick overgrowth of vines and thorns will become their worst nightmare. But judging by how these guys look like Dark Souls monsters, this devil hunt probably won't be as easy as they thought. Meanwhile, Sylvie reports to everyone about the strange devil she just saw. It seems like Agatha already knows about them. She explains that while those rogue devils are fearsome and incredibly terrifying to mortals, witches don't need to fear them, so long as they avoid eye contact. Their eyes are hidden beneath scars on their faces that resemble scorch marks. Sylvie then brings up the armored devil, the one flying without the help of a dragon monster. She wonders if it could be an underworld ruler. Agatha quickly assures her that it's not. If her memory serves her right, she believes it's most likely a high-tier devil, The Alliance knows very little about them, but she does know that they have multiple abilities. They are humanoid but much larger. High-tier devils are incredibly powerful, both in strength and magic. It's been rumored that only witches stronger than Transcendents can rival them. Hearing this, Sylvie panics again as they don't have anyone stronger than a Transcendent. She immediately decides to tell Leaf to stop everything and retreat to the first army. Agatha then explains that the armored devil can fly because it has a flight stone. If the team only consisted of Lightning and Maggie, they might be able to escape. But the rest of them wouldn't survive once they left Leaf's protection. She has never seen a high-tier devil in person before, but she's heard from Lady Alice that total concentration is necessary when fighting them. Even a tiny mistake could cost them their lives. So Agatha directly calls the others and announces that they are changing the operation. She orders all witches to switch to Plan B, abandon the capture, and use the divine sigil to wipe out all enemies. Nightingale must keep an eye on the armored devil, and Anna must strike the moment an opportunity appears. No hesitation allowed. Sylvie, however, can't help but have doubts. Can they really defeat something like that? Agatha assures her that high-tier devils rarely appear alone, and if it has two fearsome devils as support, they may win. Turning their backs and running would only lead to death. Full retaliation was their only option. Lightning reports that the enemies have arrived. Sylvie follows up, confirming that the armored devil hasn't landed yet. It's still chasing after Lightning. Meanwhile, the rest of the devils have parked their mounts outside the forest and are now giving chase as well. That's when Sylvie notices something strange. There are only 4 devils. One is missing. Agatha and Maggie decide to stick to the plan and eliminate the devil's steeds first. Maggie quickly lures the dumb monsters in with her charm, and Agatha ambushes them. Together, they take down 2 of the creatures in an instant. Only one flying monster remains. Agatha wastes no time, using her ice magic to freeze it midair. Maggie follows up with a powerful strike, shattering the frozen beast into pieces. Meanwhile, we switch to Nightingale and Anna. Hearing about the change in plans, Nightingale feels disappointed. Evie's ability is no longer needed, which makes her a little sad. Now, it's her job to create an opening for Anna to activate the divine sigil and obliterate the enemies. She recalls Roland's words, his wish for her to protect Anna at all costs. Stealing her resolve, she prepares to fulfill her promise to the king. Just then, Sister Leaf reports that the enemies are approaching. Nightingale springs into action. Following the movement, she spots the monsters. Among them is one normal devil, but 2 others look different. She senses a stronger magic presence in them. Maybe these are the high-tier devils Agatha warned them about. But the strongest one, the real threat, isn't among them. She looks up. Sure enough, that bastard is in the sky, watching everything from above. Well, she'll deal with that later. First, they need to take down the fearsome devils on the ground. These are the ones that terrorize their victims through sheer presence alone. With precise aim, she takes down one of them. Sister Leaf doesn't hesitate and eliminates the second. Then working together, Anna and Nightingale finish off the remaining devils. Now only the high-tier devil remains. Lightning suddenly yells for them to watch out. The monster has just thrown a giant black sword straight at them. Nightingale immediately activates her mist magic to evade, but it doesn't work. Her magic is nullified in an instant. This confirms it. The high-tier devil has the ability to disrupt magic. Before they can react, he throws another sword. Anna steps forward. With everything she's got, she stops the blade, barely. But the effort drains her completely, leaving her exhausted. Then, something even stranger happens. A blinding light fills the air. Lightning and the others spot the source. It's coming from the devil. For a brief moment, Nightingale wonders if he's using the divine sigil. But no, this is his own ability. The bastard comes crashing down, unleashing a terrifying force. The shockwave sends Lightning tumbling through the air. Leaf also gets caught in the devastating blast. Then, the devil turns his attention to Nightingale and attacks. Her mist begins to crack. Sister Leaf, already weakened from the previous attack, takes another hit. Evie and Sister Leaf lose their balance. They fall from their safe position. Poor Leaf even coughs up a copious amount of blood after getting severely injured. The high-tier devil is standing right in front of Anna and Sister Leaf, so Nightingale quickly hops out of her hiding spot and starts throwing a barrage of bullets. But those bullets are useless against the devil's sturdy armor, and he just keeps blocking them with his sword. Since she can't shoot through, she decides to go for a direct stab to the head, aiming to fracture its mist canisters. But the bastard quickly swings his giant sword, refusing to let Nightingale get any closer. The back and forth continues until Nightingale finally gets an opening. She strikes the bastard's head, only for her knife to shatter into pieces on impact. The bastard actually has a magic barrier surrounding its body. Then the bastard starts charging energy in his palm, preparing to throw it at Nightingale. The energy he exudes completely nullifies her magic, and before she can react, he strikes her hard in the stomach with his sword. That single hit nearly obliterates one of her sides. The bastard raises his sword in the air, ready to finish her off. But before he can, Evie uses her magic and completely traps him. But it's clear Evie is struggling. The bastard is just too powerful, and he's already resisting. Nightingale tells her to just slam him into the ground, and before the bastard can break free, Anna steps in, prepared to unleash the power of the sigil. That terrifying force is enough to leave the monster in shambles. He can't silence abilities anymore, so Nightingale seizes the chance, grabs Evie, and they quickly escape. Meanwhile, Anna gives it everything she's got, unleashing her full power against the bastard. Eventually, she's completely exhausted. The worst part is that even though the devil is brutally wounded, he's still standing. He just tanked the sigil's attack and braved through it. Nightingale starts feeling the toll of the battle. Anna is out of commission. Leaf is drained, and Lightning is nowhere to be seen. That's when Evie steps forward, dagger in hand, ready to fight the monster. Her powers are almost depleted, but she's still a combat witch. Just then, Agatha and Maggie arrive. Maggie swoops in, crashing right onto the bastard. But the damn thing just nullifies Maggie's magic and tosses her away like a rag doll. Seeing this, Agatha realizes it's a magic slayer. She then quickly uses her ice magic, freezing the bastard's feet and rendering him immobile. Nightingale and Maggie quickly pull out their revolvers and start firing. But once again, the monster counters with another magic attack, sending Agatha staggering. He finally breaks free from the ice that was restraining him. But before he can do anything else, Sister Leaf steps up. She uses the sigil herself and launches a devastating attack that completely stuns the monster. The devil is utterly exhausted. Maggie takes the opportunity to land on top of the bastard again. This time, he stays down for the count. Agatha is absolutely blown away that they actually managed to defeat this monster. Meanwhile, Nightingale is just annoyed that they all nearly got wrecked by a single devil, and she's sure that Roland is going to be utterly disappointed when he hears about all of this. But Agatha reminds her that this isn't just any typical victory, because the foe they were facing was a magic slayer. She explains that even a group of high-tier witches might be able to defeat a high-tier devil, but there's no chance of winning against a magic slayer. These enemies possess many abilities, but they are different from witches since their powers are not awakened. Someone once witnessed the same high-tier devil attacking Tequila over the course of many years. Over time, it gained 2 new types of magic, and its power increased so much that it could produce the same effect as the Stones of Divine Judgment. That magic nullifying ability is technically termed disrupting, and it has a chance of breaking through the stones, protections, and any magical attack against it will be weakened. A magic slayer can scatter magical effects and stop abilities from activating, making them formidable enemies for witches. Take Anna for example. If a magic slayer had her ability, it would be able to use black fire while disrupting their magic at the same time. The black fire would suppress other magic and disable it, unless they were fighting another magic slayer. This is part of the reason why the Divine Sigil didn't kill this devil on the first try. Although this is the first time they've encountered such a battle, the Alliance has never recorded any instances of using the Divine Sigil against magic slayers either. However, when the Alliance's transcendent witches equipped the stones of divine judgment, they gleamed radiantly on the battlefield, and devils everywhere melted like snow. The transcendent witches were like the heart of the sun, and anyone who personally witnessed Lady Alice's power was overwhelmed by her strength. Yet no Alliance member has ever managed to defeat a magic slayer. And according to Agatha's knowledge, witches and devils are fundamentally different. That's when Maggie notices something surprising in the devil's corpse. It's actually a box. When she opens it, she finds a bunch of magic stones inside. Agatha is shocked to see them. She can't really tell what type they are, but judging from their brilliance, they were made from top-quality stones of divine judgment. Leaf is happy to see that their devil hunt wasn't all in vain. They at least got their hands on some valuable loot. Maggie then decides to investigate the other corpses to see if they contain more stones. Wendy arrives and is concerned to see Anna knocked out. Leaf assures her that she's just unconscious from magic depletion. Lightning also returns, apologizing for her absence. When the devil swung its sword, she fell from the sky. But Nightingale is just happy that she's safe and gives her a little pat. Brian also joins the scene, and is stunned at the sight of the terrifying devil corpses. Nightingale then orders Brian to have his soldiers sweep the forest and bring back all the corpses, including every piece of armor, clothing, and weapon they can find. While their plan to capture a live devil has failed, the least they can do is gather the remains and bring them to Roland. Speaking of live devils, Lightning remembers the one that got caught in the explosion and fell into the water. If devils can swim, then it must still be alive. Eventually, they manage to find a living one. All the human soldiers eye the creature closely, as they have never seen anything like it before. Nightingale, on the other hand, meets Agatha outside and expresses her relief at capturing a live devil in such an unexpected way. They were incredibly lucky. Agatha is just glad that they suffered no casualties, but she is disappointed in herself for underestimating the enemy during this operation. Nightingale reassures her, saying the unexpected presence of that high-tier devil wasn't her fault. No one could have predicted it would appear in a place like this. But Agatha states that this is what concerns her the most. High-tier devils typically hide behind large armies, and they never act alone. There weren't many of them around either. She had thought they would only see one when the Red Moon arrived, but after seeing these magic stones, she isn't so sure anymore. The stones they retrieved were of such high quality. The Alliance has killed thousands of fearsome devils. And if magic stones were so easy to obtain, the Scholarly Guild wouldn't have such trouble finding chaos beasts to cultivate stones. So why did these devils they just hunted carry so many high-quality stones? Could it be that they never stopped magic stone production in the past 4 centuries? She is also uncertain about the lifespan, growth cycle, and reproduction of devils, so she has no clue how they might have developed over the years. If the enemy is gathering numerous stones, does that mean they have more high-tier devils? She hopes they find the answer before it's too late. The scene transitions to Iris, who has finally made it to Neverwinter City, or rather, Border Town, where she is ready to meet King Roland. After seeing how massive the city is and how bustling the streets are, she can't help but marvel at how Roland united the western region into one city. The growth in population and commerce has even surpassed the former capital. She vividly recalls how the fourth prince was notorious for his scandals and neglect of studies. She then instructs her brother Carl to send a message to Roland announcing their arrival. She specifically tells him not to mention her as his sister. He will be representing and handling the meeting. Soon enough, Roland receives Carl's message and learns that the northern region has surrendered. Carl Candle, representing the northern region as Duke Carlin's son, has come to deliver the news. Later, Roland meets Carl and Iris. Carl speaks on behalf of his house, bringing good news. Holmes and Lista have been dealt with because they were treacherously supporting Timothy. Meanwhile, Roland's eyes remain fixed on Iris, while she is Carl's supposed assistant. But something about her presence feels more commanding than Carl's. Carl, on the other hand, continues that they hadn't expected Roland to return to the western region so soon. They had wanted to present the severed heads of Holmes and Lista as evidence, but the heads rotted away during the trip. Roland is surprised that Duke Carlin killed the 2 dukes outright. This makes him believe that Carlin's loyalty is stronger than he initially thought. If Carlin is sending the heads of 2 dukes as a pledge, it must mean he is struggling to gain the support of northern aristocrats again. At the very least, the possibility of rebellion in the northern region has greatly diminished, so Roland is somewhat relieved to hear this. Baroff then fills Roland in that the Stallion Holmes and Snowfox Lista families are founding families of the northern region, even more famous than the 5 great families of the western region. However, the Candle family is not well known, and if he remembers correctly, they only appeared within the past 50 years. To think that Timothy would choose Carlin Candle as the northern region's ruler is shocking. Even if it was to keep the 2 powerful families in check, it must have been difficult for Carlin, and the other families likely weren't happy about it either. That means it's unlikely Carl is lying. This concerns the pride of aristocrats. Baroff is certain that if Roland accepts their loyalty, even if they are lying, the northern region will fight among themselves first. Roland finally comes to terms. First, he expresses his thanks to Duke Carlin. Protecting the royal castle's pride is the responsibility of every aristocrat, and Carlin Candle did an excellent job. Second, the 2 dukes got what was coming to them, and the kingdom will not pursue Duke Carlin for this matter. Carl is pleased to hear this. The Candle family is more than ready to seize this opportunity to serve King Roland. Roland reminds them that Duke Carlin will have to abide by Grey Castle's new laws, which Carl is unaware of, so the king begins to elaborate. The new order dictates the dissolution of all aristocratic positions, and the class system will cease to exist. In other words, Grey Castle will have only one ruler, the king. Before Carl can panic, Roland reassures him that aristocrats will remain aristocrats. Their privileged lives will not be disrupted, and they will even have opportunities to reach new heights. These laws have already been enacted in Longsong Fortress, and the book that Baroff hands them contains a detailed record of these changes. The book also includes real-life stories and examples to make the information more comprehensible. While it may seem that the aristocrats are losing privileges, in reality, they are being freed from the limitations of their territories. Instead of being confined to their lands, they will have the opportunity to operate across the entire kingdom, or even the whole continent. Roland assures them that everything will be fine and that they can relay this to Duke Carlin later. In the meantime, they are welcome to stay in Neverwinter City and enjoy its unique scenery. Roland is confident that Carl will grow to like this place. Carl, caught off guard by this out-of-syllabus contents, for which he was not prepared to respond, so he glances at his sister, silently seeking support. Eventually, his sister discreetly pats his back, offering him some reassurance. Gathering himself, Carl expresses interest in seeing the various inventions that King Roland has developed so far. After this exhausting meeting, Roland reflects on the situation. He recognizes Duke Carlin's intelligence in sending his own son as a messenger. Not wanting to waste this opportunity, Roland resolves to make the most of it. Suddenly, he notices Lightning and Maggie outside the castle window, signaling their return from an expedition. As usual, they eagerly jump toward Roland upon seeing him. Not long after, he is reunited with Anna, and the two share a passionate embrace. Meanwhile, Nightingale sighs from a distance, reminding Roland that it's unsafe for him to be out here. Roland dismisses her concerns with a reassuring smile and gives her a hug, which causes her to blush. Soon the other witches disembark from the ship, looking forward to their own warm reunions. Agatha and Evie observe from the sidelines, smiling at the scene. Later, Roland listens to the full report on the devil hunt. Agatha explains that out of the 5 devils they encountered, the magic slayer was melted by the divine sigil, and another was shredded by Anna. One of the devils had used 2 out of the 3 canisters of red mist it carried. This means the remaining canister will only last until tomorrow night at most. If they are to conduct any further experiments involving sigils, they must finish by tomorrow noon. Melting the sigils vessel will take at least half a day, and Agatha anticipates multiple failures in the process. Roland reminds them that red mist is fatal to witches, and asks how they managed to replace the canisters for the captured devil. Agatha explains that she had mortal assistants handle the connections for her. She also brought back the depleted canisters, believing they might be useful later. Turning to Buttpuss, Roland asks if she can control the devil's mind and make it use magic. Buttpuss replies that she doesn't need to control every movement. She can issue a command that the devil will be compelled to follow. With this in mind, Roland instructs Nana to reconnect the devil's severed limbs. Though the task is unsettling, Nana has no reason to refuse and proceeds with the healing. Once the devil is fully restored, Buttpuss casts her magic, bringing it under her control before it can resist. To test its strength, Roland orders the devil to throw a spear. Buttpuss issues the command, and the devil throws a wooden stick with such force that it shatters armor upon impact. Roland and the others are astounded. There is no doubt that the devils possess tremendous throwing strength. If the spear had been metal-tipped, it would have been even more destructive. However, based on their equipment, the devils seem less proficient with metalworking than humans. Even the high-tier devil's armor is not purely metallic. This may be because smelting requires high heat, which red mist does not seem to tolerate well. Roland then tests rapid throwing, observing the devil's endurance. Eventually, the creature reaches its limit. Buttpuss explains that the devil cannot continue due to the side effects of its equipped magic stones. With this data in mind, Roland begins evaluating the enemy's overall combat strength. The strongest infantry devils have attack power comparable to gunpowder muskets. However, bolt-action rifles can easily pierce their steel plates. The lower-ranked devils, on the other hand, are no stronger than his standard weapons. This means that when humanity and the devils eventually clash, Roland's army will hold the advantage. Agatha then elaborates that, back then, the population of mortals in the fertile lands was hundreds of times more than Grey Castles. And it was the same with witches. If everyone had a rifle back then, she's sure that defeating the devils wouldn't have been a problem. Roland then decides to halt their experiments for now, planning to conduct the durability test tomorrow. He wants to test the endurance of each body part against rifle bullets, chemicals, berserker pills, and dream water. He also needs Lucia to see what she can extract from the red mist. It's a shame they can't keep devils alive for long. Otherwise, with Nana's healing abilities, they would only need a small number of devils to gather enough data. Agatha also needs 2 witches to assist her in making sigils. She requests that the materials be prepared beforehand since, once the devils die, their blood won't last very long. They'll also need to start dissolving the stones of divine judgment while the devils are still alive. Speaking of sigils, Roland suddenly remembers that they haven't decided what type to make yet. So, he decides to spend tonight reading the Magic Stone Encyclopedia, and will let Agatha know tomorrow which kind of sigil he wants. We then switch back to Iris, where her brother has just come out of the shower and insists she take a bath while the water is still hot. She asks him how the water system works here. Carl explains that he's heard the water in the pipes flows from that big metal tower, though he still doesn't know how they even managed to raise the water that high. Iris is totally out of the loop on how everything operates here. She looks outside and notices how all the building windows are glowing with light. There's a common saying among merchants that man-made light after dark represents wealth. She had thought that brightness at night could only be seen in pubs and theaters, but now she understands what it truly means. Under the lights, every factory in the city is producing all kinds of goods, what they call industrial products. She also can't forget the steam engine she had seen. A rough lump of metal is smoothed by spinning wheels and shaped by rotating drills, turning into shining mechanical parts among mounds of grease and scraps. It's an entirely new kind of beauty. The steam engine is a beauty far beyond the brilliance of a gemstone or an intricate dress. She is desperate to figure out how in the hell Roland Wimbledon acquired all of this alien knowledge. She then leans back and questions her brother about the new law Roland has created. She wants his take on it. Carl isn't sure how to respond, but he plans to write a letter to their father tomorrow about it. Still, he fears their father might not accept the terms. He read the booklet His Majesty Roland gave him, and even if he disregards whether the examples in it are legitimate or not, he argues that the highest-ranking example mentioned was merely the son of a lord. Yet, under the new laws, that man has become something like a duke without a territory. And that man we are talking about is Ambassador Petrov. If Carl is being honest, he would probably do the same as His Majesty Roland if he were in his shoes. But he worries because their father is the legitimate ruler of the entire northern region. He is the Duke of Evernight City, holding far more power than the honeysuckle heir. If he agrees to Roland's demands, he would essentially be giving up his territory. Instead of a promotion, it feels more like a steep demotion. Well, his sister kind of agrees with his judgment, but she reminds him of one crucial thing her brother didn't take into account. The question of whether they can maintain their power. She points out that the only reason they distribute land to their knights and personnel is to preserve their loyalty to the Candle family and attract newcomers to pledge their service. And if their father had owned the entire northern region outright, the knights would have left long ago. Without property, the knights would look elsewhere, and the lower lords would do the same. In the end, the entire northern region would belong solely to the Candle family. Carl knows all this too well, and this is the same reason he isn't sure if having all of the cities belong to just one family is even feasible. In his view, the northern region is massive, and their family simply can't handle governing it alone. Not to mention, collecting taxes and harvests is already annoying enough. They can't expect the peasants to just pay up on their own. But his sister reminds him that they've been expanding their vassals precisely to protect their land. They've been following this approach because their military and governing abilities are limited. And that's exactly why Roland wants to establish a unified system. With how fast everything is changing, no army can gather the strength to defeat Roland, and no one on the entire continent can oppose him. But Carl reminds her that Roland also believes a strong, centralized government can manage an entire continent. So distributing land to lords isn't necessary. His sister, however, counters by saying that Roland himself believes that this shift is inevitable. A well-equipped centralized government will inevitably replace the feudal system because it can utilize the kingdom's resources far more efficiently. He wants to use the potential of all citizens to make production explode, believing that production is the key factor that decides the fate of a superpower. But to Karl, all of this sounds ridiculous. He doesn't believe Roland has nearly enough people to collect taxes and run everything. He will eventually have to rely on elites anyway. And even if those people have to pay up taxes at the end of the day, then what difference will it make for them? The peasants don't care who their king is. Iris responds that she's just as curious as her brother about everything he's mentioned. But she's certain that anyone capable of writing a booklet like that is definitely prepared to make it a reality. She plans to visit Roland again, but this time, she'll be the one leading the conversation. Karl, however, is frustrated to hear this. He's convinced that their father will never accept these terms. The next day arrives, and we see His Majesty Roland reviewing all the records from the experiments they ran on the devils. While firearms and swords can be fatal to devils, poison doesn't affect them much. It's likely because their biology is fundamentally different from that of humans. He also tested dream water and berserker pills, but the results were the same. The devil was completely unaffected. The former couldn't tranquilize them, and the latter didn't induce any berserk reaction. Furthermore, once the red mist was dissected, it broke down into various types of gases and liquids. According to Kyle, some of it was flammable and smelled absolutely gut-wrenching, while another part was nitrogen. The rest was still unclear. However, those components weren't necessary for the devil's survival. The key lies in the mist's enchantment and understanding why the red mist expires. Also, when the temperature rises to 300 degrees, the red mist starts to separate rapidly. At 800 degrees, it even begins to burn. It seems that fire is a decent weapon against devils, on top of traditional firearms. Just then, an officer reports to Roland that the Northern Region's ambassador wishes to see him. Roland is a bit surprised that they're ready to talk after just a day, but he's prepared to meet them. If they don't recognize his law, he's already planning to force them to stay. Later, Iris finally introduces herself as Iris Candle, the Duke of Evernight's eldest daughter and Karl's sister. She apologizes for not introducing herself previously, explaining that her brother probably forgot to do so. Roland immediately figures that she must be the real ambassador, and Iris doesn't hesitate to admit it, further claiming that her father has given her full authority over this trip, along with his official approval seal. The prince is quite intrigued to finally meet her. In this age, it's incredibly rare for a woman to be an ambassador, let alone someone so young and attractive. Given her impeccable etiquette, he can tell that this isn't the first time she has met someone of higher authority. He also realizes that she hid her identity to avoid attention during negotiations. It wasn't really deception, more like a playful tactic often used by elites. Since she is here on behalf of her father, the prince finally asks if she has made up her mind. Before giving a direct answer, she first wants to ask a few questions and clarify some things. She recalls that he mentioned how the aristocratic system would be eliminated due to the growth of central power. But without the elite's help, she wants to know how he plans to ensure that the kingdom will still be managed efficiently. Majesty Roland is intrigued by her willingness to debate, and her question is an interesting one. He's more than ready to respond, so he tells her that he will ensure the kingdom is managed efficiently through the power of the people and the development of technology. She then follows up with another question, inquiring if he is talking about normal citizens. He confirms that he is indeed talking about citizens. Essentially, the city hall will hire, train, and equip a governing team. Their qualifications won't be based on wealth or status, because it doesn't matter whether they were aristocrats or not. She then challenges him again. How will he prevent governing officers from neglecting their duties when stationed far from the capital? Once Grey Castle is fully unified, how will commerce be regulated across different regions? And can high production really be a standard to measure the efficiency of legislation? Roland smirks and elaborates on everything. Once he's done explaining, she appreciates his answers. She hadn't expected him to be so thorough. She's also impressed that the rulebook he wrote doesn't lack context either. Once again, Roland finds himself fascinated by how sharp she is. While he isn't the most well-versed in politics, he feels that's the most he can tell her on the subject. She then moves on to another topic. She wants steam engine equipment to be produced in the northern region. But the prince reminds her that he doesn't have enough personnel for that. Most importantly, replicating the technology would be difficult since the process requires the input of witches. After discussing all these matters, she is still curious about one particular thing. She doesn't quite understand why he is rushing to reunite Grey Castle, especially when he could just wait 10 years or so and easily conquer any region. In order to answer her question, Roland invites Iris to follow him. He assures her that she will understand soon enough. Eventually, he takes her to the experimental lab, where the devil lies restrained on a table. He explains to her that the foreign creature before her is a devil. They originate from beyond the northern mountains, and they pose the greatest threat humanity has ever faced. The war between humans and devils isn't about wealth or territory, it's a battle for survival. The losing side will be completely wiped out. This truth has been buried and censored by the church for centuries. In reality, this war stretches back millennia and was once known as the Divine War. Seeing the undeniable evidence before her, Iris is forced to acknowledge his words. Roland suggests continuing the discussion at the guest house. With that, they both leave the lab, leaving Agatha behind to continue her experiments. Not long after, Anna and Nana arrive. They are here to assist Agatha in accelerating the process of creating sigils. Their goal is to craft 4 listening sigils, 1 screeching sigil, and 1 observing sigil. Agatha recalls how, back in the days of the Scholarly Guild, it would have been considered a complete waste to use high-quality stones of divine judgment from magic slayers to create something as basic as screeching and observing sigils. But with Roland's powerful artillery, combat sigils are no longer as essential as they once were. As Agatha continues her work, Anna asks if the quality of a sigil depends on the ingredients used. Agatha confirms that it does. The primary determining factors are the stone of divine judgment and magic-infused blood. The Scholarly Guild once believed that magic alters the body in every aspect, and a high-tier witch's body contains far more magic than that of a normal witch. This difference becomes even more pronounced with those who surpass the transcendent level. To forge an excellent sigil, one requires the blood of powerful devils and the highest quality stones of divine judgment. For example, Lady Alice's sigil of divine judgment was created on the battlefield, using the blood of a dying magic slayer. Hearing this, Anna wonders if the same result can be achieved by combining witch blood with the stones instead. Agatha responds with no. The stones do not melt like wax, and the reaction is not as strong. When mixed with witch blood, the liquid becomes watery and clear. However, when mixed with devil blood, the liquid hardens like rock. Since the process of crafting a sigil is similar to smelting metal, the magic stone must be placed before the liquid solidifies. At the same time, they must complete a key step, connecting the magic veins. The veins are similar to those found in plants. The Scholarly Guild believed that only living beings could harness magic. Without this crucial step, the magic stone remains nothing more than an isolated object, incapable of channeling true power. Anna hesitates for a moment before asking, Does this mean that devil blood can grant ordinary elements life? Agatha does not hesitate to reveal the harsh truth. Not only do they require devils, but they also require witches. Of course, this revelation shocks both Anna and Nana. Agatha further continues to reveal that the scholarly guild discovered this secret by accident. When witch blood is mixed with devil blood, a unique effect occurs. Essentially, a stone of divine judgment will melt and maintain a state of life, just like a plant. In this state, it can retain the magic flowing through its veins without losing it. Agatha doesn't know how to describe it, but she's sure Anna will understand once she sees it. So, she cuts her palm to draw blood, and after acquiring enough blood, she tells Nana to heal her wound. Anna, on the other hand, is tasked with placing the magic stone in the cavity according to the notes. The reason Agatha chose these two for assistance is obvious. While Nana can help her through the pain, Anna is the most educated witch in the Union, making her perfect for inheriting this practice. If King Roland hadn't given Agatha hope of defeating the devils, she would have buried the method of creating sigils forever. Mixing witch and devil blood was a truth even the Alliance found difficult to accept. That controversy was incredibly detrimental to the Divine War. Consequently, the crafting process was the scholarly guild's closely guarded secret, and that's exactly why she doesn't want Roland to observe it. The next process involves pouring the blood. Afterward, Agatha works her magic, and once the blood and stone mix together, it feels like the fluid is coming alive, a sign that their experiment is succeeding. Next, they'll have to cut it open and seal it again with a sheet of silver. The last step differs with each type of sigil. For example, the screeching sigil can't be cut, so it must be used as a whole. Anna is worried about what happens if the process fails. Agatha reassures her that failure is always a possibility. However, the solution is quite simple. They just need to extract the magic stone and start over. The problem is that it's going to consume more blood. This is why devil blood was more valuable than witches in tequila. It doesn't really matter if witch blood is spilled during experimentation, but wasting devil blood was punishable. Now it's time for the next sigil, and this time, Anna volunteers to donate her blood. She reminds Agatha that while Nana can heal cuts, she can't replenish blood. Roland also warned that blood loss can cause nausea and even fainting, so they can't risk too much experimentation if Agatha spills too much blood. The best method for recovery is to rest for 2 days before resuming practice and production, but a diet of porridge and liver speeds up the process. Agatha is taken aback to hear this, as those are the exact words she once heard from Roland. Anna further mentions that since she's supposed to inherit Agatha's crafting methods, she will take charge of producing the next 2 sigils. Agatha smiles and hands over the responsibility to her. Later, Iris meets with Roland again, discussing the upcoming divine war against the devils. She's having a hard time digesting the sheer amount of information. She wants to know if the devils are really as strong as His Majesty claims. Roland confirms it without a doubt. They possess both immense strength and overwhelming numbers. To give her perspective, he reminds her that while his armies can easily defeat Timothy's night squadrons, he isn't as confident when it comes to devils. After all, the devils have been hiding in the northwest of the Dawn continent for the past 400 years, and unlike the witches, they never had to start over. Most importantly, negotiation isn't an option in this war. It will only end when one side is completely exterminated. Iris questions if Roland intends to announce this information to the public. Roland admits that while it's inevitable, he won't disclose it yet. He has no way of knowing how people will react to the existence of such cruel and terrifying monsters, and building trust takes time. Iris agrees, understanding that panic can be more dangerous than any enemy. She has one last question. How long do they have until the next divine war? Roland explains that they have 5 years or less. No one knows exactly when the Red Moon will descend. All he can say is that war could break out at any time, so he can't unify Grey Castle at a slow pace. Since that's the case, Iris declares that she is willing to follow Roland's orders without hesitation. She formally states that the Candle family will adhere to His Majesty's laws without resistance, and Roland's decree will be the only voice that echoes through the northern region. She also hopes that his promises to establish steam engine factories in the north will materialize soon. Then, she proposes something drastic. She's willing to leave Carl behind so her father will have no choice but to agree. However, Roland believes that if she leaves her brother as a hostage, Duke Carlin will see it as a threat. Of course, Iris has already considered this as well. Later, as Roland sits alone lost in thought, he can't help but notice how radiant Iris is. Her ideas are progressive, and she's rather adaptable. If the entire northern region truly serves him as she promised, then his controlled territory will practically double in size. After all, nothing is sweeter than population and resources. With this, pressure will mount on the remaining aristocrats in the eastern region, and if all goes well, he may finish unification before the months of demons arrive. His thoughts are interrupted when Agatha enters his office, carrying a box full of sigils. She explains that they failed twice in the first batch, and Anna also participated. Agatha then reminds him that if she's going to continue making sigils, she requests an independent and spacious laboratory instead of a shack that's shabbier than a horse stable. We then shift our attention to these sigils. There are different types of sigils, each designed to mimic basic functions of a phone. The listening sigil provides long-distance communication. The screeching sigil emits a piercing scream when it detects magic energy, an effective prevention measure against enemy raids. As for the observing sigil, it will assist Thunder in his explorations. Speaking of Thunder, Roland mentions how he wasn't able to join the crew on their voyage, so he couldn't witness the incredible sea line. He's feeling bummed about it. The scene transitions to Thunder and his crew sailing through the sea. The fog is dense around them, so he instructs his crew to roll up the sails and move slowly while keeping their eyes and ears open. They're getting close to their destination. Margaret and Molly are also present on the boat. They are all here on the mission to find another witch, Joan. She's actually a mermaid. Margaret last saw her 10 years ago. Back then, Joan's legs transformed into a fishtail. However, a decade has passed, and Margaret doesn't know what Joan is like now. Camellia, another witch on board, hears Margaret's description and comments that this sounds like a summoning ability. It's not surprising that Joan can transform into an aquatic creature. If she's been living in the ocean all this time, then her awakening day wouldn't have been dangerous. She's likely been passively using her magic power to maintain her form. But Camellia isn't sure if they'll find Joan there after all these years. Thunder, however, is confident. His intel has never been wrong. Ever since he learned Joan was a witch, he has been watching this place. Her song is the symbol of Wavesnow Island, and some merchants even tried to take her voice for themselves. Camellia asks if Thunder ever tried stopping them. He responds that a sailing accident stopped them, and he promises that none of them will ever think of capturing her again. Suddenly, one of the men in the watchtower reports that he hears the song. Thunder immediately silences the crew. As the melodies fill the air, Thunder quickly orders the anchors dropped. He and a group of witches board a rowboat to meet her. Thunder is certain that she remains hidden out of fear of being caught. He explains that endangered ships typically only hear her song, and few have ever seen her in person. This is why he anchored the ship in order to draw her in while they approach her with the rowboat. Finally, they spot her, and Joan notices them in return. Margaret quickly introduces herself, but Joan, timid and overwhelmed, mumbles incomprehensibly. Thunder realizes that Joan may have forgotten how to speak. He turns to Camilla, who uses her magic to bridge manage their communication. Suddenly, Margaret is able to understand Joan's words. Margaret begins the conversation by expressing her gratitude for saving her back then, and she is once again to ask for Joan's help. Joan remembers Margaret well. They used to spend a great deal of time together. In order to make her comfortable, Margaret praises the incredible powers of witches. She points out that even their conversation is possible only because of Camilla, a fellow witch, who can connect hearts and minds. However, Joan remains wary of the sailors, as they have always sought to capture witches. Margaret assures her that the church has been eradicated. Witches have now settled in the bay, where Slumber Island has become a sanctuary, a town built by witches, for witches. Joan is free to join them. As the conversation continues, Thunder grows more curious about what they are talking about. Suddenly, Joan retreats into the water. Seeing this, Thunder immediately turns to Margaret, in order to question her how the conversation went. Margaret delivers the good news that Joan has agreed to her request. The scene transitions to Dawn Capital, where Yorko rides in a carriage alongside a refined woman. She asks his thoughts on the city. Yorko admits that Dawn Capital is indeed a city of merchants. Even the city ruler supports the free market. If this were Grey Castle, such unrestricted trade would be shut down by patrol guards. Perhaps only the Bay could compare. Miss Denise then reveals an interesting tidbit. The capital's goods fall into two categories: practical items such as glassware, mirrors, perfumes, and high-quality fabrics, and unique or peculiar items, which have no fixed price and are valued based on the buyer's preference. Every weekend, the city's auction house opens, with entrance requirements that vary depending on the items being sold. She offers to take Yorko to the most exclusive auctions if he is interested. However, she mentions that slave trading has taken over the two businesses she just mentioned. Yorko remarks that slave trading is nothing new, but Denise clarifies that this is an expansion of an already existing industry. The easiest businesses are always the most popular. Since the church's invasion of Wolfheart, hundreds of thousands of refugees have fled. If one feeds and shelters them, they can be gathered and sold for profit. Though she personally dislikes the idea of trading people, especially women, Yorko reassures her not to dwell on it if it upsets her. The most profitable ventures often carry great risks. Just take those refugees as an example. If those refugees revolt, the slave traders will have much to fear. The carriage driver announces their arrival at the royal district. Yorko parts ways with Denise, relieved to be free of her company. She is a married woman, and if her husband had seen them together, Yorko fears the consequences. His assigned guard, Fox, approaches, inquiring about his conversation with the lady inside the carriage. Yorko brushes him off, claiming they only discussed business. Fox was personally assigned to Yorko by Roland, and it is clear that Yorko does not like him in the least. Regardless, Fox inquires what is the next step. Yorko declares that he will raise the Grey Castle flag and announce to the entire kingdom that the Grey Castle ambassador has arrived. Later, Yorko finds himself at a lavish banquet, one of the grandest he has ever attended. He notices several young ladies who seem ready to entertain. It is then that Prince Appen Moya, the first Prince of Dawn, arrives. He greets Yorko and shares good news. He has passed on Roland Wimbledon's letters and documents to his father. Yorko returns the greeting, offering his condolences for the king's illness. It is unfortunate that the king cannot meet him personally. About half a month ago, the king collapsed suddenly at a banquet. Since then, he has remained unconscious, waking for only 3 hours a day. Once pleasantries and formalities are exchanged, the prince moves to leave, but Yorko stops him. He wishes to discuss the alliance between Dawn and Grey Castle. Prince Appen acknowledges the matter, but states that he will wait for his father's recovery before handling administrative decisions. With that, Yorko resumes enjoying the banquet. There he encounters Miss Denise once again. Meanwhile, Prince Appen speaks privately with Otto, his close associate. If you don't recall, Otto is the same guy who was friends with Andrea. Otto does not understand why Appen is delaying the alliance treaty, especially since the king himself supports it. The church remains a serious threat. They cannot afford to sit idly by. Appen reminds Otto that they were originally meant to align with Timothy, not Roland. Otto argues that they should support the rightful king of Grey Castle. The ambassador's message confirms Roland's legitimacy. However, the prince silences him, assuring Otto that he will handle the matter and warning him not to interfere. Otto, unwilling to let the issue drop, insists that they must take action against the church. His persistence earns him a cold glare from the prince. Fear grips Otto. He quickly swallows his argument and promises to hold his tongue. In a chilling tone, Appen asks if they are still friends. Otto replies that they are. Not only him, but Belinda and Oro are also part of their friendship circle. Appen follows up with a heavy question. If something were to happen to the king, would Otto support him as the next ruler? Trapped by the weight of their friendship, Otto has no choice but to agree. Once alone, Otto feels deeply unsettled by the changes in Appen. When the king fell ill, Appen seemed devastated. However, he has recently regained his composure, but he is different now. Otto knows the prince well. Appen was never the type to seek power at any cost. He decides to seek out help from his friends, hoping they can uncover the truth behind Appen's transformation. Meeting Oro, who is training with his sword, Otto directly states his concern. Oro, however, is uninterested. Appen is the prince, the future king basically, and Oro is sure that he will never remain their friend forever. Besides, Appen is a grown man now. If he is throwing a tantrum, Oro sees no reason to entertain it. Otto reminds him of their long-standing friendship, but Oro snaps. Ever since Andrea's supposed death, their friendship was broken beyond repair. That is when Otto reveals the truth that Andrea is alive. Shocked, Oro demands immediate answers. Otto explains that he saw her in Bordertown, under Roland Wimbledon's protection. She turned out to be a witch, and Roland shelters witches in Grey Castle. Her death was a ruse orchestrated by her father to protect her. Now more than ever, Otto believes they must pull Appen back. Dawn must ally with Roland to defeat the church. If they do not, and the church attacks alone, they may never see Andrea again. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Oro finally understands. The two friends clasp hands, ready to do whatever it takes in order to preserve their long-shared friendship. Later we meet Yorko, who finally makes it to his room, only to get spooked by Fox. Yorko demands to know what emergency made Fox sneak into his room just to scare the hell out of him. Fox reveals that Wolfheart refugees are pouring into Dawn, and it's a great opportunity to recruit people. He suggests that Yorko treat it as a business deal, focusing on buying craftsmen, those who are literate, and those with special skills. The money he spends will be reimbursed by Roland. What's more, for every person they recruit, His Majesty Roland will pay 5 silvers. But Yorko makes it clear that he has no head for business. When he chatted with Denise, it was only to get her to talk. He has no interest in running around and buying people. Besides, the slave trade mainly happens on the border between the two countries, and since he's supposed to be an ambassador, how is he supposed to explain going there? Fox reminds him that this is His Majesty's plan. Yorko doesn't have to leave Radiant City. Some slaves will inevitably be brought here to be sold. The price might be a little higher, but they can afford it, and the initial filtering will already be done. As for not having a head for business, Fox suggests he ask Miss Denise for help. She's a well-known noble merchant, and transporting refugees to Grey Castle wouldn't be difficult for her. Establishing a transport route would benefit them in the long run, and if they ever run into danger, they could just disguise themselves as small-time traders and retreat safely. Yorko is genuinely amazed at how much Fox seems to know about these affairs. Fox bluntly tells the pleasure seeker that while he was out mingling, Fox was out gathering information on the streets. By now, Yorko is forced to admit that while Fox is a capable knight, he's just as much a capable businessman. But the man makes it clear that he is neither a knight nor a businessman. However, he is willing to protect Yorko if the need arises. After all, Yorko's safety is something His Majesty Roland entrusted him with. As for his own identity, he's nothing more than a simple circus worker. The scene shifts to Neverwinter City, where poor Barov is drowning in a flood of requests from different departments, completely overwhelmed. But he's not alone in this mess. Beside him is Iris, sent by His Majesty Roland to learn a thing or two about how the city hall operates. She is already done with the first task Barov assigned to her, meticulously laying everything out with no room for mistakes. Internally, Barov is amazed by her mannerisms and intelligence. He's so impressed that he's literally eyeing her as a potential candidate for His Majesty Roland's wife. If Iris successfully establishes a provincial city hall in the north, that would be a great achievement. But if things keep progressing in the right direction and she excels in her role, Barov fears she might eventually replace him. To avoid this fate, he decides to teach her that city hall work isn't so easy to grasp. King Roland needs a minister who can see the bigger picture. So, he bombards her with an extremely complex problem and asks for her solution. In his mind, controlling the big picture requires experience in administration and a deep understanding of the city's unique traits. No amount of talent or prior experience could allow her to know this city like the back of her hand. But to his shock, she comes up with a solution that completely blows his mind. The plan she proposes is not only clever, but also so daring that even he wouldn't have thought of it. Later that night, Iris returns to her room, where she finds her brother Carl, reading a book he bought from the local market. It's like a painting, but it has a story too, making it quite entertaining to read. Seeing her in such an upbeat mood, Carl wonders if she has no intention of returning. She reminds him that she's still waiting for their father's response. Once their father replies, Roland will let Carl return home, but she plans to stay longer. Carl asks if it's the city hall that wants her to remain. She clarifies that it's not the city hall itself, but Roland Wimbledon's administration. She then tells Carl that she will be sending a letter to their father soon enough. The scene transitions to the northern region, where Duke Carlin throws a tantrum after reading the letter Iris sent. The source of his distress is His Majesty Roland's plan to strip the aristocracy of their governing power. Usually Iris has always helped Carlin stay one step ahead, but this time, he feels like she has completely handed them over to Roland. To make matters worse, she even told him to avoid resistance and accept the situation. Her choice of words makes Carlin sound like a criminal. For a moment, he's certain she's trying to rebel against him. If he submits to Roland, the Candle family will lose its ruling power over the border region. Just when he thought he could enjoy total control after getting rid of the Holmes and Lista families, he's back to square one. At the same time, he dreads the consequences of refusing to submit to Roland. Iris had made it clear in her letter that if their father refused to submit, both she and Carl would be doomed. Roland would imprison them forever, just like the heir of Duke Ryan. She could already imagine countless ways he could humiliate her, and once he was done with her, he'd throw her into the dungeons or the military barracks, destroying the so-called Northern Pearl forever. To intimidate her father further, she urged him to think about his own fate as well. Before long, Roland's armies would descend upon the north, and she was willing to bet that his vassals and knights wouldn't last even half a day. If he resisted, he wouldn't just lose his title, he wouldn't even be able to live as a normal citizen, much less a duke. Basically, she was trying to convince her father by showing her own fear of the worst. She wanted him to send an official letter of loyalty to express their cooperation. Along with that, she asked him to send literate servants to learn the city hall's governing system, so they could familiarize themselves with the new laws. Since Iris had already made her decision, Carlin saw no choice but to trust her plan and pledge his loyalty to His Majesty Roland. But as a duke, he still wanted to rely on his last trump card, offering Iris as the next queen. He would include this condition in his letter of loyalty. The scene transitions to Dragon's Cliff, where Iron Axe launches an attack with the First Army in formation. Their objective is to take down Spear Passy's worthless brother and reclaim her territory. Iron Axe asks her what she intends to do with the traitor knights and the servants who sided with her brother. Without hesitation, she makes it clear that they are no longer her knights if they chose to betray her, and she wants them to pay for it. He then asks her what she plans to do with Redwin Passy, her brother. He reminds her that His Majesty's orders were to send all elite rebels to Neverwinter, except for her family. Everyone else who resists will be executed. However, she has the choice of what happens to her brother. For now, it seems like Spear Passy hasn't decided yet. The battle erupts, and after a brutal clash, she emerges victorious, reclaiming her land by utterly defeating her brother. When she finally stands face to face with him, the bastard still has the audacity to spew nonsense, calling her a witch, a devil's claw. Paranoid from his defeat, he throws every insult in the book at her, even going so far as to claim she's just an adopted child. But his words have no effect on Passy. In fact, she welcomes the idea. If she were adopted, that would be even better. She has no desire to be associated with a scum brother like him. She turns on her heel to leave, but not before ordering the knights to take Redwin Passy to Neverwinter City. Since he's lost, he is just a lost cause. He's better suited for hard labor in the mines. With that, she walks away. As she moves through the corridor, she takes in the ruins of her town and silently wishes for Dragon's Cliff to prosper under Roland's rule. The scene shifts to Neverwinter, where the skies rumble with thunder, a clear sign that summer is here. The weather seems unforgiving. Roland is relieved that it didn't rain 3 days ago. Otherwise, one of his plays, The City of Love, wouldn't have had its outdoor performance. Fortunately, the remodeled plaza was spacious enough, and Echo's ability had taken the performance to the next level. Even Roland, despite having watched many high-production films in the past, was deeply moved by the performance. He had no doubt that the song she sang, the Song of Unison, had a profound effect on everyone who heard it. Suddenly Barov burst into Roland's office with good news for once. It's a rare sight. Usually, every time he steps into the office, he's already out of breath and rattling off the worst possible scenarios. Barov reveals that the latest real estate statistics have been calculated, and the results are just as Roland expected. After the performance of The City of Love, the number of people submitting requests for rentals and home purchases has surged. Even marriage registrations have increased significantly. Roland feels proud upon hearing this. He further emphasizes that the theater is not just for entertainment, it serves as a tool for emotional stability. Beyond promoting the pride of labor and construction, it also strengthens social bonds. His next plan is to expand efforts to accept more refugees. A thriving population is Neverwinter's greatest resource for development, and it takes priority over many other matters. He then instructs Barov to summon Scroll, as he has something important to discuss with her. Soon enough, Scroll arrives in his office, responding to the summons. Roland wastes no time getting to the point. He intends to expand the education department's reach and include the newly arrived refugees in the system. However, Scroll is hesitant. At the moment, they lack enough teachers and classrooms. To accommodate the new influx, they would need to double or even triple their current staff. But Roland already has a plan to ease the burden on teachers by having students teach themselves. His idea is simple. Public classes will be held once a week for basic literacy, and the rest of the time, students will practice writing and recognizing words using workbooks. There will be no grades, tests, or formal requirements. Everything will depend on the individual's willingness to learn. Scroll, however, is skeptical. Without supervision, she doubts that even 1 in 10 students will succeed in learning properly. But Roland doesn't mind. His goal is simply to give them a chance. There will always be people dissatisfied with low salaries, and to prevent them from making poor decisions, he feels it is his duty to provide them with a way to improve themselves. Offering a legitimate path for the lower classes to rise is essential to maintaining the energy of a new government. Outside, the rain has finally stopped after pouring all night. A new day begins. Wendy attempts to wake Nightingale, but she remains in a deep slumber, oblivious to Wendy's calls. Deciding not to disturb her further, Wendy heads off to breakfast. After eating, she meets with her little students. She inquires about the sales of the first volume of Witch Diaries. One of the girls eagerly reports that the book has been a hit. Everyone is fascinated by the stories of Bordertown's angels, especially the first army soldiers. People come to buy copies every day. In the past week alone, they have sold around 60 copies. At this rate, they'll sell out all 1,000 initial copies within half a month. Wendy is pleasantly surprised by these numbers. While they may seem modest on paper, they are impressive for a town where food is the top priority. Witch Diaries is purely for entertainment. It doesn't help with studies, nor does it feed people. And it's not cheap either. It's time for them to start brainstorming ideas for the next volume. Luckily, Roland has already chosen the protagonist for the second book, Sister Echo. The title will be The Silver Moon Princess from the Southern Lands of Sand and Fire. Wendy finds herself looking forward to the day Roland conquers the southern region, and finally visits Echo's homeland, an endless desert. Her role is to spread awareness about witches and reveal their true nature to the people. Echo, on the other hand, has firmly established herself in the theater, where the actors absolutely love her music. Meanwhile, Evelyn has opened a pub near the Holy Mountain Hotel, selling all sorts of unique liquors. Her drinks have become unforgettable to both locals and tourists alike. Rumor has it that Hummingbird will soon join City Hall as the Vice Department head of the construction department, making her the second witch to hold an official position after Scroll. As everyone works hard to build Neverwinter City, public perception of witches is also beginning to change. One day, they will be seen as equals. The scene shifts to the Kingdom of Dawn. Oro and Otto sneak around the king's residence, moving carefully through the shadows. Otto is anxious, fearing they might get caught. Sneaking into His Majesty's residence is strictly forbidden, but Oro insists this is necessary if they are to accomplish their goal. In fact, Oro still can't believe he used Andrea's whereabouts as leverage to demand help from Lord Quinn, her father. They burn through a sewer cap using acid and proceed inside. This passage is actually an old escape tunnel. Otto knows it like the back of his hand. He and Oro used to explore the castle through it during their childhood. Eventually, they reach the end of the tunnel, which leads directly to the fireplace in the king's chamber. Inside, they find His Majesty lying in bed. Appin is also present. Soon enough, 2 pure witches enter the room, joining Appin. If anyone had forgotten, the blonde one is Isabella, while the veiled woman is literally named Viel. They claim to have the medicine that can cure the king, but they refuse to hand it over unless Appin fulfills their unreasonable demands. And even if he manages to get the medicine, there's one condition. It will only work if the Pope is the one to administer it. The mention of the Pope catches Oro off guard, leaving him sweating bullets. From what Oro and Otto understand, these women are not alchemists sent to cure the king. They are pure witches, exactly like the ones Roland had warned them about. Viel reminds Appin of the orders he had received a month ago to shut down all roads leading to Wolfheart. Yet, for some reason, refugees are still pouring into the kingdom. She coldly points out that even if these people crawled their way to the border, they should have reached it by now. Appin tries to explain that there are simply too many of them. If they are stopped at the border, most of them will starve to death. There are no nearby cities or settlements capable of providing food, and if the refugees are forced to turn back, it will take at least a week to return to Moortown. By then, many will perish. But Viel remains indifferent. As far as she is concerned, if these people are abandoning their kingdom, they deserve to die, whether by starvation or dehydration. She would rather Appin focus on saving his father's life instead of worrying about breaking their agreement. With no other options, Appin reluctantly agrees to shut down all roads within the next week. However, if refugees manage to cross through the mountains or forests, he won't take responsibility for them. Isabella at least agrees not to force him to do something beyond his control. Satisfied, Viel picks up the medicine bottle, drinks it herself, and then pours it into the king's mouth through her own. With that, Isabella promises that he will wake up in an hour, like usual. Viel once again reminds him that as long as Appin follows orders, King of Dawn will be healed, and even healthier than before. Isabella also mentions that the next time they come will be when he completely shuts down the border, so she hopes he won't disappoint the Pope. The poor guy is totally frustrated, cornered by these filthy women. From what he understands, he's sure they're witches, which is why they fed the medicine through their mouths, in order to fuse it with magic. He finds it hard to believe that the church has witches, and what's worse is that whatever the church is doing is no different from demons. In the next moment, he signals his knights, and they pour into the area, completely surrounding them. Viel just calls this attempt utterly futile, saying the prince seems to take the church too lightly. But the prince, on the other hand, feels smug. They have stones of divine judgment all around the castle and everything. To the prince's despair, however, his soldiers unalive themselves. Oro decides to butt in, but Otto stops him. They can't get inside. The mechanism can only be triggered from within. Viel steps toward Appin, who slumps to the ground, recoiling in fear. The witches, on the other hand, seem disappointed that he still doesn't know how to follow orders. Still, they assure him that his father will be fine, and the Kingdom of Dawn will continue to exist for a while longer. Once the church takes Grey Castle, she plans to take Appin under her wing. While they will eventually take the Kingdom of Dawn, they promise to let Appin enjoy the luxurious lifestyle he craves. The citizens of Dawn will also be spared from the horrors of war. As they leave, they tell him to clean up the room as his father might be terrified to see this horrific sight. Otto and Oro finally take a moment to breathe. This encounter has taught them that witches aren't affected by the stones of divine punishment, and the church is planning to take Grey Castle and then Dawn, treating the four kingdoms like a feast, just as His Majesty Roland had described. Otto decides to reveal everything they saw to their fathers, as well as Lord Quinn, but Oro is against it. They just saw firsthand that the stones of divine judgment are useless against pure witches, meaning their families would be in danger. Otto, however, is confident that His Majesty Roland will help them. All they have to do is find the Grey Castle ambassador and relay the message. We then transition to Bordertown, where Prince Roland chuckles as he reads Duke Carlin's loyalty letter. One page is dedicated to pledging loyalty to Roland, but the 10 or so following pages are all praise for Iris, her beauty, her talents. He's basically describing her as the best woman for the position of queen. Essentially, this letter is more or less a marriage request. Roland just chuckles at the sight as he doesn't need a political marriage to secure his throne. Then he receives a pigeon carrying a letter. Once he opens it, he realizes it's from Ambassador Yorko of the Kingdom of Dawn. And what he reads is quite shocking. The Dawn Castle has been infiltrated by pure witches, and these pure witches are immune from the stones of divine judgment. The first prince, Appin, tried to resist, and his soldiers ended up committing suicide under the witches' control. The church's goal is to hold Dawn in place while they attack Grey Castle first. Oro Takata and Otto Lux witnessed Prince Appin's failed attempt against those pure witches, and now their families are seeking Roland's assistance. A profound change occurs in Roland's mood after hearing the news. The idea of witches being immune to the stones of divine judgment sounds terrifying. Nightingale reminds him that only transcendent witches with strengthened bodies or high-tier devils like magic slayers have that kind of resistance. Roland, on the other hand, decides that he's going to adjust his plans for conquering the southern region. Later, we see him in a conference with all the core members, planning how to proceed with the conquest. Iron Axe brings up replacing the first army soldiers stationed at Dragon's Cliff with newer recruits. The aristocrats shouldn't be too much trouble, while the first army should focus on taking on the church's forces. Roland agrees with this approach, but he has two major concerns. First, they don't know when the enemy will attack. Second, they don't know where it will happen. The church used to have only one path to attack Grey Castle, from the northern region all the way down to the capital. But now that they have the Dawn King in their grasp, the Divine Punishment Army might attack from the Dawn border as well. So he asks if anyone has any suggestions. Barov argues that no matter where they come from, they'll have to pass through the northern region first, which is Duke Carlin's territory. So he suggests having Miss Iris relay this information to her father, and station herself in the north to watch for enemies. Iris agrees that keeping watch is important, but she points out that it's not an efficient plan. If the enemy is already at their doorstep, it would be difficult to buy more time. Roland then asks if she has a better solution, to which she suggests sending people to Hermes. This idea leaves a few people in the room stunned. Sending spies to the church's holy city sounds ridiculous. Even if they made it inside, it's not like the Pope would announce their invasion. The place is filled with church followers, making infiltration nearly impossible. But Iris reminds them that they don't need to enter the holy city. All they need to do is negotiate with the merchants near it. She then directs everyone's attention to the map and points out Hermes' unique geography. She highlights a particular slope by the mountains. The old holy city was below, while the new one was built on the plains above. The environment there is incredibly harsh. While it's harder for demons to attack, the living conditions are terrible, making farming impossible. That means Hermes must source food from elsewhere. Every fall, dozens of caravans arrive from all four kingdoms to provide resources, turning the old holy city into a marketplace, almost like a small town. The church maintains order there, and merchants frequently pass through. In other words, if the church starts sending large armies of divine punishment soldiers, the merchants will know immediately. While the room is rocked by Iris's quick thinking, Knight Carter is shocked by her intelligence. Roland also approves of her plan, and now he understands why she's called the Northern Pearl. Iris then turns to Roland and expresses her desire to see his army in action. She has always been intrigued by how he managed to siege the capital in just one day. If she can understand the First Army's combat style, she might be of use in the coming conflicts. Meanwhile, Sylvie believes they should contact Miss Tilly, as the witches of Sleeping Island might also be able to help. Roland is reluctant to rely on Tilly's aid, knowing that Sleeping Island is already dealing with internal conflicts. However, Sylvie is right. If they want the best chance at defeating the mysterious pure witches, they need the help of other witches. So, he decides to write her a letter. Agatha also reminds him not to forget to equip all mortals with stones of divine judgment. During the time of the Alliance, there were witches with incredible power, and mortals without stones were completely helpless against them. But Barov raises a concern. Where will they get enough stones in such a short time? That's when Roland reveals his plan. He intends to take the stones from the church itself. Instead of waiting for the enemy to strike, he plans to locate them first, like snapping the fangs off a venomous snake. Later, we see Wendy gathering the other witches to break the news. The church is coming. For a moment, a heavy gloom settles over the room. But one by one, the witches promise to do their part to contribute to the war. Moon vows to generate as much electricity as she can, while Evelyn promises to produce as much liquor as possible. Wendy can see that everyone is anxious about the looming war ahead, but no one seems to be backing down. Their belief probably stems from the fact that His Majesty has never lost a single battle. This war is critical for the Witch Union's future. Wendy is certain that if His Majesty obliterates the church, the entire kingdom, or even the whole continent, will finally be safe for witches to live in. And in Roland's territory, they will create a new world where witches and commoners share equal status and honor. For now, Wendy insists that everyone keeps working as usual, just as Roland has always taught them. With courage in her heart, Wendy is sure that no one can defeat them. This is their home, and this is the turning point in changing the fate of witches. And so, all of the witches stack their hands together, vowing to overcome any hurdles in their way. Later, Wendy meets Nightingale, who seems unusually tense about the upcoming war. Nightingale has waited a long time for this moment, to finally face the church head-on. The sisters they lost to the church's hands have also been waiting for this day. As always, Wendy comforts her friend, pulling her into a passionate hug that melts the worries right off Nightingale's face. Meanwhile, the grain seized by the First Army from Dragon's Cliff quickly replenishes Neverwinter's inventories, ensuring enough rations for the upcoming war. The new recruits will soon finish their basic training, and raiding the church for stones shouldn't be too difficult. Roland is confident that 1,500 soldiers will be more than enough for the operation. However, he knows they're likely to encounter pure witches during this mission. That's why the contributions of Evie and Sylvie will be absolutely critical. Captain Brian approaches Roland, still struggling to determine the best location for battle. He believes the First Army can only reach its full potential if they attack from the western region. The Navy would be able to provide solid backup, ensuring supply replenishments within a single day. This distance would also be a huge disadvantage for the church, as their forces would run out of food within a month. But Roland doesn't believe that Brian's plan will work. There are still many church followers in Grey Castle, and without any word from the Pope, they will continue to bring in as many supplies as they can carry. Iris also believes that the church possesses berserker pills, substances capable of transforming ordinary people into monstrous warriors. If the church starts losing, they might force the citizens of Grey Castle to consume these pills, turning them into weapons to weaken the First Army. The objective is the most important part of any battle, and if we don't achieve it, then even a victory becomes a loss. She argues that Roland needs every citizen in Grey Castle alive. They cannot allow the church to massacre the kingdom's people. Brian is startled by her words. As far as he understands, she is suggesting they launch an attack on the enemy before they even enter Grey Castle. He reminds her of the consequences. If their soldiers run out of ammunition, resupplying won't just take a day or two. Iris admits that she doesn't fully understand the artillery and firearms that Neverwinter uses, but she does know that no battle should come at the cost of innocent civilians. That's when Roland suggests focusing troops and supplies on the border cities first. This way, they can minimize transportation issues and avoid fighting within Grey Castle itself. But Captain Brian is still unsure. How will they know where the church will attack from? Roland proposes baiting them into attacking a specific location. If they can determine when the enemy will strike, they should be able to detect their preparations in nearby cities. The answer is Blizzard Cliff. If they pile up supplies there and station the First Army at Valleytown, which is nearby, the church will be drawn into attacking along that route. Brian asks why they would choose Blizzard Cliff. Iris explains that it's because Blizzard Cliff is too close to the Holy City. Instead of waiting for the church to attack, they should act as if they are preparing an offensive. This will pressure the enemy into falling back toward that position. But Brian questions what happens if the church refuses to take the bait and chooses another route instead. Roland's response is simple. Then the Holy City of Hermes will be annihilated. The next scene takes us into Anna's twisted nightmare. She sees buildings burning, flames surging wildly, a result of her own witch powers. Then, she is slapped by her father across the face. Anna jolts awake, gasping. It looks like this is not the first time she's had this dream. Later, she meets Wendy and her little helpers. She proceeds to hand Wendy this month's salary, 2 golden royals. Later, she gives a single coin to Knight Carter, who, in turn, delivers it to Anna's father. The reason Carter is delivering the money is because Anna refuses to meet him. She knows exactly how he'll act, just as he always did. And if she sees him now, it will only create more trouble for Roland. She doesn't want to add to his burdens. Knight Carter later reports back to her after completing the task, and Anna expresses her gratitude. She also instructs him not to tell Roland about this. Later, we see Sister Molly and Honey exploring Bordertown together. They are absolutely fascinated by how much the town has changed in just one winter. After spending a wonderful time together, they can only wish for one thing: that Miss Tilly would come to Bordertown and live here with them. If that happened, they could all live here happily, forever. The armies are ready to sail, and everything is going according to plan. Once they secure enough stones of divine judgment, the leading squad will first head to the northern region. Eventually, all 4,500 troops will rendezvous at Valleytown, forcing the church to attack Blizzard Cliff. Iris assures Roland that she will write to her father, requesting that he provide half of the northern region's stored rations for the soldiers. She also promises that the ruler of Valleytown will fully cooperate with anything the First Army requires. Roland curiously inquires if she does not plan to return, to which she expresses her intentions to follow the First Army in all its subsequent battles. She entrusts her brother to Roland's care, and he promises to look after him. Grateful for his kindness, she assures him that when the time of battle arrives, she will be waiting in Valleytown. Once she departs, setting sail with the First Army, Nightingale appears beside Roland. He asks if everything the woman said was genuine. Nightingale confirms that there was nothing deceitful. Her loyalty and combat knowledge were at least truthful. With this reassurance, Roland returns to the castle. In his office, he studies the map, noting that the western region now has an oceanside dock. His next step is to contact the infrastructure department to construct buildings, storage spaces, and a temporary port. He also orders an increase in coke oven production. Suddenly, Maggie arrives carrying a letter from Princess Tilly. Whatever is written inside demands immediate attention. Without hesitation, Roland instructs Maggie to take Sylvie and chase after the departing ships, delivering Tilly's message to Evie. At sea, the First Army. On board the ships, Iron Axe and Brian strategize their next move. Brian suggests blasting the cannons upon reaching the port, but Iron Axe warns that this could provoke hostile attention from the local ruler. Their primary target is the church, and other matters should be secondary. He decides to proceed with diplomacy first, delivering the necessary documents and following protocol. Iris volunteers to go, explaining that the Candle family is one of the great families of the northern region, and her father is a duke, making her a suitable ambassador. Brian expresses concerns for her safety, while Iron Axe advises her to take a squadron of soldiers as a precaution. If they hear gunfire, they will launch an attack. Upon landing, Iris proceeds into the city, where Baron Delta, the ruler of Redwater City, arrives to escort the delegation. Later, Iron Axe meets with the Baron and states their objective. The church is attempting to consume all 4 kingdoms, and rebellion is now inevitable. He reminds the Baron of the disasters at Everwinter and Wolfheart. Their goal is simple: destroy the church and leave. However, the Baron acts suspiciously, insisting there is no need to rush. He invites them to a grand banquet at the castle that evening, hoping everyone will attend. While Iris expresses gratitude for his generosity, she reminds him that they must first fulfill His Majesty's orders. As the army continues its march, an ominous presence suddenly descends upon the area. Sensing danger, Iron Axe commands full mobilization. Just then, Maggie and Sylvie appear, warning them of an impending threat. Sylvie has detected magic in the area. At that moment, the Baron's knights suddenly turn on the First Army. Chaos erupts as the Baron himself is struck by a massive rock, thrown by a witch with the power to hurl boulders. Iron Axe immediately gives the order to open fire. Soldiers unload their bullets, killing the witch on the spot. As she falls, the magic Sylvie had sensed dissipates. Brian reflects bitterly on how the church not only forces commoners into consuming berserker pills, but also secretly trains witches, ruining their lives. Nevertheless, Iron Axe reaffirms their mission. Following Roland's orders, they storm the church, eliminating the hooded figures inside. Inside the treasury, they uncover a hoard of valuable items. The scene shifts to Slumber Island, where Madame Heidi appears for the first time. It has been 2 months since Evie and Softfeather left, yet no news has arrived. She fears something terrible may have happened. She reflects on how her position on the island has become increasingly precarious. Ever since Tilly established the slumber spell, all non-combat witches have sided with her. Those useless individuals are now beginning to stand on equal footing with battle witches, a fact that frustrates Heidi. Just then, her subordinate Skyfire rushes in with urgent news. A new witch has arrived on the island. Her name is Annie. Skyfire fears that Annie is the same girl they encountered years ago, the one who had traveled with Evie. She recalls spotting Annie on a stretcher, She is certain that Annie is the same girl Bloodfang once rejected while taking Evie instead. Heidi gets furious and rebukes Skyfire for failing to take care of Annie when they first met. Skyfire insists she did her part and cannot explain how Annie has resurfaced. From what I can understand, Heidi secretly hands over support witches to the church while keeping battle witches for herself. If Annie is alive and well, it could expose Heidi's dealings with the church. Heidi demands to know why Annie was brought in on a stretcher. Skyfire explains that Annie has a severe case of frost illness, and Deborah is already tending to her. Unsettled, Heidi orders Skyfire to summon Nightfall and instruct Sandstorm to investigate Annie's condition. Since Sandstorm has never met Annie before, she will not be recognized. Later, Sandstorm reports back, Annie is unconscious and the frost illness has spread to her lungs. She won't recover in just a day or two. However, rumors suggest that a witch in Grey Castle's western regions possesses the ability to cure any illness. Once the rainstorms subside, Annie is to be sent there. This infuriates Heidi. She turns to Nightfall and asks if she can ensure that Annie sleeps forever. Nightfall hesitates but confirms that it is possible. When she inquires why it is necessary, Heidi dismisses the question, simply stating that Annie is a traitor to Bloodfang. Under Heidi's menacing glare, Nightfall quickly agrees to follow through. Heidi instructs her to cast her magic now, and it should only trigger when Annie is aboard the mermaid ship. With that, they decide to carry out the plan. Later, she and her entourage approach Camilla, demanding to see the new witch. Camilla, however, reminds them that Annie has already been put to sleep and should not be disturbed. But Heidi keeps insisting, claiming that they know someone named Annie already. She fabricates a story, stating that Annie may have been separated from Bloodfang during an escape from an island. Left with little choice, Camilla grants them permission to see Annie. Once they finally get inside, Heidi tries to distract Camilla while Nightfall attempts to cast her spell in secret. However, Camilla sees through the trick immediately and stops Nightfall before she can complete the incantation. The spell Nightfall was about to use, the Seed of Eternal Rest, is a dangerous magic capable of putting someone into an unending sleep. Thanks to Camilla's intervention, the magic misfires and harmlessly dissipates into the ground. Realizing their plan has failed, Heidi quickly casts a spell of her own to obliterate Camilla. But to her shock, she only destroys a hologram, a mere projection of the real Camilla. At that moment, Skyfire unleashes a fiery attack to clear the path ahead and makes a break for it. But before their escape can be successful, they find Ash standing outside, blocking their way. Alongside her are several witches, including Andrea. The battle is swift. One by one, the Bloodfang members are subdued by Andrea and Ash. The next morning, Ash and Andrea report the capture of the Bloodfang group to Princess Tilly and await her decision. Tilly looks distraught to realize that everything Roland had warned her about in the letter turned out to be true. She can't help but feel sorrowful. Why must witches always be forced into conflict? According to Evie, most of the Bloodfang witches were unaware of Heidi's secret agenda. They had simply followed her without knowing the full extent of her schemes. After careful consideration, Tilly makes her decision. She will gather all the Bloodfang witches, including Heidi, and take them to the Western region. There, they will face the Divine Punishment Army, the Judgment Army, and the Pure Witches. Tilly firmly believes that, just as Roland had said, if they can defeat the Church once and for all, witches will finally enjoy true freedom. Even if Roland were not her brother, she would still stand by his side, for he has been helping her all along. Turning to Ash and Andrea, she asks if they are willing to accompany her on this mission. The answer is immediate. Both witches are more than ready to fight alongside her. Andrea, in particular, is already daydreaming about the ice cream and desserts she will indulge in once they reach Border Town. Well boys, the long-awaited war is on the horizon, and I can't wait to cover all the details in the next episode. We then cut back to Neverwinter City, where Nightingale receives a report from the First Army about their mission to infiltrate the church and seize the Divine Judgment Stones. The report states that Silver City has lowered its drawbridge, and the armies are currently entering the church. Noticing how Sigil's transmission is heavily distorted, Roland deduces that this must be the maximum distance the communication sigil can operate without losing connection. If he wants direct communication with the north and east, he'll need to set up relay stations. But Nightingale reminds him that there aren't enough sigils for that. Only 4 pairs were ever made, and 2 of them are already in use for the current mission in Silver City. Besides, producing more isn't an option since capturing devils isn't exactly easy. As Roland tries to figure out a solution to their communication problem, Nightingale receives another transmission. The report confirms that there are no Divine Judgment Stones in the church. The place is completely empty. Even the basement has nothing. This leads Nightingale to suspect that the church might have fled, causing the prince immense disappointment. Suddenly, the sigil picks up another transmission, and it's lightning this time. She reports that the red mist beyond the snowy mountains has disappeared, or rather it's currently dissipating. Roland finds it hard to believe, but lightning confirms it again. They're witnessing it with their own eyes, and Maggie is also a witness. Roland quickly warns them not to get any closer to the devil's camp and to return immediately. Then, he instructs Nightingale to summon Agatha, as she might have an answer for this unusual behavior of devils. Unfortunately, Agatha has no explanation. The Alliance rarely had the chance to make contact with the devil's inner camps, so she's never heard of anything like this happening before. In decades of war, she has never seen the devils retreat. With no immediate answers, Roland decides to keep an eye on the devil's movements. 5 days pass, Roland receives a report from Lightning that the mist has completely disappeared. In this case, Nightingale suggests launching an investigation, and Roland agrees. Soon they gather the witches best suited for the mission. Before long, they arrive at the devil's hideout. Agatha notes that this is the closest she has ever been to a devil camp in her lifetime. Lightning quickly reports their arrival at the location. The prince reminds them to stay cautious and retreat at the first sign of danger. As they walk through the devil's nest, they realize just how eerie the place looks, something they hadn't noticed when they flew over it in a balloon. Agatha can't determine the reason for the devil's retreat, but it hasn't been long since they left. The towers haven't completely wilted yet. They've only darkened in color, and it'll take some time before they become brittle. This camp is nothing like the frontline camp the Alliance captured in her day. This suggests that the devils weren't preparing for a retreat. Instead, their decision was sudden and unexpected. Agatha decides to venture deeper into the center, to the area where the multi-eyed devil was last seen. That's the only place where they might find any clues. As Lightning takes an extra step, the brittle ground beneath her crumbles, and she falls into a hole. But she quickly flies out of the pit. When they peek inside, they spot a devil lying at the bottom, and it looks long dead. Agatha starts piecing things together to figure out the situation. According to Sylvie, devils usually reside underground, which solidifies the evidence that everything happened very suddenly here. These devils couldn't have been waiting for new orders until death. Lightning suggests flying instead of walking to avoid falling into any more pits. As they take to the air, they discover a massive hole. While Lightning is looking forward to going deeper inside, Maggie and Agatha strongly protest against the idea of going inside, for obvious reasons. While exploring the area from above, They come across a towering wall of mountain stones blocking their path. Lotus steps up, using her powers to widen the path by moving the stones away. As they go further, they stumble upon a treasure trove of magic stones and other valuable items. Maggie takes on the task of transporting the goods back. Back in Neverwinter City, we return to Roland. He reflects on their mission. While Maggie has already taken a whole bunch of magic stones back home, Summer is currently working on deciphering what happened. Nightingale arrives with a letter in hand, addressed to Roland. Before we find out who sent the message, the scene transitions to the docks. There, laborers are working hard to rebuild the collapsed dock. According to Nana's report, 3 construction workers broke their legs in the accident. The prince takes full responsibility, admitting that the dock's design was flawed and promises that it won't happen again. However, that's not the main reason Roland is here. It's actually because Tilly has just arrived. The siblings shake hands and greet each other. Tilly reveals that she managed to bring Heidi with her, the leader of the Bloodfang. Roland is surprised and wonders if this means Tilly has resolved the internal conflict plaguing Sleeping Island. Tilly clarifies that while she has Heidi restrained, she hasn't yet revealed what happened to the witches who were rejected by Bloodfang, though she promised to explain everything once she meets with Roland. Tilly believes that Heidi sees Roland as her last hope. Since he is the ruler of Grey Castle and represents the elite, Heidi is banking on striking a deal with him to save her own life. She's hoping Roland will help her regain her position in Wolfheart. Later, we see Andrea reading that letter from her friends, Otto and Oro, who are in the Kingdom of Dawn. Andrea is a bit frustrated that Otto put both his life and Oro's on the line, but Ash is actually feeling grateful for both of them. It's all thanks to them that they now have intel on the church's movements ahead of time. Tilly asks if Roland has replied to Otto yet. Roland responds positively. He advised Otto not to be reckless. If the Divine Judgment Stones are truly useless against pure witches, then mortals won't be able to restrain them. With the vast distance between Grey Castle and the Kingdom of Dawn, providing immediate aid would be impossible. The only smart move is for Prince Appin to keep his head down and act only after the church fully turns its attention toward Grey Castle. Andrea, knowing Otto's personality all too well, doubts he'll just sit idly by. But Roland assures her that Otto will listen. After all, Otto is a sucker for Andrea, and since Roland promised she would be safe in Neverwinter City even if they fought the church head-on, no one would be able to hurt her. Seeing Andrea die is the last thing Otto would ever want. Of course Andrea gets annoyed, while Ash doesn't waste the opportunity to tease her about her supposed admirers doing everything they can to protect her. Tilly cuts through the banter, bringing them back to the main topic, how they plan to defend against the church. Roland initiates the discussion by revealing that after receiving the reports, he sent the First Army to stockpile supplies in Valleytown and clear out any church influence there. Hearing this, Tilly raises her concerns. With Roland's approach, the holy city of Hermes will easily detect Grey Castle's movements. And if that happens, her own plan to advance to Blizzard Town will also be exposed. Andrea shares the same thoughts. After all, they were supposed to mislead the church with false information. But unlike Nikocado Avocado, Roland is actually 2 steps ahead. With his approach, he won't have to guess where the church will attack from. If he knows the church's invasion route in advance, he can minimize civilian casualties. Not to mention, direct defense is what the First Army excels at. His only real problem now is figuring out how to deal with the pure witches. That's when Tilly places a reassuring hand on Roland's shoulder. This is exactly why she's here. She promises her brother that the witches of Sleeping Island will aid him in this battle. Later, Tilly enters her designated resting quarters. She notes how clean and elegant the place is, with no shortage of fresh snacks. As she looks around in awe, Ash casually asks why she called Roland brother today. After all, she used to insist that he wasn't the same person he once was. Tilly simply brushes it off, admitting that she still believes he isn't her stupid brother anymore. But at the end of the day, he's still her brother, just a smarter one. Besides, that's not what's important right now. Tilly wants to know if Ash has ever considered the significance of the war with the church. Of course, the not-so-intelligent Ash thinks it might just be revenge witches will finally be able to get. But Tilly corrects her, reminding her that what they're truly fighting for is a free life, not revenge. She then further asks Ash if she's ever thought about moving to Neverwinter City, living here with everyone instead of staying on Sleeping Island. Ash agrees that Neverwinter is great, and there's obviously a reason why the former Witch Association chose to serve under Roland. But she believes the witches from Sleeping Island are different. They already have a place to call home. Tilly then educates Ash on the 3 outcomes of the war she predicts. The first is that they won't be able to stop the Divine Punishment Army and may fall in the north. In that case, whether it's Sleeping Island or Neverwinter City, it won't matter. But Ash quickly shuts Tilly down, refusing to even consider dying. She promises that as long as she's here, she won't let Tilly die. Tilly tries to calm the overly dramatic Ash by reminding her that it was just a hypothetical scenario. She's confident she won't die in battle either. Anyway, Tilly proceeds to explain her second predicted outcome. If Roland fails but the witches of Sleeping Island survive, then if Grey Castle falls and Neverwinter is lost, the only safe place left for them will be Sleeping Island. She hopes they can keep resisting the church's advances from there until the Divine War arrives. In the third outcome, if the church falls and Roland takes over the holy city of Hermes, all witches will finally be able to escape oppression and prejudice, leading to true salvation. And when that day comes, the main reason for Sleeping Island's existence will disappear. You see, Sleeping Island was originally meant to be a sanctuary for witches. But if the church falls, there'll be no reason to hide on a cramped island in the middle of the ocean. Once the church is gone, witches will be able to live anywhere they want. No matter where they go, Ash is willing to stay by Tilly's side, ready to protect her. Later, we find Roland sipping tea, thinking about Tilly and why her mood toward him has drastically shifted. He asks Nightingale about it, but even she seems clueless. However, Nightingale has a hunch that Roland's quick decision to fight all out against the church might have something to do with it. It's just a guess, but Roland seems to believe this might be the true reason behind Tilly's change in attitude. But either way, he's happy that Sleeping Island has placed more faith in him. Later, Roland goes to meet Heidi, who's trapped in a cage. She had been knocked out before Nana treated her injuries to protect Nana from her. The other witches of Bloodfang reveal that Heidi tried to take Andrea hostage when she was surrounded, so Nightingale warns Roland to be cautious around her. He then orders Nightingale to wake her up. Nightingale promptly goes to the other side of the cage and wakes Heidi. Once she's awake, Roland introduces himself as Roland Wimbledon, King of Grey Castle. Since she wanted to speak to him, he's here. The first question he asks her is what happened to the witches who were rejected by Bloodfang. I already have a hunch that she might have handed them over to the church, and Roland seems to think the same. As far as he's concerned, Duke Island was under Duke Morgan's jurisdiction, and since Heidi was his heir, she should have cared for the handful of support witches she deemed as worthless. Even if their abilities were of no use, it would have been nothing more than providing them with food to keep them alive. Moreover, support witches are far more useful than she seems to understand. Of course, Heidi scoffs at the idea, which makes Roland chuckle. He wonders if she thinks he took the capital and became king solely by using combat witches. If combat witches were so powerful, they wouldn't have been oppressed and forced to live in hiding. So, he asks her again, where did those witches go? Heidi lies, claiming she released them and told them to find other witch organizations. She vaguely suggests that some went to neighboring towns or possibly to Dawn, but her lies don't go unnoticed by Nightingale. Roland feels disappointed in her, while Heidi continues to insist she's not lying. Roland responds by letting her know that Nightingale can detect the truth, so no lies can escape her abilities. Though Heidi isn't in a position to negotiate, she tries to strike a deal with Roland. She explains that the Wolfheart Kingdom has already been swallowed by the church, the king is missing, and she's the last of the Morgan bloodline. She promises that if Roland helps her take back Wolfheart, she will repay him in ways he can't even imagine. Money, jewels, witches, anything he wants. But Roland responds sharply, making it clear that he's only interested in knowing what happened to those witches. His complete disregard for her offer catches Heidi off guard. To think that a few witches are worth more to him than an entire kingdom is beyond her comprehension. Roland, on the other hand, has no interest in some distant land. All he wants is the truth. This back and forth is nothing more than an act of courtesy. He has plenty of other ways to make her talk. She must understand that avoiding the truth will only bring her pain. He emphasizes that he is a man of his word, so she'd better not take his warning lightly. Finally, Heidi speaks the truth, admitting that she handed the rejected witches over to aristocrats. While she didn't directly sell them, it was still a trade of sorts. Since not enough witches awakened on Duke Island to bolster their numbers, she needed to spread the word about Bloodfang across Wolfheart to attract more witches. Roland then questions her about the person who recruited the witches for her. Heidi mentions Skyflame, though she has already been killed by Ash during the arrest. She insists that all she wanted was to help her father reclaim the throne that was meant to be his. With the interrogation complete, Roland prepares to leave. Seeing this, Nightingale raises her voice, questioning whether he really intends to spare a murderer like Heidi. But Roland sets the record straight. Heidi Morgan is a resident of Sleeping Island. It is not his place to decide her fate. That decision belongs to Tilly. Later, Roland fills Tilly in on how Heidi sent the witches to filthy aristocrats as payment. Tilly asks if Nightingale verified this. Roland replies that it didn't take much for Heidi to cave since she seems mentally weak. Though saddened by the twisted truth, Tilly expresses her gratitude to Roland for separating the water from the milk. Roland is more than happy to help his sister. Furthermore, he reminds her that since Heidi is a Sleeping Island witch, it's up to Tilly to decide her fate. While Tilly understands what he is saying, she still wants to hear his opinion. What would he have done in her place? Roland simply replies that he would do exactly what Tilly would do. This makes Tilly crack a smile as she has figured out what must be done with Heidi. As she prepares to leave, their attention is caught by Lightning, who is reporting something urgent through the sigil. When Roland responds, she describes the sighting of strange monsters. She struggles to put it into words. This is an unprecedented discovery, as these creatures have never been seen before. She wants Roland to witness them with his own eyes. Later, Roland boards his steamship and reaches the location to investigate personally. As they walk through the land once occupied by the devils, they come across a mark, one seemingly left behind by Lotus. There are also holes in the cliff. While Nightingale isn't sure of their purpose, she claims to have seen similar holes in the barren mountains, though those were slightly bigger in comparison. The further she went, the more she felt something was watching her. And not just one thing. It was near the valley where the association had set up camp. A narrow path leads even deeper underground, but she didn't dare to venture too far. Roland, fascinated by this discovery, decides to investigate that place as well once they finish here. They finally meet Agatha and Soraya, but Lightning and the others are missing. Roland asks Agatha about it. Agatha explains that Lightning is flying all over the place with Summer. This uncharted land is like a giant playground for her to explore. Roland isn't surprised. If these ancient monuments and devil towers existed in his old world, they'd probably be turned into a national park with ridiculously expensive tickets. Nightingale overhears and questions what the hell he's even talking about. Roland quickly changes the subject, telling her to call Lightning back using the listening sigil. Soon enough, Summer, Maggie, and Lightning return. Now that everyone is here, Roland decides to begin the task at hand. Summer promptly uses her ability to recreate a holographic projection of what happened here. A giant stone tower suddenly materializes through her magic. The scene they're about to witness takes place right before the devils disappeared. Since Summer can maintain the memory for around half an hour, they will be able to see the entire process. But Roland is particularly interested in the devil with multiple eyes, the one that detected Sylvie's magic. Agatha reveals that it was at the top of the tower. However, it's too far from Summer's holographic range, so they can't see it for now. As the projection progresses, they witness a giant worm devouring the Blackstone Tower. And after swallowing the tower, the worm simply disappears. Tilly is absolutely shocked to realize that this is the same worm that devoured Agatha's lab. What bothers her is why it would be hostile toward the devil camp. The only explanation Roland can think of is that this worm monster isn't being controlled by the devils, or at least not by these particular devils. Agatha shares the same thoughts. There were no records of a creature like this in the past divine wars. If the devils truly had control over something this massive, none of them would have survived. But the question remains, if the devils aren't controlling it, then who is? Not to mention, there were also the invisible praying mantises that only Nightingale could see. Tilly would bet her life that these aren't just stray monsters wandering aimlessly. They have a clear purpose. Nightingale, however, believes that these creatures aren't being controlled by anyone at all. They have their own will. After all, hybrid monsters aren't typical demons. Judging from what they observed during the months of demons, the highly evolved demons possessed intelligence. It's possible that these creatures have grown smarter over time, adapting as they survive long enough. Roland is forced to acknowledge this possibility as well. After all, when the conditions and environment for intelligent life are optimal, their traits can change drastically. It's still unclear whether or not humans are truly the smartest organisms in this world. Suddenly, Lightning spots a tunnel. They light a torch and begin exploring this unknown place. Seeing how much remains unexplored, Roland decides to thoroughly investigate the first tall mountain in the western region. Later, as everyone waits, Lightning returns with a map in her hands after flying around and surveying the entire mountain. Roland thanks her for her efforts and asks if she discovered anything new. The only thing Lightning found was snow. No large animals, no demons, and no traces of devils. Roland takes the drawn map and examines it carefully. The layout of the mountains resembles a massive volcano, and there is moving water beneath the thick ice. Naturally, Nightingale is curious about what might be at the mountain's peak. Well, only the gods would know. Perhaps ruins, or even more blackstone towers. Roland also takes note of the source of the Redwater River. Lightning explains that it's hidden within the clouds, and if not for the sound of rushing water, she wouldn't have noticed it. He asks if she attempted to enter the cracks where the water was leaking from. Lightning admits that she did try, but she couldn't get through. The cracks were large enough to pass through, half the height of a castle, but the mist created by the rapids was too dense, making it impossible to see. Strong winds pushed her back before she could go any deeper. Roland sternly tells her not to do anything so reckless again. If she ever wants to attempt something that dangerous, she must get permission first. Now that most of the area has been explored, Roland decides to return. But Lightning isn't satisfied as she still wants to explore the highest mountain. Roland, however, postpones further exploration until Sylvie returns. For now, his priority is preparing to confront the church. This is when Nightingale is struck by a sudden realization. She recalls how cold it gets at the mountain's peak. Too cold for anyone to set up camp there. This means the giant worm monster could be hiding inside the mountain. Since these creatures are adept at burrowing tunnels, it wouldn't be hard for them to create a nest within the mountains. And speaking of burrowing tunnels, she wonders if the holes in the barren mountains are also connected to these worm monsters. Meanwhile, back in Grey Castle, the stargazer Missan is ready to observe the night sky through a telescope Roland recently provided. One of his assistants reports that all the equipment has been set up. Missan then asks if there have been any disturbances in the star regions. The assistant responds with a yes. However, Master Skygleam from Area North 1 is resting after falling sick, so Master Void is taking his place. In that case, Missan decides to begin their stargazing session. As they peer through the telescope, they notice a faint red light in the sky, which of course shocks the hell out of the old man. The only thing running through his mind is that perhaps the prophecy has finally materialized into reality. He orders his assistant to scribble down what he is about to describe. Area East Summer 3, between the Six Path Star and Sky Scorch Star. The assistant questions what name to give it, but the old man suggests leaving it blank for now. Furthermore, he orders his assistant to gather all the master scholars on the observation deck and dismiss all the apprentices. Later, as all the big shots gather, the old man reports that signs of disaster have appeared. This causes a wave of panic among everyone present. They debate what to do next. One suggests reporting it to the king, but another raises concerns that Roland might not believe them. However, one scholar reminds them that even if Roland does not believe them, what they witnessed will not just disappear. At this point, Nissan cuts them off and suggests keeping the news of the Red Star secret for now, as he intends to observe it for a few more days. 1 week later, they learn that the Red Star has not moved a single inch in all this time. The one reporting this is Master Rose Star. He further reveals that its light has been changing. If the descent of the star means everyone in the kingdom will see it, then it is very likely that the Doomsday Star will soon outshine the embarking star. For the public, a burning red star would be an ominous sight, and though they may not be educated in recognizing celestial bodies, they can still see them. Some stars are as bright as the moon and can always be recognized with the naked eye on a clear night. If this star has a unique color, it will definitely be discovered right away. Missan acknowledges the panic and uproar this could cause if the star becomes even more visible than it already is. So, he decides to write to Roland immediately, hoping they are not too late. We then cut to Roland and Anna spending time together. Anna is visibly sad because her name is not on the dispatch list for the upcoming war against the church. While Roland understands her concerns, he simply cannot put her in danger. Bordertown's military-industrial production needs her, and without her, they would not be able to manufacture anything, from machine gun parts to howitzer fuses. These are crucial if they want to win the war. Initially, Anna thought he did not want her to go because the front lines were too dangerous. Roland assures her that while fighting the church definitely carries an element of danger, he is confident they will win. So, she has nothing to worry about, and staying in Neverwinter is the best way she can contribute to the war effort. But Anna still wishes to stay by Roland's side during this time. After all, this time is different from anything they have been through before. Fighting the church will be the biggest challenge they have ever faced, and it will either result in the destruction of Hermes or the defeat of the First Army. She fears that if he loses, she might lose him forever, and it will be months before she hears any news in Neverwinter. She does not want to endure those grueling months, anxiously awaiting word of his well-being. Roland finally agrees to let her tag along, but he sets one condition. If things go wrong on the battlefield, she must leave the northern region immediately, no matter what. She promises that if the situation turns dire, she will return to the western region immediately and take refuge on Slumber Island along with the other witches, continuing the fight from there. But for now, she wants to follow him everywhere he goes, though she knows this is not exactly what he wants from her. So she promises him that until the world becomes what he envisions, she will keep going in his place, all the way until mortals and witches can live side by side. Their sentimental and caring conversation gets them in the mood, and soon enough, they begin their fun session. We then cut to the border town. There, Roland greets the citizens. He starts his speech by acknowledging that everyone is aware of the kingdom's upcoming defense against invaders. Their enemy is the holy city of Hermes, which has already consumed Everwinter and Wolfheart, and now they are targeting the western region. While he knows that some people here have believed in God and trusted the church before, and he completely respects that, but he reminds them that the church took advantage of their goodwill, and now they must pay the price. By selling the Stone of Divine Judgment alone to the masses, they earn hundreds of thousands of golden royals annually, money that rightfully belongs to the common people. The reason is simple. The elites were not willing to spend much on these stones, so the church piled the cost onto everyday citizens, raising taxes, fees, and even confiscating property. The church promised that all the money the public gave them would buy God's protection, but it was all a lie, and the truth is evident. There were always people starving and freezing during the months of demons, which clearly shows that no one received the protection the church had promised. Reality has proven that without the church, Neverwinter City has become even greater, and the same goes for all other cities. So, Roland declares that he will never surrender or lose to these parasites. He announces that the First Army will crush them, and no one will ever steal from his citizens again. After hearing this powerful speech, the public erupts into cheers, openly denouncing the church and showing their full support for Roland. While Roland understands their enthusiasm, he reminds them that it is the First Army's responsibility to fight on the battlefield, and no one will be required to pay a war tax. That is something the enemy will have to do. So, he requests that they continue devoting themselves to the production and expansion of Neverwinter City as always. That is the best way they can help their soldiers on the front lines. Once again, the common people erupt into a round of applause for Roland's visionary thinking, confident that victory is within their grasp. The scene then cuts to Valleytown, where Iris's father Carlin has come to meet his daughter. However, His excitement fades quickly when she questions why he is even here. She had written him a letter a month ago, asking him to cooperate with the First Army's preparations. Carlin reveals that he had immediately contacted Valleytown's Duke Hall and assigned the butler to oversee everything, so he questions whether this level of cooperation is not enough. Iris only grows more disappointed upon hearing this. This battle against the church is incredibly important, and she wanted him to manage everything personally. The father and daughter go back and forth, with Iris repeatedly reminding her father of the responsibilities he should be handling. Eventually, after being firm with him, she gives him a well-deserved hug and welcomes him to Valleytown. As they sit down, Iris reminds him that they are waiting for Roland to arrive in Valleytown. But there is much more to do than just that. They need to transport everything required for battle, food, horses, fabric, medicine. She also received another secret letter from His Majesty. They will need to move as much metal and bronze here as they can spare. While Carlin is unsure if Roland can completely uproot the church and seize Hermes, Iris has complete faith in him. She believes that stopping the church from invading the kingdom at Blizzard Town will not be too difficult. Time is the resource His Majesty lacks the most. Since her father has not seen Roland's factories, he does not understand the true might of Neverwinter City. The firearms Roland has invented are incredibly powerful, and the factories just keep churning them out. Any citizen can kill an enemy with only half an hour of training. To sum it up, she is 100% certain that Roland can defeat the church. Since Iris holds Roland in such high regard, Carlin questions her in disappointment. If she thinks so highly of him, then why did Roland never respond to his letter? When she asks which letter he is referring to, he reveals that it was a marriage proposal for her. Given how much she praises Roland, he questions why she has not considered marrying him. Not to mention, she even rejected Timothy in favor of someone better. Iris finally decides to explain her point of view. Timothy needed an ally, or rather a lackey he could rely on, and marriage was just a pretense to make that happen. If she had refused, he would have discarded the Candle family and chosen someone else willing to obey him. But in Roland's case, he does not even need the Candle family. He chose her to work for him because of her abilities, not because of her background. Carlin, however, still believes his point stands. In fact, he argues that it is even better that Roland holds her in high regard. She could become the queen and give birth to a prince. He then reveals that the Candle family will become an indisputable ally to the royal family, and her brother's well-being will also be secured. But then again, she refuses his idea because Majesty Roland believes in love, and he is already interested in a witch. For a moment, Carlin thinks that Roland might be in a political marriage with a witch for an ulterior motive. But Iris corrects her father, revealing that he just so happened to fall in love with a woman who is a witch. And he strongly believes in love and envisions that love will be the protagonist in marriage. His father quickly reminds her that witches can't bear any children, so there won't be any heirs. But Iris reminds her father that this is a problem for Roland to worry about, and they do not have any right to enforce their beliefs either. We then cut to the First Army, which has currently unfolded into Blizzard Town. Captain Brian questions Iron Axe if they are not going to evacuate the Blizzard Town civilians beforehand because the Holy City may forcibly transform them into berserkers. Iron Axe does not want to risk alerting the enemy, or at least they can't take this risk before they finish setting up their base. He further assures Brian that they will be ready in 3 days, so afterward, their only responsibility will be to evacuate the villagers. This is when we see Maggie, who reports to Iron Axe that there are large troops moving towards Blizzard Town, and they number about 1,000 people. They don't have any supply carriages, and she did not see any civilian soldiers either. Some of them were carrying huge shields and spears. Iron Axe asks her about the scale of those big shields she speaks of, to which she reveals that they are just as tall as Iron Axe. Brian is seemingly worried to hear the report. The enemy is marching at an unusually high pace, and it's going to take at least 2 to 3 days for Roland to arrive at Valleytown. And the fortress cannons are not ready either. It looks like the church's response is faster than they had thought. But regardless of whether Roland is here or not, Iron Axe believes that they must carry out their duties instead of retreating a single step. He is not willing to let the enemy step 1 foot past their line of defense. Later, the church's soldiers finally come across the First Army. The church soldiers quickly draw their shields and hide behind them. The First Army, from the other side, also begins the barrage of bullets. While some church soldiers manage to withstand the barrage of bullets, some of them are dead on the spot. As the church soldiers march forward, the First Army has no option but to engage in hand-to-hand combat. While Iron Axe is distracted with one soldier, another enemy soldier tries to pierce him down. But Iron Axe quickly pulls out his revolver and takes the bastard down. All the while, Roland has also arrived at Willowtown on one of his best ships. Iris is also there to greet Roland and offers congratulations for the victory the First Army just snagged. Roland is glad to hear this, though he was already briefed while he was still on the ship. He also heard from Iron Axe that the Candle family ensured that all food and supplies were delivered, which helped successfully trick the enemy. Iris is glad to hear this acknowledgement, and also believes that it was the duty of the Candle family to perform. The Northern Region merchants were also glad to assist him. She then decides to take him into his newly acquired office in Valleytown. Actually, she talked to Duke Hall, and he promised to lend his castle for Roland to occupy during his stay here. She has further remodeled the guest office according to Bordertown's design. Floor-to-ceiling windows have been installed on the room's east side. Roland is quite astonished to hear this, though he is a little worried about the Duke and where he is going to stay until then. Iris reveals that he is staying at a countryside manor to avoid disturbing Roland. She then questions him if he wishes to meet him. Well, Roland believes that meeting him is not necessary, so there is no point in bothering him if he simply is not interested in these matters. In this case, Iris decides to escort him to the castle. For a moment, Roland feels absolutely smitten, given how much protocol he is getting. He is really enjoying the taste of absolute power. As Roland sits in his newly furnished office in Valleytown, he reads the recent exploits of the First Army. This recent battle was actually a notable event, as the First Army managed to take down 156 Divine Punishment soldiers in action. While the numbers seem small, it's going to serve as a huge slap to the church. He is also glad that the First Army did not encounter any difficult pure witches. If this had happened, Sylvie and Evie would not have been enough. This is when Iron Axe joins the scene and reports that there were 2 casualties and 21 severe injuries. All losses resulted from spears thrown at close quarters, but thankfully, the wounded have fully recovered and resumed their duties. Roland then instructs Iron Axe to arrange for a ship to transport the deceased back to Neverwinter. It looks like Iron Axe has some extra tidbits to share. After interrogating the church's military officer, he found very special intel, and it's related to Divine Punishment soldiers. Later, Roland meets the captured soldiers to interrogate them personally. He asks if any of them have participated in the Divine Punishment ritual before. He wants to know the entire procedure required to become a Divine Punishment soldier. However, not a single person speaks. Seeing this, Iron Axe grabs one of the soldiers by the collar, making it clear that cooperation is not optional. The soldier, rattled by the threat, quickly insists that he has already told them everything he knew, but Roland warns him that lies won't take him anywhere. Eventually, the soldier reveals that the ritual takes place in the Sky Tower, and that only Divine Punishment soldiers, their controllers, and the Pope are allowed inside. Everyone must remain completely silent to ensure nothing goes wrong. When When Roland asks why silence is required, the soldier hesitates before revealing that the newly transformed warriors determine their commander through sound. Roland then inquires this bastard if he ever get the chance to command any punishment soldiers. The captive concedes that he once managed a small team of 10 divine punishment warriors. While those 10 soldiers obeyed his commands, all divine punishment soldiers ultimately followed the Pope's orders. Piecing things together, Roland deduces that the Pope must be using sound to control the soldiers. Initially, he had considered the possibility of brainwaves or a soul connection, but this information suggests otherwise. He notes that sound-based control is an incredible vulnerability. If communication between squads and central command is disrupted, it would cripple their coordination. Finally, he has identified a weakness to exploit. Since every divine punishment soldier has a designated controller, Agatha wonders what happens if their controller dies. The captive hesitates before claiming that he does not know. Roland can tell that he is lying. If this shithead does not want to suffer for half a month in the dungeon, he better stop playing games. Faced with no other option, the soldier confesses that divine punishment soldiers who lose their controllers instinctively head toward the Badlands. That is all he knows. Agatha presses further, but it appears the soldier has no more information. He claims he only heard rumors that long ago, some divine punishment warriors who never received orders set off toward the Badlands and never returned. Agatha then asks if he knows the process required to create these soldiers. In response, the captive reveals that only the Pope possesses that knowledge. Given this, Agatha asks how the church was originally founded 400 years ago, and if the soldier has heard of names like Alice, the Alliance, or Tequila City. The soldier's response remains negative. Even Roland can tell that this time, the captive genuinely does not know. Having extracted all useful information, Roland decides to leave. Before he does, Iron Axe asks what they should do with the prisoners. Roland simply reminds him to fulfill the promise he made earlier. Later, as Roland sits in his office, he questions Agatha about whether she knows anything regarding the production of divine punishment soldiers. As far as Agatha is concerned, research on divine punishment soldiers should have ceased after Tequila was completely destroyed, so she lacks concrete knowledge. However, she is certain the process cannot be as simple as the prisoner described. After all, his explanation does not clarify how a new pope inherits control over the existing soldiers. Furthermore, it is strange that divine punishment soldiers instinctively move toward the Badlands after losing their controllers. That region once contained fertile lands 400 years ago, but now there is nothing there besides the ruins of Tequila. Roland decides not to dwell on this mystery for now. The more pressing concern is how to deal with the divine punishment soldiers. If they are truly controlled by sound, perhaps Sister Echo could interfere with their commands. However, Agatha believes this is impossible. Echo would need to mimic the exact sound of a controller, which would require Nightingale's mist ability to get close enough to the controller and observe. During that time, Roland would be defenseless, and a single pure witch with special abilities could easily assassinate him. That is a risk they cannot afford to take. Although Roland is a mere mortal, weak and powerless, he is temporarily indispensable in the battle against the devils. Protecting him is the highest priority. Hearing this, Roland is unsure whether to take it as a compliment or an insult. He assures Agatha that he will keep a stone of divine judgment with him at all times. However, Agatha reminds him that the stones are only one line of defense, and cannot guarantee his safety. Even Nightingale cannot ensure his survival, but having some protection is better than none. Nightingale takes this comment personally, responding sharply that as long as she is alive, she will not allow any harm to come to Roland. Speaking of protection, Agatha recalls why Lady Alice was able to become the Queen of Stars and the Chief of the Council. Beyond her incredible strength, her intelligence and strategies surpassed most witches. Many of her decisions saved the Alliance from destruction. And without her, Tequila certainly would not have lasted as long as it did. So she can't stand the fact that divine soldiers, which Alice created to protect witches, are now being used against witches. From her words, Roland deduces that the current divine punishment soldiers are not the same as those from 400 years ago. Agatha admits this is just speculation, she cannot confirm it. After all, only the church knows what truly happened to the Alliance after Tequila fell. Later, Roland reflects on the current state of the divine punishment soldiers. Once the Queen of Stars, Alice, paid a hefty price to create them, but now they are nothing more than mindless killing machines for the church. Suddenly, the listening sigil picks up Lightning's transmission. She reports that she is above Blizzard Town, facing northwest, and the enemy is currently retreating. They are all fleeing back to the Holy City. The report brings a smile to Nightingale's face. It seems the enemy is starting to feel fear. Roland thinks the same. This also means that the Holy City is temporarily unable to send reinforcements. He had predicted this would happen, as the army of 1,000 soldiers they faced was likely just a hastily assembled vanguard. Seizing this opportunity, Roland decides to evacuate the townspeople. Additionally, he sees this as the perfect time to negotiate with the local aristocrats. He assigns Iron Axe and Iris to handle the task. We then cut to the Holy City, where we see these devastated archbishops, who are in shambles after receiving loss in the battle against Roland. To them, defeating Blizzard Town should not have been a problem. After all, the church had sent an army of 1,000 soldiers, accompanied separately by 300 divine punishment warriors. Not to mention, the commander leading the army was a veteran, with hundreds of battles behind him before he became an archbishop. There was no way they should have suffered such a catastrophic loss, even if they had faced devils or beasts from the Badlands. Just then, a priest rushes in, bringing urgent news. Archbishop Soli has regained consciousness. The two priests stationed outside immediately rush inside to interrogate him. The first thing they demand to know is what happened in Blizzard Town, and how he could have possibly failed so miserably. Still traumatized to his core, Soli quickly blurts out that Blizzard Town was a death trap from the start. The firearms Roland Wimbledon used were far deadlier than Timothy's. He insists that Pope Maine must be warned as soon as possible. However, one of the archbishops grows furious and grabs Soli by the collar. He is convinced that Soli is merely making excuses to avoid taking responsibility for the disaster. The priest demands that Soli answer for the terrible loss and the dire state of their remaining forces. Word of their failure has already begun spreading in the Holy City. If the church had not silenced those spreading the rumors, this would have been the talk of the town by tomorrow. At that moment, Zero enters the room. She informs Soli that the Pope has summoned him and asks if he is able to walk. With the help of a few guards, Soli manages to stand and follows her. The two archbishops attempt to join the discussion with the Pope, but Zero denies their request, telling them to remain where they are. She reminds them that His Holiness does not wish to reveal the secrets of the divine punishment warriors. The mention of a secret only makes the archbishops more curious, but Zero reiterates that it is knowledge they are not meant to have. As they walk, Zero asks Soli how he intends to explain his failure to the Pope. Soli does not attempt to make excuses and acknowledges his defeat. He admits that he underestimated the enemy and is willing to accept any punishment the Pope deems necessary. Furthermore, He expresses his wish to become a divine punishment warrior. Zero suddenly stops, turning toward him. She asks if he truly wishes to abandon his position as an archbishop and become nothing more than a puppet. But Soli insists that the divine punishment warriors are not puppets. In his eyes, they are brave fighters, and he has dedicated his life to fighting gloriously for the church. Zero, however, remains doubtful that the Pope will grant his request. Soli is positive that if he insists enough, he can convince Pope Main to allow it. He has complete faith in the Pope. But Zero reminds him that it is not a matter of persuasion. You see, the transformation requires the witch's blood, and even then, it is not a simple process. Since Soli has already lost an arm, even if the ritual succeeds, his combat ability will be greatly diminished. So why would the Pope waste precious witch's blood on a cripple? Soli picks up on her suspicious tone. He recalls that the divine punishment ritual is a closely guarded secret known only to the Pope. So how does Zero know that it requires witch's blood? Soli is certain that Pope Main would never have told her such information. Zero smirks, confirming his suspicions. Indeed, Main never told her, but she does not need him to because she is the Pope. Before Soli can react, she eliminates him instantly, absorbing all his memories and experiences for herself. Later, Zero walks into the secret temple and begins to relive Soli's memories of the war. Through his memories, she witnesses the devastating defeat firsthand. The divine punishment soldiers were utterly overwhelmed by the First Army, unable to even get close before being taken down. Seeing this unfold, she finally understands why Soli lost the battle so decisively. This revelation piques her interest in Roland Wimbledon more than ever before. The scene transitions to Border Town, where Tilly seeks a conversation with Evie regarding Bloodfang, Heidi Morgan, and Annie. When Evie inquires about Heidi's whereabouts, Tilly explains that she has been punished. Skyflame resisted arrest back on Slumber Island and met the same fate. Tilly wants Evie's help to restore order to Slumber Island. While it is unacceptable for battle witches to oppress support witches, the reverse would be just as destructive. She believes that the remaining members of Bloodfang, like Evie, were merely deceived by Heidi and do not deserve discrimination. Evie is ready to assist but is unsure of what she should do. Ash advises her to share her story about Annie with the other Bloodfang members, while she herself will reveal the extent of Heidi's crimes. After the church is completely eradicated, Tilly plans to launch an investigation into the nobles of Wolfheart who imprisoned witches. If any of those witches are still alive, she is confident that Roland will be able to rescue them. As they discuss the witches Heidi sold to nobles, Evie recalls her friend Annie and begins to cry. Annie had been her warmth and comfort during her darkest times. The story then shifts to Roland in Blizzard Town, who appears extremely stressed. Sensing this, Nightingale arrives and offers him a much-needed head massage. An officer interrupts, reporting that a woman is waiting outside the castle, insisting on meeting him. The guards attempted to stop her, but she kneeled on the ground, pleading to see him no matter the cost. She has been lingering around the castle since yesterday. The officer further hesitantly reveals that the woman claims to be Wimbledon's wife. Nightingale goes absolutely bananas hearing this. She assumes that it must be Roland's illegitimate affair. Roland, on the other hand, struggles to process the absurdity of it. Since when did the fourth prince acquire a lover from the north when he had never even visited it? Determined to get to the bottom of this, Roland orders the officer to bring her in. The supposed wife enters his office and greets him, introducing herself as Livy from Blizzard Town. Roland demands to know why she is making such a claim, and what exactly she means by it. Livy apologizes for spreading a false rumor but explains that she had no choice. She was certain he wouldn't see her otherwise. She clarifies that while she may not count as a legitimate wife, she had a relationship with his brother. This revelation shocks both Roland and Nightingale, who immediately assume she is referring to Timothy. However, Livy quickly denies this and instead claims that she was involved with Gerald. While she was aware of Gerald's ambitions to seize the throne, she hopes that Roland will be willing to help her for the sake of his deceased brother. She elaborates that she met Gerald while working as an escort in a pub. Due to the stark difference in their social statuses, they could never marry legally. Instead, they spent time together in a small countryside cabin. After Gerald's death, she was forced to return to the pub, where the owner was displeased with her sudden absence. He continually harassed her, recently even attempting to drag her into his room. She wants to escape but doesn't know how. The only person she could think of who might help her is Roland. Roland suggests that she return with them to the western region, promising to arrange food, shelter, and a job for her. However, Livy expresses her desire to stay in the north. Nightingale speculates that she might be skeptical of Roland's intentions, perhaps fearing that he too might take advantage of her. Given that she is nearly as beautiful as Iris, it's no surprise that the pub owner lusted after her. Roland assures Livy that he will contact Duke Calvin and arrange safe transport for her to Evernight City. Feeling deeply indebted to Roland's generosity, Livy expresses her gratitude and vows never to forget his kindness. As she turns to leave, Roland asks her one last question. Did she and Gerald have a child together? Unsurprisingly, Livy denies it. However, Nightingale can immediately tell that she is lying, and even Roland senses it. Livy does not seem particularly skilled at deception. This would explain why the pub owner was so persistent in harassing her. He likely knew of her connection to Gerald and suspected she had borne his child. He also understood that if Timothy discovered the child's existence, it would be doomed. To protect the last remnant of her love for Gerald, Livy had no choice but to obey the pub owner to keep him from exposing her secret. Nightingale suggests investigating the matter further, should Roland wish to pursue it. Roland considers her words and asks what she has in mind. In her response, she assures him she will do whatever he asks. For now, he simply tasks her with massaging his sore shoulders a little longer. The scene shifts to Zero and Isabella engaged in a private conversation. Isabella is visibly frustrated, lamenting how much of a nuisance Roland Wimbledon has become. She suggests that instead of focusing on the Kingdom of Dawn, they should prioritize Grey Castle. The other pure witches can be left behind in order to handle the situation in the Kingdom of Dawn, ensuring their control remains intact. Zero, however, does not immediately respond. Instead, she gazes out of her tower window, observing the Holy City's citizens below. To her, they appear small and insignificant, mere ants slaving away without understanding why. In her eyes, even she is no different than a tiny and insignificant pawn in the eyes of God, destined to fight senselessly until her inevitable demise. Isabella, not catching up, presses her to get to the point. Zero finally elaborates that she believes she is one step closer to fulfilling God's will. All she needs to do is devour Grey Castle's new king, and victory in the divine war will be assured. In her mind, Roland was sent as a challenge by God, and she intends to overcome it. Annoyed, Isabella attempts to bring Zero back to reality. She reminds her that their primary goal is survival. With their recent defeat, it is obvious they need to reassess their priorities. Even if they gather all of the church's forces and somehow manage to defeat Roland, the cost will be immense. His armies and witches will be annihilated. But so too will most of their divine punishment soldiers. Their real objective should be preparing for the incoming threat, the demons, who will arrive in less than 6 months. Zero challenges Isabella, asking what she proposes instead. Isabella suggests an alternative. Explain the truth to Roland Wimbledon. Tell him about the church's history, the 400-year-long alliance, and the real reason for their actions. Perhaps with understanding, he could be persuaded to work with them instead of against them. Zero scoffs at the idea. What if Roland refuses to believe them? She then further snaps at Isabella, reminding her that Roland is nothing more than a mortal, fragile, weak, and short-lived. His mind will deteriorate with age, and a simple illness could take his life at any moment. She refuses to entrust humanity's future to such a fleeting existence. To Zero, she alone is God's chosen warrior. She refuses to allow a mere mortal to stand at the same level as her. Isabella, realizing there is no changing Zero's mind, instead asks how she intends to defeat Roland. She reminds Zero that disabling the Stone of Divine Judgment requires close proximity. Additionally, the Alliance's high-tier sigils, which could aid them, are limited, and can only be used once. If they use them now and fail, they will be left defenseless for the true battle ahead. Zero remains confident. She reminds Isabella of the thousands of souls she has devoured, proof of her strength. She urges Isabella to have a little faith in her abilities. After all, she is the only one capable of leading humanity to victory in the Divine War. The scene shifts back to Blizzard Town, where Roland and his forces are conducting cannon tests. The devastating explosions cause Iron Axe to tense up. By now, he is convinced that no ordinary enemy could traverse the mountain paths under such fire. However, Roland reminds him that their enemies will not be ordinary. Worse still, their limited supply of ammunition poses a significant issue. If they had an unlimited stockpile, just 2 fortress cannons would be enough to wipe out the opposition. Meanwhile, Lightning is positioned near the impact site, marking the craters left by the cannon fire. She excitedly reports their successful hits, marveling at the sheer destructive power of the cannons. The sight fills her with renewed hope. They might actually stand a chance against the devils. As dusk settles, Roland returns to his camp, visibly anxious. Though they have done all they can to prepare, the final outcome is now left to fate. All he can do is wait. His thoughts are interrupted by Maggie, who arrives with an urgent report from the frontline defense. The church has finally made a move. The enemy has left its stronghold. It looks like everything is going according to Roland's expectations. Now, all that remains is rallying the first army for the decisive battle. However, one lingering uncertainty remains, which is regarding the pure witches. Their role in the upcoming war is still unknown, and Roland has no way of predicting how they will be deployed. Well, it seems like Zero's plan is also going as she had intended. She too wanted Roland to come out and fight, just so she can get the chance to go near him. As Roland stands outside, wide awake and lost in his own thoughts, Nightingale and the others notice him, and ask why he isn't sleeping. In response, he reveals that something seems to be under his sheets, and he always feels like something is poking him in the back. Andrea then recalls having the same feeling. There should have been at least 2 blankets underneath as cushioning, but it seems like the Northern Duke does not seem to know the meaning of hospitality. But Ash believes that just having a roof to shelter them from the cold nights is already more than one could ask for. So making these kinds of comfort-seeking complaints is inappropriate. While Ash and Andrea butt heads over the argument, Roland continues to gaze at the sky, anticipating the looming war ahead. He feels a little overwhelmed by the possibility of being unable to defeat the church, but Nightingale tries to assure him that as long as she is alive, she won't let him get hurt. Later, on some random day, Roland receives a personal letter from the Pope. The letter serves no purpose other than roughly explaining the origins of the church and mentioning the existence of devils. Nightingale wonders if they might be requesting a ceasefire through this, but Roland believes that if that were the case, the Holy City would have never tried to occupy Blizzard Town. Then again, they can't deny the validity of the letter either. After all, the handwriting in the letter is indeed the Pope's. For a moment, Roland entertains the possibility that this might be a scheme orchestrated by the pure witches. On one particularly sunny day, Lightning reports that the enemy has advanced to Sector 9. It seems like the church is trying to launch an unexpected attack. Whatever the case, Night Carter quickly alerts his soldiers to ready the cannons, as the enemy is right over their heads. Soon enough, the troops set up the cannons and begin blowing up the church's soldiers, as if they were nothing more than bowling pins. Maggie and Lightning, acting as scouts, further report to the First Army that the enemy has passed Sector 12, so they order the soldiers to open fire. And so, the First Army begins bombarding the hell out of those zealous bastards marching toward them in numbers. But it looks like the First Army is about to run out of luck as they prepare to face a pure witch. This witch seems to have the power to control bugs because, with a single command, a swarm of insects begins to flood the battlefield. The horde of bugs coalesces into a giant monster. Seeing the threat before her, Lightning quickly pulls her goggles over her eyes, ready to engage, and instructs Maggie to keep providing coordinates to the artillery. Meanwhile, the foot soldiers steadily close the gap between themselves and the First Army, having already breached the 300-meter line. Now that the church's soldiers are close enough, they start throwing spears at the First Army. The poor First Army soldiers begin dropping, while others get slaughtered in hand-to-hand combat. Roland, meanwhile, watches the entire battle unfold from a safe distance atop a watchtower. Some of the enemies have breached the first 3 trenches and are already advancing toward the 4th. But judging from the retreating enemy vanguard and their reinforced defenses, the Divine Punishment Army's assault is clearly weakening. If this keeps up, they won't be able to touch the remaining 5 trenches and artillery squads. Then suddenly Sylvie notices something shocking. The ground beneath the First Army soldiers is sinking, all thanks to Vale, who pops right out of the ground. She uses her magic to control the soldiers, forcing them to take their own lives. This absolutely shocks the hell out of Roland. He is so stunned that probably the most shocked we've ever seen him. Meanwhile, the First Army soldiers manage to take down one of the witches who summoned the insects. She gets riddled with bullets, making her death inevitable, and thus, she falls in a pool of her own blood. Zero grits her teeth at the losses she's facing. She absolutely did not account for this many casualties before launching the surprise attack. She can't afford to lose this time. She meticulously prepared for this day. She even made sure to infect the letter with some kind of powder, and she's certain that if Roland touched it, he must be infected by now. You see, this powder has a scent that mortals can't detect, and it can seep into the skin as well. Once Vanilla, one of the pure witches, activates her ability, they will be able to pinpoint Roland's position in the crowd. While her plan is thorough, she still seems to have underestimated the strength of his snow powder weapons. His weapons were able able to attack from miles away, severely injuring her forces before they even reach the perimeter. And Vale can only buy them limited time with her abilities. Vanilla quickly reports that the barrier concealing their presence is about to collapse. She can't hold it together any longer. Eventually, the cube they were in suddenly explodes, and all the witches inside are revealed. Zero quickly gestures for Vale to clear the way, and Vale follows the command without hesitation. But as she marches, she begins to fear that she might not survive this. Anyhow, while Vale occupies the soldiers in front, Zero signals Isabella to perform her role as well. Right away, Isabella activates her magic ability, known as Infinity. The blinding light not only throws everyone off guard, but it also nullifies all the divine stones of judgment. Now the stage is completely set for Zero to make her move. She zips past all of the soldiers and appears right in front of Roland. As soon as she tags Roland with her powers, he finds himself inside the virtual world she created. The place he falls into is his school. Of course, none of this makes sense to Roland as to why the hell is he seeing his school. For a moment he wonders if he's dreaming. Then he considers the possibility that he has somehow returned to his own world. But if he really did return to his home planet, then why is he still occupying the fourth prince's body? Then he spots Zero standing behind him and immediately recognizes her as one of the pure witches from the church. But in her introduction, Zero makes sure to add that she is also the 15th pope of the holy city of Hermes, and her name is Zero. And given how strange this place is, she's certain that he is definitely not Roland Wimbledon. Roland asks if she created this place, to which she claims that he is the one who did. This place is buried deep in his memories and appears frequently in his daily life. She is very curious to know what exactly this place is. After all, the fourth prince of Grey Castle absolutely never lived in a place like this. But Roland doesn't feel the need to tell her anything. He starts analyzing his situation. He's not sure what to do to escape this illusion. Based on past experiences with nightmares, jumping from a high place would normally wake him up. Meanwhile, Zero is confident that she'll learn everything there is to know about Roland sooner or later. Who he is, where he came from, and why he became the fourth prince of Grey Castle. Everything will become clear to her once this is over. Usually she explains to her opponents all about her illusion, its effects, its rules, and the impact of her ability. But this time, she decides to keep her mouth shut. With that said, she stabs the hell out of Roland. But even after dying, Roland finds himself back, with no wounds at all, though the ground is still stained with the blood he lost. He's trying to figure out where that sword she summoned came from, and how he's even alive again. Zero charges at him once more and delivers a slash that kills him instantly. And once again, he spawns back. By now he's sure he's not in some twisted nightmare. If it were, killing himself would have let him escape it. It feels more like an eternal battlefield. And if he's thinking right, there must be some conditions he needs to fulfill to leave. If she can summon weapons out of nowhere, he wonders if he can do that too. So, when Zero jumps at him for another strike, Roland imagines a shield in front of him to save himself. An invincible barrier appears just in time, blocking the direct hit. Now that he's figured out he can conjure anything by imagining it, he pulls out guns and starts bombarding her with bullets. But that's still not enough to defeat her. She appears right behind him and kills him on the spot. Roland is back again, and she can't help but commend him for the unique perception he's showing. She's quite astonished at how he figured out her illusions without needing any prior explanation. And the weapons he's summoning are pretty interesting. She's never seen anything like the lump of metal he's conjured. His creations are indeed terrifying, but she makes it clear they're not as threatening to her. She's been watching him the whole time, while he's never been able to notice her actions. In all these years, she's devoured countless warriors, including transcendental witches. There's no way a mere mortal like Roland could win. Suddenly, Roland conjures a little box right in front of her eyes. It explodes on her face, causing her to die instantly. But of course, she respawns. As Roland stands tall after figuring out how to fight with her, he calls her out for her filthy tactics. He doesn't like how she makes her opponents despair and concede defeat, just so she can steal all their knowledge. But Zero isn't fazed by his righteous ramblings. She just suggests that Roland admit defeat if he knows this much. That's when Roland summons Optimus Prime to attack her. But this sassy woman suddenly appears right behind him and slits his throat with her dagger. The back and forth continues, and every time she kills him, she demands he concede defeat. She points out how he's losing stamina and mental strength, and if this keeps up, he won't be able to achieve anything except suffering. Hearing this, Roland realizes that she's continuing to pressure him to give up, even though she could just keep attacking him. This only means her stamina is running low as well. But as if Zero heard his thoughts, she reveals that worrying about stamina is the last thing on her mind. She has enough stamina to die over 100 times. So Roland's basically making things harder for himself by not conceding. Roland begins to weigh his options. He thinks about ways to trap her, like caging her, using proximity mines, or maybe electric field lasers. But then again, none of these things would truly trap her. Just like she said, if he can't restrict her movements, he'll definitely lose. Roland then asks her how many battles she's fought in the past 2 years. She claims it's probably 1,000 or more, though not many have impressed her. Their wills were stronger than Roland's, but they still lost to countless deaths, and not many chose to endure the hopeless defeat. She reminds him once again that continuing this torture is pointless. Meanwhile, Roland rhetorically asks her if no one has ever defeated her in those 1,000 battles. He wonders if there's really no one mentally stronger than her, no one who won by creating lava or oceans. Zero reiterates what she had said. Even if she had been defeated, she wouldn't be standing here now. She further points out that even if someone tries to change the surface they're standing on, it would deplete their mental stamina so much that it would be like suicide. No one could ever change the entire world like this. Only a god with omnipotent strength could pull off something like that. Roland responds by saying that gods don't exist in his world. Zero then questions if he concedes defeat, especially since he has no way to turn the tides in his favor. But Roland refuses to quit, not without trying one last time. He wants to try once more, and if he fails, he'll concede. Hearing this, Zero readies a sword crackling with intense energy, prepared to give Roland the final blow. But that's when Roland pulls out his biggest trick. He makes the ground beneath her unbelievably slippery, so slippery she can't move an inch. She's left confused, wondering what in the world he just did. Roland smirks and boasts about making a minor adjustment to the battlefield. Without the support of friction, her speed doesn't matter. She won't be able to move at all. To educate her further, he explains the law of motion. When an external force isn't acting on an object, it will remain static, just like she is right now. This phenomenon is known as Newton's first law. After rendering her a defenseless husk who can't even move, Roland produces a bunch of machine guns and begins bombarding the hell out of Zero. The scorching heat burns her alive over and over. But more than the pain, what hurts her most is the fact that she's getting her ass whooped. She refuses to believe that he's able to create something that doesn't exist, and that what he says is true. Roland then breaks it to her that he simply altered the atomic distribution of the floor. The atoms are now tightly packed together, neat and organized like soldiers. The surface is incredibly slippery and tough, so tough that even the hardest diamond would be like marshmallow in comparison. So, it's basically over for her. As Roland intensifies the scorching flames, making her die over and over again, we shift to the real world. where Nightingale is watching over Roland's unconscious body. Tears well up in her eyes as she thinks it's her fault. She failed to protect him. Just then, Lightning appears and reports that the Pure Witch is awake, meaning it's finally time to interrogate her and get all the secrets she knows. Along with Nightingale and Lightning, Agatha joins them. As they walk through the corridor, Lightning points out how the witch woke up by herself, sitting on the bed when Ash was checking on her. She also said that this prison is meaningless to her. Once they reach the room, they hear Isabella muttering about how Zero seems to have completely lost, even though she was supposed to be a spoiled god's child. Nightingale is intrigued to hear the mention of a god's child. Isabella, on the other hand, is willing to share everything she knows, and she's ready to accept whatever they decide for her. She starts by explaining her abilities. She can disable the effect of the stones of divine judgment, and no amount of stones can stop her if they're within her range. But otherwise, she can't go through walls or dig underground, so they don't need to prepare any special rooms for her. Hearing this, Nightingale deduces that she must have been the one who disabled Roland's stone. Isabella admits to this, saying she had no other choice, as Zero was already blinded by God. She believed that only on the battlefield could one receive the smile of God. She further reveals that Zero used the Battlefield of Souls on Roland. The Battle of Souls is essentially a fight of wills and consciousness. The loser surrenders everything and the winner takes it all. Ever since Zero awakened as a witch, she's never lost on the battlefield. She's devoured over 1,000 mortals and witches, absorbing their memories, knowledge, and lifespan. She's lived for 200 years. However, Isabella never expected Zero to lose to a mere mortal prince. But since Roland has won, Nightingale asks why Roland hasn't woken up yet. Isabella reveals that the outcome of the Battlefield of Souls should have been decided instantly. If Roland didn't turn into Zero on the spot, that means Zero failed to devour him. This means Roland can't wake up because he can't handle such a gigantic memory. Basically, Isabella has no clue when he might wake up because there's never been a precedent for this. She can't explain it. But there was one time when Zero had devoured Garcia, that Zero was completely exhausted for a while. She recalls finding some interesting details in Garcia's memory, so she spent more effort than usual to process them all. It might also be that Roland is trying to absorb Zero's memories, and he needs more time to do that. As long as he's alive, he will eventually wake up. Hearing this, Nightingale gets scared when she considers the possibility that Roland might not be able to handle the 200 years worth of memories. In the worst case scenario, he might never wake up. Pushing this aside, Nightingale and Agatha continue interrogating Isabella about the church and how much she knows about the Alliance. Isabella claims that the letter they sent contained everything regarding the Witch Empire and the Devils, but Agatha reveals that the letter wasn't particularly useful to them, since they already know that much. She herself is a witch from the Alliance. Of course, Isabella is shocked to hear this, so Agatha decides to make it easier for her by explaining. Agatha is from the holy city of Tequila, from 400 years ago, and she's seen its destruction firsthand. Devils aren't exactly rare. They have camps in the Misty Forest to the west of Grey Castle, as well as at the end of the Redwater River. Furthermore, Roland has already fought those devils once. What Agatha really wants to know is how the Alliance became the church. Isabella then reveals that the records mentioned there was a conflict within the Alliance during the escape. It happened on the northwestern side of the mountains. There weren't many details, but the Alliance split into two factions. One group mostly consisted of Tequila witches who were attuned to enter the labyrinth ruins in the mountains. The other group consisted of witches from Comet City, who wanted to keep heading north, uphold Lady Alice's will, and settle in the Hermes Mountains. These witches became the church. Hearing this, Agatha is shocked to realize it was basically an internal war among the witches while they were on the run, which was nothing more than suicide. Isabella further reveals that it was also to kill the non-combat witches who didn't belong to Comet City, because that was the only way for the church to bury the history. If it hadn't been for the internal conflict among the witches, the Four Kingdoms wouldn't have been able to escape the Alliance's control. However, it also meant that the church couldn't have as many divine punishment soldiers. So, the church buried the past to make capturing witches easier and create mindless divine punishment soldiers. In Nightingale's eyes, it's all madness. It's like every witch in the church went insane. But Isabella reveals that she never cared about who controlled the continent. Her only wish was to defeat the devils. After all, this is the whole reason the Alliance was created. Zero was incredibly deranged, but her beliefs were stronger than anyone else's when it came to defeating the devils, and that's why Isabella decided to help her. After hearing all of this twisted information, Nightingale draws her daggers, ready to kill this piece of shit on the spot. But Agatha manages to calm Nightingale down, explaining that killing Isabella won't solve their immediate problems. It looks like there's also another interesting tidbit Isabella wants to share. Zero did allow pure witches to read the text in the Holy Temple, but absolutely no one except for her was allowed to reach the prayer room on the top floor, because whoever stands there can directly face God. Later, we see Nightingale releasing her frustration by punching the wall after getting no leads on how to wake Roland. Agatha reminds her that they've already done all they can, so all they can do now is wait. No matter what, they should tell everyone what they've learned. As for Isabella, she tries to assure Nightingale that killing her won't benefit anyone, as she's still a very useful asset to them. Nightingale then heads back to Roland's room to check on him, but before entering she spots Anna beside him, so Nightingale retreats into her mist. While Roland may be unconscious, as long as he's alive, Anna is willing to keep waiting for him to wake up. A day, a year, or even her lifetime. She will stay by his side forever as long as he's still breathing, so she wishes him to sleep soundly. Meanwhile, Nightingale can do nothing but shed her tears as she watches this. I'm not sure if she's crying because of Roland's miserable state or because Anna might be his true love. A while later, Roland wakes up in his bed. He's spooked to find himself in the bed out of nowhere, because the last thing he remembers is standing in the thick of battle with Zero. Since he doesn't want to lose, he tries to summon more guns to keep fighting, but soon he realizes that nothing is happening, which makes him believe that the rules of the game have changed. Roland takes note of how this place is entirely unfamiliar to him. It doesn't resemble anything he has seen in his previous life, or the life he had in the border town. Confused, he runs through the space and enters another room. He notices a collection of mysterious books, none of which he remembers owning, either in his current life or his previous one. The TV in the room is on, broadcasting a news report. It states that last night, an unknown explosion occurred at the city university. A lecture building was completely destroyed, and the roof had collapsed. This shocks Roland. He was supposed to be in a fictional world of illusions, so how is he back in his previous world? Rushing to the balcony, he looks out at the bustling streets below, only to realize that nothing resembles the previous world he lived in. As he stands there, a woman appears in the corridor and starts berating him for blocking the way. Roland eventually returns to the room and immediately demands Zero to come out and fight him, but no matter how much he yells, no one appears. He sits down, deep in thought. If this is another illusion from the Battle of Souls, then there must be a way to escape. He decides to use one of the oldest tricks in the book, stacking tables and chairs on top of each other. He figures that jumping from a height might jolt him back to reality, but just as he's about to do so, a little girl enters the room, calling him uncle. She looks almost exactly like a younger version of Zero. The sight catches Roland completely off guard, and he loses his balance, slipping and falling. And then he wakes up. he finds himself back in his bed in Neverwinter. Anna, who had been watching over him, is absolutely shocked to see him awake. Overwhelmed with emotions, she rushes to him and embraces him passionately. Roland gives her a reassuring pat and apologizes for making her worry so much. He then asks how long he had been unconscious. He guesses maybe 3 days, or at worst a week. But Anna breaks it to him that it has been almost 2 months. To be specific, 1 month and 22 days. Roland is stunned. He quickly asks how he even survived that long without food or water. Anna explains that Twilight, one of the Bloodfang witches, has an ability that allowed her to plant a leech seed in him. All she had to do was eat an extra meal every day, and all the nutrients were absorbed into Roland's body. Roland finds this fascinating. But what amazes him even more is that, despite being in a coma for so long, he doesn't feel any fatigue or muscle soreness. He expresses his gratitude to Anna for taking care of him all this time. But Anna brushes it off. To her, whatever she did for him is nothing compared to what he has done for everyone. He has already fulfilled the promise he made to the witches. The promise to eradicate the church's armies. Every witch in the Union is indebted to him. Any of them would have gladly sacrificed themselves for his safety. Even if he wasn't here, there would be plenty of people willing to take care of him. But Roland only wants her to be his caretaker. Just when Roland is in the perfect mood to play clap-clap, Anna suddenly remembers that everyone has been eagerly waiting for him to wake up. She reminds him that he has just regained consciousness and should focus on recovering first. Roland insists that he's already strong enough to clap her, but Anna bonks him on the head and runs out before he can say anything else. As she heads out to call the others, Roland's mind drifts back to the moment in his dream, when he saw Zero as a child, calling him Uncle. It's a mystery to him why she said that. Even stranger, he has never lived in the city he saw in his dreams. Before disappearing, Zero had also hysterically screamed that she would never let him go. He isn't sure if her words were a curse or something else entirely. Anyhow, he is sure that there is something he has yet to figure out. He is soon jolted out of his thoughts when all the Witch Association members enter his chamber to meet him. While everyone expresses their relief at seeing Roland alive, Agatha makes sure to scan him for any traces of magic, and thankfully, she finds nothing. She then asks if he remembers anything, like Zero's memories. Hearing this, Roland questions how she knows that he holds Zero's memories. In response, Agatha explains that one of the pure witches they captured had already spilled all the beans. Ash also considers the possibility that his mind might be scrambled by 200 years of memories, making his previous personality fade away in a sea of new ones. So, she wants Roland to prove that he is actually Roland and not Zero. Nightingale confirms that the person before them is indeed Roland. Then his sister also meets him, expressing her relief and welcoming him back. Later, Iron Axe, the old man Parov, and that priest guy in charge of infrastructure also pay him a visit in his office. While Roland was in a coma, there were no abnormalities in the city, though some people did panic. Roland believes that improving public morale is the most important task right now, so he wants them to spread the news that their king is still alive. He wants the message out by tonight, followed by a grand banquet at the castle. As dusk settles, the streets are decorated in celebration, and food is being distributed for free. We then cut back to Roland, where Nightingale also arrives, hesitant to make eye contact with him. After all, she had failed to save him. But Roland assures her that she is not to blame as it was clearly not her fault. He then hugs her warmly and expresses his gratitude for the great job she had done on the battlefield. As the night deepens, Roland heads back to bed to get some sleep. But as soon as he closes his eyes, he is once again transported to that annoying dream from before. And just like last time, he spots little Zero, still calling him Uncle. She wants to know why he was acting strange yesterday. She sets breakfast on the table and tells him to eat. Roland is seriously spooked, experiencing this weird dream all over again, and wants to end it right away. So he grabs a knife and decides to kill her. But before he can act, little Zero starts berating him for yesterday's antics. She wants to know why he had been standing on the furniture. Did he spot some roaches on the ground or something? Roland lies, saying he was trying to clean the dirty ceiling. But the little one isn't buying it. If he really wanted to clean the roof, a wet rag attached to a tall stick would have been the easiest way to do it. Besides, why the sudden urge to clean when she's been the one handling the chores ever since she arrived? The mention of her just arriving catches Roland off guard. The girl, on the other hand, demands that he cough up some money for groceries. The fridge is almost empty, so she has to go to the market today. Roland begins rummaging through clothes he's not even wearing. Tired of her uncle's unusual behavior, the girl reminds him that the money is in the drawer. So Roland finally starts going through the table and eventually finds his wallet. He asks how much she needs and she demands $20. Only because she can't carry more groceries than that though. Instead, he gives her 50 and tells her to use the leftover for next time. She takes the $50. That's when he notices her index finger wrapped in a bandage. When he asks about it, she responds that she got cut while picking up glass shards. With that, she heads off to school. She won't be coming home for lunch, so he'll have to do the dishes today. But he quickly reminds her that it's already summer vacation. To this, she replies that she's going to cram school. As she leaves, she suggests that he go to the hospital if his head still hurts. On her way out of the apartment building, Roland notices her greeting her friends that are her age. Not gonna lie, the more he searches for answers, the more complicated this whole thing gets. For a moment he considers following her. It's then that Roland spots Garcia Wimbledon walking down the corridor. His instincts kick in, and he prepares himself, knife in hand. Garcia merely requests that he step aside so she can pass through. Seeing this, Roland asks her if she doesn't recognize him. Garcia simply sneers at his strange question and continues on her way. Roland, undeterred, asks her to confirm if her name is Garcia. Upon hearing her name, Garcia quickly spins on her feet and throws a fist at his face. Though she doesn't know how he knows her name, she warns him that if he keeps this up, things won't end well for him. With that little threat, she barges into her apartment, numbered 0827. Roland notices that the apartment number has 3 digits, and the corridor stretches on endlessly, lined with a plethora of apartment rooms. As he thinks about it, he recalls how Zero once claimed to have devoured thousands of warriors, one of whom was even a transcendent witch. That basically means all the residents living here are those she's devoured. By now, Roland has no doubt that Zero created all of this, but he wonders if it was her intention. He still doesn't understand why she would create such a bizarre dream realm, where she doesn't even recognize herself as a pure witch, instead role-playing as a middle school student. It's pretty obvious that this modern environment has to do with his own memories. But he's not sure what role he's supposed to play in all this. He knows he isn't supposed to be in this building of the defeated people. After all, he still has all of his memories, and he's aware that he's dreaming, so he can leave this place at any time. Since his head is slightly throbbing from falling last time, it suggests that the dream feels incredibly real. If that's the case, he wants to figure out just how far this dream goes in terms of realism. Roland heads back to his bedroom and then takes a look into his storage room. Afterward, he enters Zero's room, where he finds a diary. He opens it and starts reading a few illustrations she's drawn of herself and him, mostly writing about day-to-day life. February 16th is the day she moved between schools and was eventually assigned to live here. The landlord's name is Roland, and he's not very orderly. She writes that he works at a bar and always smells of alcohol. She doesn't like this place, but her parents said it was the cheapest apartment. They told her she'd have to go back to the countryside if she complained. Roland is creeped out by all the nonsense she's written, but he continues to read nonetheless. On February 27th, her school started, and at the same time, Roland lost his job. He now only eats instant ramen for dinner. By March 2nd, he used up all his allowance on ramen, so she had to talk to him about it. On March 3rd, he agreed to her suggestion and decided to give her a bit of money every month to buy fresh groceries. By March 8th, she had started to get used to living here. The final note, from June 25th, mentions how terrified she was when she saw Roland fall from a chair as she came in. But at least the sofa absorbed his fall. Roland finally shuts the diary and begins piecing things together. It seems like everyone in this dream world has a backstory that fits the modern setting. However, all these stories are quite complicated, and he probably doesn't have the mental capacity to create them. He also notices a few textbooks. From the cover, he can tell he used these books in middle school. The book he's currently looking at is chemistry. Seeing the periodic table inside, Roland gets excited to read it, especially since it could help him refresh his knowledge. But as soon as he attempts to read it, everything begins to distort, and he wakes up in reality. After entering the dream world twice, Roland has finally figured out some sort of pattern. The first thing he noticed is that the passage of time is not the same as in reality. If he spends 8 hours in the dream world and then wakes up, it's still nighttime in the real world. The second thing is his brain activity. Maybe it's because the dream is so realistic, and when he acts in the dream, he doesn't have time to sleep or rest, which is a major challenge for him, as he'll always be sleep deprived at this rate. If he can use the time difference and rest while dreaming, he's sure it will make things much more efficient. Thirdly, the dream world itself. He's not sure if this place even has an end or any boundaries, or how many fragments of memory it contains. Lastly, he wants to figure out how much hidden or forgotten information he will be able to discover here. The next day, in the conference room, Roland holds a meeting with all the government representatives. Now that the threat of the church is gone, there's no question they need to prepare for the devils. Neverwinter will have to devote all their efforts to the upcoming divine war. This means they'll need to direct their attention toward the other kingdoms as well. They'll have to recruit the Everwinter and Wolfheart kingdoms to combat the devil threat. Though Barov is concerned it won't be that easy. Roland points out that the news of the church's fall will undoubtedly spread across the entire continent, and he wouldn't be surprised if some church-affiliated aristocrats retaliate. However, this is a good opportunity for Neverwinter. It doesn't matter if it takes money or military strength to deal with the rebelling aristocrats, they just need to pull everyone into Grey Castle. Moreover, with the arrival of next spring, the Neverwinter seaport will also be put into use. Barov's task is to formulate a recruitment plan, rent ships from the bay merchants, and find places to accommodate the newcomers in the city. Additionally, Roland officially incorporates Iris Candle into the city hall, appointing her as the vice head of the department. While Barov is grateful for Roland's consideration, he is confident he can handle this on his own. However, Roland makes it clear that his decision has already been made. He then shifts his attention to Sister Scroll, since education will also play a major role in their preparations. Roland asks her how the training is progressing for intermediate-level teachers. The girl reveals that only Ferlin has passed the exam so far, and she worries that this might not work out. Roland gives her permission to choose new intermediate teachers from the student pool, to encourage the top students to continue their studies at school. He also suggests adding scholarships, reward systems, and advises her to work alongside Ferlin to figure it out. Once the students pass the exams, they'll be able to become intermediate teachers and receive a monthly salary of 50 silvers. Scroll is unsure if spending this much to gather intermediate teachers is necessary, but Roland has a bigger picture in mind. Becoming a teacher won't be the only future they can choose. They will also have the freedom to enter any field or industry they like. After all, an educated population is useless if they can't be utilized, so funneling them into industries they're suited for is an important step. Furthermore, Roland plans to write a curriculum for introductory logic and critical thinking for her soon. For now, he tells her she's free to go. After dismissing the meeting, Roland asks Kyle Sichi to accompany him to the office. Once Sichi enters the office, he quickly expresses his desire to leave if Roland doesn't have any new ideas for production to share. Roland tells him to relax and take a seat, as he has something important to give him. First, Roland asks if Sichi has ever considered becoming the director of the chemical manufacturing department. Of course, Sichi responds with a resounding no, as he has no interest in abandoning the vials and jars in his laboratory for pointless management responsibilities. But Roland asks him to listen before making any hasty decisions. He acknowledges Sichi's devotion to chemistry, driven by his desire to learn its secrets, and his unwillingness to spend time on anything else. However, Roland promises him that he can help him uncover the very essence of chemistry. This much is enough to get Sichi interested. Roland finally places the periodic table in front of Sichi. Roland promises to give him the periodic table permanently if he accepts the director's position. If he performs well in the role, Roland further promises to send him a complete version of intermediate chemistry. Unsurprisingly, Kyle Sichi takes the deal. Roland wishes him the best of luck, confident that the history of chemistry will bear Sichi's name. We then cut to Isabella's prison cell, where she has been held captive for almost 2 months. Roland has not come to see her, and it's driving her crazy. Though the amenities provided to her don't make it feel like a traditional prison, she has no freedom. She writes down everything she knows, hoping that Roland might spare her when he reads it. And then, the moment arrives. Roland comes to meet her on this fateful day. Isabella is astonished that he is finally here. The first question Roland asks is if she is Isabella, the witch who dismantled the stone of divine judgment he was wearing. Isabella makes sure to show proper respect, while Roland, on the other hand, has a lot of questions for her. The most pressing one is why the results of his battle with Zero weren't like she had described. Being the winner of the challenge, Roland didn't exactly inherit everything. Isabella finds this impossible. Roland has a hunch that he's not a witch, which is why he's unable to inherit Zero's knowledge. Isabella then elaborates. The sole prize in the battlefield of souls is memory and lifespan. Since mortals already possess these two things, they can inherit them from others through this challenge. However, witches' abilities can't be absorbed, because magic can't simply be spliced onto someone else. Otherwise, Zero would have devoured her long ago. But since Roland is the first case she's seen where he didn't absorb a single piece of memory, it's a curious situation. Roland then asks her if Zero ever mentioned where the defeated go. She reveals that the losers always disappear completely as if they never existed. Roland presses further, asking if there's a difference in the results of the challenge if someone voluntarily surrenders or resists until the end. Isabella claims that all of them disappear. However, Zero once said that there were two types of memories she could absorb. One type was disorganized, with residual consciousness from the losers, which would affect Zero herself. The other type was fully complete, allowing Zero to examine every last detail. It seems Roland has figured something out. He decides to put this topic aside for now and focus on Isabella herself. Roland tells her to be grateful for her ability, not because it's particularly unique, but because it can't be used to directly harm someone. No matter what she's done, even though she aided Zero in attacking him, she is no more than an accomplice. Therefore, he won't execute her, but she must pay for her crimes, just like everyone else who has broken the law. Isabella falls to her knees, willing to accept any punishment necessary as long as Roland defeats the devils. Roland reminds her that devils are the enemies of all humans, and of course, he will fight them to the end. However, he won't go about it the way the church would have. He won't waste the potential of humanity in winning the divine war. He wants her to change the habit she had in the church. Isabella clings to the ground, saying she's willing to adhere to any command Roland has for her. Roland is startled by her submissive behavior. He quickly orders her to get up, telling her this is not Hermes, so she doesn't have to act like a servant. Here, all she needs to do is help Agatha in her research on magic. Furthermore, there will be no concept of pure witches, and she will be called the Repenting Witch from this point onward. Before Roland leaves, Isabella asks him about her friends, Vanilla and Mary. Roland assures her that they are being treated better than she is. With that, he leaves. Isabella is left staring out the window. Seeing the beautiful day, she cracks a smile as if she's finally found the salvation she's been seeking. Later, Nightingale complains to Roland about how easily he let Isabella get away, even though she almost killed him. Roland reminds her that it was Zero who almost killed him. Isabella merely made it possible. Since Isabella didn't do anything unforgivable, and most importantly, he didn't suffer any permanent damage, he wants to leave the matter as it is. She will be a good PR example. Her case will help people understand that crimes can be repented and forgiven, as long as they aren't too severe. After all, devils are the greatest enemies, and using Isabella's abilities to bolster their chances at victory is the best form of redemption. Nightingale finally relents, deciding to keep an eye on her. As Roland stands there, he reflects on what Isabella said about the two types of memories, one chaotic and scrambled, while the other is complete and ready to be examined. He begins to wonder if this is why Zero kept pressuring him to surrender during the battle. The only explanation is that if the loser willingly surrenders all of their memories to Zero, then she faces no side effects. This is probably why she didn't solely focus on killing Roland. This process seems very similar to the one in which Roland possessed the real Roland's body. Specifically, he had taken over his memories and was able to examine his past however he liked. He didn't have to spend time memorizing it, and there were no consequences to pushing his memories to the back of his mind. Given that Prince Roland had been killed by Garcia's poison and had no willpower to resist his death, there were no consequences when our boy took over his body. He then thinks about what would have happened if a person with a strong will lost. Based on what Isabella had said, memories of people with strong will would affect Zero herself, including changes in thoughts, personality, and even beliefs. Absorbing thousands of souls had made her complex. Technically, a very different person from who she had been before. So, her way of revenge was probably to inject all these wills into her own thoughts. It was very likely that she had tried to incorporate all these wills into her own mind as a form of revenge. But in doing so, her own mind would be lost in the storm, which meant his mind would suffer the same fate as well. There was also a slim chance that, in the chaotic storm of memories, each unyielding soul's willpower would strive for dominance, and Zero would try to take this chance to make her come back. However, Roland was not a man of this era. The amount of information a person in the modern age absorbed in a single day was equivalent to what someone in ancient times would take in over months or even years. So, as a man from an era of information overload, his mind naturally filtered out the useless information while keeping the important parts. After all, the ability to retain vital information and discard the rest had been hammered into him. In the end, Zero lost everything she had gained, including her own memories, forming a strange new world, her dream world, where she became a child and started a new life. And now, he was responsible for raising this newborn. As the night settles, Roland returns to the dream world again. First, he wants to figure out a solution for the sleep hours he has been missing out on. He has been awake for around 20 hours if he counts the hours in real life. So, he decides to take a nap in the afternoon later. As he walks into the drawing room, he comes across Zero, who looks startled to see him awake so early, even though she hasn't even started making breakfast yet. She quickly decides to make breakfast, and after a while, she returns with the food in hand. After serving the food and having a brief conversation with him, she proceeds to leave for school. Since she won't be coming home for lunch, he will be responsible for washing the dishes as usual. As she leaves, Roland notices that she has been wearing the same clothes for 3 consecutive days. And what's more, why do they even need to survive on money if they are living in the realm of dreams? Since the money is going to run out soon, he decides to look for an opportunity to start earning. First, he gathers all the valuable stuff lying around, but the items he has aren't particularly high in value. Currently, the only valuable source of income he has is the $1,500 that Zero's parents wire her every month. But there's only $12 left in the account, and there are still 4 more days until the next transfer. Even if this jewelry is made of gold, he can probably pawn it for $1,000 at best, though he only wants to use it as emergency funding. He then enters the storeroom, and surprisingly enough, there's a lot more stuff than he initially thought. After scanning the room thoroughly, he estimates that he could sell some of these random appliances for around $100. Then, suddenly, he notices a locked door in the storage room. The door looks spooky as hell, like something designed to torture people in the middle of the night. Seeing the giant lock, Roland suddenly remembers the 2 keys on his keyring. After unlocking it, when he finally opens the door, he finds himself staring at the holy city of Hermes for some reason, but he quickly shuts the door. He then peeks at the other side of the wall where the door is located, but from the outside, there's no sign of a door at all. There aren't any signs of renovations either. This only means that when the apartment building was constructed, the door was wedged into the wall. He wonders if his apartment is the only unit with a door like this, or if other units have them as well. If so, what kind of spaces would those doors lead to? After putting on his winter clothes, he opens the door again and ventures inside. But even his jacket isn't enough to keep him from freezing. For a moment, he wonders if leaving the door open would help cool down his apartment as well. As he walks further, he thinks that maybe this is a memory Zero left behind. There are houses in ruins, and when he enters one of the storage units, he finds supplies. The food inside is incredibly fresh. The grapes he picks up were probably shipped from the old holy city. As he eats, he decides to keep searching for something valuable. Eventually, he comes across a box full of jewelry. He picks up the jewel box and decides to leave. He is sure that if he can sell it, he's going to hit it big. Just as he starts enjoying the thought of all the treasure he's found, he suddenly begins to feel dizzy. And soon enough, he opens his eyes to find himself lying in bed, with Zero sleeping soundly beside him. Seeing himself lying so close to Zero sends Roland into an absolute frenzy. Zero wakes up as well, startled by the commotion he is making. She recalls how he had gotten heat stroke, and thanks to her, he ended up in bed. Otherwise, he would have spent the entire night on the floor, though she believes he should be thanking her. First of all, Roland is having a hard time believing that a kid her age managed to drag him to the room, but nonetheless, he pats her on the head and expresses his gratitude. The girl gets a little flustered upon receiving praise from her senior and decides to get going to make some breakfast. But Roland assures her that he will take care of breakfast, which of course shocks the hell out of her. Eventually, he prepares the food, and once it's ready, he presents it to her. She is astonished to see the meal they are having, which is quite extravagant compared to their usual diet. For a moment, she wonders if he bought the meat himself, to which he says yes and reveals that the entire fridge is now stocked with this juicy deliciousness. Zero is absolutely astonished to hear this and has a hard time believing it. Roland further gives her the good news that he has gotten his salary, so he bought some food to celebrate. Now that she thinks about it, it means he must have gotten heat stroke from being in the sun too much while job hunting. Roland goes with it and confirms her doubts. He further assures her that they don't have to worry about money anymore. They then engage in some good banter while they eat. Once she is done with breakfast, she decides to get going to school. But before she disappears, he reluctantly asks if she knows any bookstores nearby. We then cut back to Neverwinter, where Roland has finally woken up from his dreams. While he spent 3 days in the dream realm this time, it's only noon when he wakes up. One night in reality equals around 2 days over there. During this trip to the dream realm, he was pretty productive and finally managed to sell some things, making a lot of cash. With the extra money he earned, he bought new clothes for Zero and some old books as well. However, only the books he had read before contained any content. The rest were blank, which means the dream world only consists of the information he already knows. Fortunately, he had spent a lot of time online in the past, so there was a ton of knowledge that had been useless to him in his old world. That information, which he had once considered useless, had always been buried in his deep mind. Even if he had only glanced at a blueprint once in his previous life, the memory of that blueprint existed in his dream world. Thanks to that, he extracted a lot of useful information that he could now use in the real world. Suddenly Nightingale appears, reminding him that it's lunchtime. Roland acknowledges it and instructs her to bring him some food from downstairs as he intends to eat in his bedroom. She then notices the notes he is preparing, making her curious about where he is getting all this new information and these ideas. To which he reveals that all these ideas had always been in his head. It's just that he had forgotten about them. She picks up one of the notepapers and begins reading, only to feel dizzy after skimming through all this sci-fi nonsense that is way above her head. Anyhow, she remembers how Barov was hoping to meet with Roland as he has 2 letters that require his private attention. To which Roland simply tells her to fetch Barov and bring him to his bedroom. Once the old man arrives, he is bursting with joy, barely believing that he has been invited into Roland's private quarters. Anyhow, Barov begins revealing that Roland has 116 pending letters that arrived while he was unconscious. Most of the letters were from regional aristocrats regarding commerce or visits. The aristocrats were expressing their unwillingness to give up their power to the government, wanting to maintain their traditions and prestige. Well, Roland has no issue with that. When spring comes next year, those guys will understand what the wise decision is. Roland questions Barov about the letters that require his personal attention. He wants to know who sent them. The old man reveals that one letter was from the astronomers, and the other was from the Kingdom of Dawn, but they arrived while he was in a coma. When Roland reads the letter sent by the astronomers, he learns that the Star of Doom has appeared in the night sky. According to historical records, it's a crimson star that never changes its position. But if the red moon appears in orbit, Roland is sure that it would definitely influence the planet, though the observation also shows that its size is extremely small. So the crimson moon is not a natural celestial body, but a man-made satellite. Though this clearly does not make sense to him. To get to the root of it, he instructs Barov to invite the astronomers to Neverwinter City. But Barov reminds him that the astronomers previously refused to come to Neverwinter, so he isn't sure they would come this time either. However, Roland reminds him that the situation is different. The astronomy tower has found what they have been looking for, so the only thing left for them is to continue observing it. He wants them to know that Neverwinter City has developed a new and improved telescope, and that they have found some old texts regarding the Star of Doom. Now, Roland shifts his attention to the second important letter, which concerns the Kingdom of Dawn. It appears that the news is not good. Prince Appin of the Kingdom of Dawn seems to have developed a deep hatred toward witches due to the actions of the church. This means that, for now, Roland will not be able to maintain friendly relations with the Kingdom of Dawn. He instructs Barov to send a formal diplomatic letter to the kingdom. First, Roland wants to congratulate Prince Appin on becoming king, and urges him not to hold a grudge against witches. He wants Appin to understand that the pure witches who once served the church are different from other witches. Furthermore, Prince Appin should know that Grey Castle has already established an official witch organization, and any aggression toward them would also be considered aggression toward Grey Castle. However, Barov is uncertain whether Appin will accept this message. There is a possibility that he might even perceive it as a threat. Roland clarifies that it is indeed a threat. If Appin Moya decides to recklessly attack the Holy City next year out of spite for the church, then it will be time for the Kingdom of Dawn to have its ruler stripped of his seat. The next ruler of the Kingdom of Dawn must be someone willing to stand by Grey Castle and fight alongside humanity in the Divine War. For example, Andrea of the Quinn family would be an ideal candidate for this position. With that said, Roland dismisses the old man. Later, Roland meets his sister Tilly. Ash leaves to give them some privacy. Once they are alone, Tilly informs Roland that she is preparing to leave soon. She plans to make a round trip to Slumber Island. Roland sighs in disappointment upon hearing that she is leaving so soon. However, as her words sink in, he realizes that she is only making a round trip, meaning she will return. Tilly further reveals that she intends to bring the good news of his victory against the church to the witches of Slumber Island. She wants them to know that Neverwinter, the city of Grey Castle, has completely eliminated the threat of the church, meaning no one will have to hide on the island anymore. She warns him that she will be bringing more witches to Grey Castle, and hopes that it will not be burdensome for him. Roland, however, sees this as a dream come true. The gates of the western region are always open for new witches. Tilly teases him, remarking that even his apartment buildings will not be able to accommodate so many witches. Even if only half of them decide to come, the number of witches will be many times larger than the current witch union. Roland assures her that he will ensure the construction of more buildings to accommodate all of the witches. Tilly is pleased, but has 3 conditions she wants him to agree to. First, if any witch wishes to leave Neverwinter for other towns, she hopes Roland will not restrict their freedom. Roland has no issue with that, though he reminds her that Grey Castle has not yet been fully unified, so he would not recommend venturing beyond the western region. condition. Tilly assures him that she is merely speaking hypothetically. The second condition is that if any witches do not wish to serve him, he cannot force them to. Roland responds by asking if he is free to persuade them to serve, to which Tilly agrees, as long as his methods are not coercive. Lastly, she hopes that Slumberspell can continue as an independent entity. Of course, the organization will still share a portion of its profits with Neverwinter. Speaking of Slumberspell, it is a witches organization created to resolve conflicts between battle witches and support witches. It also generates income for the island through contracts. In other words, nearly everyone on Slumber Island is part of the group. If Slumberspell remains independent, it means all of them will remain under Tilly's command. To Roland, it sounds like a private company, so he has no objections. However, he reminds Tilly that they will still need to abide by the laws of the government. Tilly is pleased that he has agreed to her terms. She then decides to prepare to gather her belongings, as her ship will arrive in 3 days. Furthermore, she is taking Evie and Softfeathers with her. However, once the Bloodfang situation is dealt with, she will bring them back. Roland asks if she will return before the Months of Demons. Tilly assures him that she will, as she intends to participate in the Months of Demons just like last year. Not only that, but she also wishes to fight alongside him against the devils until winter ends. Later, Roland holds a special feast for the witches. Everyone is astonished when they see the otherworldly cuisine for the first time. They are unsure how they are supposed to eat it. That is when Roland reveals that this feast will be called Hot Pot. The eating process is simple. Each person places their desired ingredients into the pot and eats them once they are cooked. And so, the witches eagerly grab pieces of meat, boiling them in the steaming pot before devouring them with delight. The atmosphere is lively as everyone enjoys the feast, reveling in the unique dining experience. Later that night, as Roland sits in his bedroom, Anna arrives with exciting news. The new steam engines she had been working on are finally completed. Overjoyed, Roland embraces her, expressing his admiration and gratitude for her hard work. However, amidst his happiness, his thoughts drift to Nightingale, and his mood darkens. He reflects on how, in this era, it is common for nobles to have multiple women. Yet, despite this societal norm, he struggles with the idea of having 2 women with him simultaneously, so he is uncertain about how to handle the feelings Nightingale harbors for him. Anna, noticing the sudden shift in his attitude, immediately understands his worries. Astonishingly enough, she is already aware that he wants to confess the love Nightingale harbors for him. However, she also makes it clear that she wishes to remain the only woman in his life, at least for now. Then, out of the blue, Anna questions his origins, suspecting that he may not be from this world. She explains that, regardless of one's social standing, no man in this world would hesitate over the prospect of having multiple women unless there was a vast difference between the values of his world and theirs. Similarly, while some people might be tolerant of witches, no one would befriend them as closely as he has. She reminds him of the bet they made, where she was supposed to guess his true identity. In her journal, she had written that he was a visitor from another world, not from hell, but from a much better place. Roland is completely astounded by her intelligence and observational skills, realizing that she has pieced together the truth with remarkable accuracy. He admits that while she may be wrong about some finer details, her overall conclusion is correct. Anna then reveals that she also predicted he would confess to her about Nightingale. She tells him that she will think about accepting Nightingale into their relationship, but for now, she needs time to consider it. She reassures him that she understands his concerns and is willing to talk to Nightingale, but for now, she suggests he get some rest, as it is already late. Meanwhile, in the Kingdom of Dawn, we shift focus to Yorko. Through his thoughts, we learn that ever since Moya ascended to the throne, the kingdom has been in turmoil. The most common topics in the pubs revolve around rebellions from lords at the border. Foreign commodities in the markets have dwindled, and merchants have stopped transporting slaves for trade. Soldiers are frequently seen breaking into civilian households to conduct unwarranted searches. In a surprising move, Moya has not only taken in all the Wolfheart slaves, but has also granted them identities as free citizens. While this might seem like a noble act, it directly interferes with Roland's plans, as he had intended to bring all the refugees under his rule. Yorko, unable to send more slaves to Greycastle, finds his profits disappearing. However, he remains optimistic, confident that his position as ambassador will present new opportunities sooner or later. That said, he is aware that Prince Appin's hostile stance toward witches could lead to conflict with Roland, who has taken on the role of their protector. Yet Yorko decides not to dwell on it too much, as his duties only extend to representing Roland in the Kingdom of Dawn. Wanting to enjoy his evening, he considers asking Denise if there is anything fun happening that night. However, before he can leave, his path is blocked by Otto. Yorko is less than thrilled by Otto's arrival, as he has never brought good news in the past. Nevertheless, they sit down in the living room for a discussion. This time, Otto is not here to deliver a message for Roland, but rather to ask Yorko for a personal favor. He hands Yorko a letter, and upon reading it, Yorko learns that Otto wants him to participate in an auction. However, Yorko is unsure if he even has sufficient funds to bid. Otto quickly reassures him that finances are not an issue. He further explains that if Yorko agrees to help, it will be equivalent to directly assisting Roland. Rumors have surfaced that a witch is being auctioned this time, and Otto wants Yorko to acquire her. However, Yorko is hesitant given the risk involved. Prince Appin is actively capturing witches, and if he discovers Yorko's involvement in saving one, it could jeopardize their relationship. Otto, however, dismisses the concern, arguing that they can deal with the consequences later. Besides, Prince Appin is not foolish enough to jeopardize the crucial alliance between the two kingdoms over a single witch. While Yorko is willing to follow through with the plan, he is not sure why Otto is so determined to do this. In response, Otto reveals that he has a witch friend currently living in the western region, and he is doing this for her sake. Roland believes that every witch is precious, and that their reputation should not be ruined by the lies of the church. Later that night, Yorko arrives at the location where the auction is being held. Upon arriving there, a refined lady takes the special letter Otto had given him, and personally escorts him inside. Shortly after, the host appears and presents the audience with the first item of the auction. Yorko is in disbelief upon seeing such an unfamiliar product. The woman who escorted him notices his surprise and explains that these crystals are often referred to as sunstones, or light crystals, but the auction house calls them magic stones, since they originate from the nests of devils. Seeing that Yorko is new to underground auctions, she assures him that she will provide any necessary explanations. It's common for newcomers to react this way. Everyone who attends an underground auction for the first time is awed by the magic stones. Finally, the main highlight of the auction is revealed: a witch. She is introduced as a refugee witch from Wolfheart. She has no name, and her ability allows her to use the power of devils to heal herself. Immediately, the bidding begins with a starting price of 510 gold royals. The bids rise quickly, eventually reaching 1,000 gold. The escort accompanying Yorko asks if he intends to place a bid. Yorko replies that he wants to wait a little longer. While Otto assured him that the special letter was worth a lot of money, Yorko is uncertain about its actual value. He estimates it might be worth around 2,000 royals. As the bidding reaches 1,260 gold, Yorko is forced to bid 2,000 gold royals. However, someone from the crowd counters with a bid of 2,300 gold, leaving Yorko a little unnerved. The assistant of the opposing bidder appears to be a man. Since the assistant's gender is determined by the bidder's gender, it means the bidder is a woman. The audience is curious as to why would a woman want a witch. Eventually, Yorko raises his bid to 4,000 gold royals. No one makes a counteroffer, and the witch is sold to Yorko. Later, Yorko meets the witch he has just won. Seeing her tied up with her mouth gagged, he removes the cloth covering her mouth and politely asks for her name. She introduces herself as Emmy. She then questions why he has not untied her hands, especially since he saved her. Yorko explains that he does not want to risk her escaping. After all, he does not have another 4,000 royals to spend if she were to get captured again. For her safety, it's better if she remains restrained. He promises to arrange for her freedom tomorrow. Not only that, but he also wants to introduce her to a sanctuary for witches. There are many of her kind waiting for her there. The life of hiding and running will come to an end for her. All she has to do is wait until tomorrow. With that, he prepares to leave. When she asks where he is going, he simply replies that he is off to enjoy the nightlife. Later, Yorko goes to find the escort who assisted him during the auction. However, he cannot find her anywhere. Instead, he is ambushed by a witch named Annie. Annie turns out to be a friend of Emmy. When Emmy notices Annie restraining Yorko, she quickly explains that he is the one who saved her. However, Annie refuses to believe it. She finds it impossible that someone would spend 4,000 gold royals just to save a witch. Seeing how familiar Annie seems to be with auction prices, it does not take Yorko long to realize that she must have been the one bidding against him earlier. Yorko quickly clarifies that he is not trying to deceive anyone. In fact, he is here to save witches under the direct orders of Roland. Roland, the king of Grey Castle, takes care of witches. He firmly believes that witches are no different from humans, and he even waged war against the church for their sake. Annie presses him further, asking why he did not untie Emmy if his intentions were pure. Yorko reiterates that he was afraid she would run away. Despite his insistence, Annie remains skeptical and continues to interrogate him. Yorko even tells her about an organization that provides shelter for witches, hoping it will convince her of his sincerity. However, the mention of an organization only makes Annie angrier. She immediately recalls Bloodfang, a group with whom she had a terrible experience. Annie then drags out the escort, who is battered and bruised. While she initially had no intention of letting either the escort or Yorko live, she ultimately decides to spare them, given that the king of Grey Castle had defeated the church. With that, Annie proceeds to leave, taking Emmy with her. Yorko warns her about the dangers lurking outside, but Annie reassures him that she has already considered the possibility and has taken precautions. Realizing he cannot force them to go to Grey Castle, Yorko gives up on the idea and shifts his focus toward his escort, whose name is 76. That night, Yorko spends his time with 76, despite her being unconscious from the ordeal. The next day, Otto visits Yorko to check on his well-being after hearing about the attack. Remembering the events of the previous night, Yorko becomes irritated. If it had been anyone else in his place, he is certain that 76 would have been killed. At that moment, another figure enters the room. The supervisor of the auction house, a man known as Silverface. He sincerely apologizes for the incident, expressing relief that Yorko remained unharmed. The auction house has already launched an investigation into the matter, and the only clue they have gathered so far is that the witch's escape was a well-planned operation. Yorko acknowledges this and insists that, since he won Emmy in the auction, she should not be handed over to anyone else. He then inquires about his escort from the previous night. Silverface informs him that 76 will be punished by the auction house, as it was her duty to protect customers, and she no longer has the privilege of working there. Seizing the opportunity, Yorko requests to buy 76. However, the supervisor reminds him that she has been officially labeled a criminal. Despite this, Yorko offers 500 gold royals. Eventually, Silverface decides to gift 76 to Yorko, considering it a form of reparation for the trouble he endured. Since she is no longer fit for service, the auction house sees no better use for her. Meanwhile, the story shifts to an old man, whose identity remains unknown. As we peer into his thoughts, we learn that he has been managing his family business for years after inheriting it from his father. Under his leadership, the Merchant Guild has grown into a massive organization, gaining influence among upper nobles and powerful businessmen. However, he worries about the future. As long as he is alive, the elites who support him remain reliable allies or useful tools. But with the current chaos, he is unsure whether the business will continue to thrive after his passing. At the end of a dimly lit path, he arrives at a gate and instructs his escort to wait outside. Once he passes through the gate, we encounter a moat, where soldiers clutching magical stones inform him that the emissary is waiting for him. As he crosses the moat and reaches its center, he calls for the emissary to appear. A sinister purple energy begins to coalesce, forming a weird pulsating heart that speaks in a chilling voice. The heart demands a status report. The old man regretfully reports that Prince Appin is capturing witches, and he does not have any intentions to stop either. However, he assures the heart that he will find a way to make things right. The heart acknowledges his efforts and places its faith in him. It then expresses its opposition to Prince Appin's policy of exterminating witches. Unlike the prince, the heart believes that witches are invaluable assets in preparation for the day of doom. Furthermore, the heart reveals that God is searching for a candidate capable of wielding its immeasurable power. Since the old man has been a good help so far, the heart offers him the possibility of immortality, on the condition that he successfully executes the intended plans and also finds a suitable candidate. The old man inquires whether Grey Castle has any potential candidates. The heart admits that it does not know, but instructs him to keep searching before the impending doom consumes them all. Finally, the heart questions the truth behind the rumors of the church's downfall. The old man confirms it, claiming that the area beneath Blizzard Town has been completely destroyed. It's littered with craters and holes, and the entire holy city is dead. There's no trace of its former glory. With that, the heart decides to dismiss the meeting as it's feeling quite tired. Once the heart, which is also referred to as the emissary, leaves, one of the knights hands a potion bottle to the old man as a reward from the emissary. It's a gesture of generosity, given in recognition of the old man's loyal service. Without hesitation, the old man quickly chugs the potion and immediately feels strength surging through his body. Just 3 years ago, he needed a wheelchair to move around, but now he can walk as if it's no big deal. If he can fulfill the emissary's demands and achieve immortality, he's certain his family's progress won't be destroyed. Honestly, I have no idea what's up with this heart, but hopefully we'll find out soon. Cut to Roland, who's enjoying some tea with Nightingale. As they settle into their seats, Roland hesitantly asks if Anna has told her anything. Well, Nightingale admits it, but she refuses to reveal anything, claiming it'll remain a secret. Still, she's glad that Roland told Anna about her wish. At the foot of the northern mountains, we discover that Neverwinter has successfully created an oven capable of smelting steel. The workshop workers are skeptical, doubting if this oven can really pull it off. After all, smelting steel requires an extremely intense fire. But Roland reveals that fire isn't the only possible heat source. He gestures for Anna to begin the experiment. I honestly have no clue what in the hell this thing is. I even read 2 separate translations for it. Either I'm too dumb to understand it, or the translations are trash. But once they activate this oven, fire erupts out of it. Seeing the sparks dance in the air brings a smile to Roland's face. Because to him, these sparks symbolize humanity's next great leap forward. Unfortunately, at their current level of technology, they can only smelt steel using air. But Roland is confident that if he can acquire pure oxygen in the future, the fire will burn even stronger. Beyond handling day-to-day matters, Roland has also been piecing together his memories. So as soon as he hits the bed, he finds himself opening his eyes in the dream world. The first thing he does there is to check his phone. One of his clients wants to purchase more supplies. After that, he goes to check on Zero, who is still sleeping soundly. Then he heads outside in search of food. At a restaurant, he orders some beef noodles for himself and sits down to enjoy his meal. As he eats, he reflects on his experiences in this city. He's mostly stuck to the same 2 streets, but in the distance, the city looks lively and prosperous. Still, he wants to see just how big this place really is. That's when he suddenly spots Garcia jogging past. Everyone on the street is mesmerized by how gorgeous she looks. Judging from their chatter, Garcia is preparing for an upcoming competition. Apparently, if the weather is nice, she runs here for an hour every day. Roland doesn't understand why everyone is so familiar with Garcia, nor does he know what competition they're all talking about. That's when the shop owner walks over to fill him in. Turns out Garcia is a martial artist, and not just any martial artist. She's one of the most famous people around, even making appearances on TV. Not to mention, the reason they're all able to live here is thanks to her. To clarify further, the shop owner points Roland's attention to a demolition notice. As fate would have it, real estate developers have been trying to tear this place down for years, hoping to replace it with new skyscrapers. They claim this district is too old and no longer fits with the rest of the city. They wanted everyone to relocate to the urban areas, and if Garcia hadn't stood up to them on TV, they all would have been forced out a long time ago. The shop owner is confident that now that Roland is staying here, he'll come to understand this place's charm too. Later, Roland still has no idea what the hell is going on. Sure, the dream world pieces together memory fragments in some incredible ways, but this is just too bizarre to believe. And what's this nonsense about demolishing these apartments? If this place gets torn down, he has no idea what he's going to do, especially since all the doors connected to his memory fragments are inside this building. And so is the creator of this world, who of course is our boy. The next day arrives, and Zero steps out of her room, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Looks like Roland woke up before her. And not only that, he even made sure to prepare food. Zero is quite surprised to see him up this early. Roland explains that he found a job, so he's not the lazy guy he used to be. With his monthly paychecks combined with Zero's allowance, he's confident they can live a pretty comfortable life. As Roland sits down, he asks Zero if she knows anything about Garcia. Zero reveals that Garcia joined the Martial Arts Association at 20 years old, and there are rumors that she has never lost a single match during tryouts. Because of that, she's been regarded as a celebrity ever since. Roland finds it interesting that there's an entire organization dedicated to martial arts, leading him to believe there must be a lot of martial artists around. But contrary to his assumption, Zero denies it. Only those who have awakened their natural force can truly become martial artists. And awakening is just the bare minimum. Without tenacity and perseverance, one will only become a puppet to power. Curious, Roland asks where she learned all this. Zero casually replies that she learned it in school. Her teachers even said that if someone has time to daydream about becoming a martial artist, they'd be better off spending it on extra practice problems. With that, she heads off to school, leaving Roland reflecting on this natural force she mentioned. Perhaps a puppet to power is similar to how witches experience antiphase when their bodies are brimming with uncontrollable power. He then turns on the TV and watches a martial arts match. The arena and intensity of these battles seem very different from traditional mixed martial arts. From a competitive perspective, it doesn't seem more entertaining than boxing. But as he watches the fighters, he notices something intriguing. Their durability far surpasses that of normal people. This makes him believe that the natural force doesn't just enhance strength and speed, it seems to grant special abilities as well. Then, he notices something shocking. Devils are also participating in the competition. Even stranger, the audience isn't panicking at the sight of a devil in the flesh. It's as if devils are just part of everyday life. This only makes Roland believe that people see the devils as foreign fighters, rather than actual threats. Suddenly, he starts feeling hungry. It's almost lunchtime, and he also realizes that Zero hasn't returned yet. Just as he gets up to grab some food, an unexpected news report catches his attention. Breaking news, an armed robbery has been reported on Central Mountain Road. Roland feels a wave of shock because Central Mountain Road is the same route Zero takes to school. The reporter goes on to say that the police have sealed off the area and advise people to stay inside. A sense of panic grips Roland. Zero has played a huge role in creating this strange dream realm, so if something happens to her, the entire world might collapse as well. Without wasting another second, he dashes through the streets, determined to reach her. When he arrives at the reported location, he doesn't find Zero. Instead, he sees that the criminal has already been handcuffed by the police, which means she should be safe. But he still doesn't know where she is. Seems like he got worked up over nothing. Just then, a blood-curdling scream reverberates through the area. Reluctantly, he follows the sound. In a quiet corner of a dark alley, Roland finds a man who turns out to be a zombie. Bro's not actually a monster, but he's consumed by some kind of natural power, something little Zero explained to us earlier. He then twists his neck around to make eye contact with Roland, and asks if he's a martial artist. Of course, Roland denies it, but that doesn't stop the monster from wanting a taste of him anyway. Roland questions the mindless zombie if he's being consumed by the natural force. The zombie just scoffs, saying Roland is talking complete nonsense. He believes people have no clue where this power comes from and know nothing about its true essence. While the monster himself can't tell exactly what this power is, he can feel its presence inside him, and he's sure of one thing. It definitely doesn't belong to this world. It's a gift from the deities. He had thought that the robbery commotion would attract 1 or 2 martial artists, but that robber got arrested before any martial artist even showed up. Roland, on the other hand, simply balls up his fist and delivers a devastating punch straight to the bastard's nose. The poor sucker staggers backward as Roland keeps pummeling the hell out of him, treating him like nothing more than a punching bag. It looks like the zombie guy can't use his natural force against Roland, so he ends up getting completely wrecked. Then, Roland grabs the natural power lingering over the dude's head and yanks it right out of his body. Suddenly, the dark red energy Roland snatched begins to coalesce, erupting into a brilliant yellow light, causing him to absorb a newfound power. He can feel warmth coursing through him. Later, he heads back to the apartment, where he finds Zero already there. The first thing Roland asks is where she's been all this time. She claims the cram school kept them in overtime. Plus, she doesn't have school tomorrow. Now it's Roland's turn to explain himself, what he was up to. He simply says he went out looking for her since she didn't come home on time. Zero reminds him that she's not a little kid who gets into trouble so easily and suggests that next time, he should just wait at home unless it's an emergency. Roland acknowledges this and decides to have dinner. As they sit down to eat, she mentions again that she doesn't have school tomorrow and doesn't need to start her homework right away. Roland then suggests she tag along with him tomorrow since he's heading to the library. But Zero isn't so sure she wants to hit the books right after finally getting a break from them. To persuade her, he offers to buy her some clothes too. And so, the next day arrives, and they head out from their apartment to the city's commercial hub. First, they'll go to the library before buying her clothes. That way, they won't have to carry bags around. Though Zero reassures him that she doesn't mind if he doesn't buy her anything, Roland just pats her head, saying she should have more outfits, dresses, shoes, shirts, the whole deal. A while later, they finally arrive at the library. There, Roland finds the book he was looking for, one about the properties of alloys. Seeing him reading, Zero looks a little confused, wondering since when did he get into studying. But it looks like Roland didn't find what he was looking for, so he puts the book back and decides to move on to the next destination. When Zero asks if he's done reading already, he just shrugs, claiming they should hurry and get her some clothes before the day is over. And so, they walk around, and Zero ends up checking out a ton of different dresses. Finally, Roland buys her a bunch of clothes, along with a burger and juice. Zero starts feeling a little concerned, seeing how much he's spending. But Roland remains nonchalant, assuring her there's nothing to worry about. He even offers her this new phone just so they both can stay in touch. Later, Roland wakes up in the real world after spending 2 straight days in the dream realm. He can still feel the lingering sensation of that natural force he absorbed back there. He has no idea what that thing was, but one thing's for sure. If it was some kind of natural power infused with magic, it shouldn't have been tangible. He also has yet to figure out who that sickly man was. There's no way in hell his brain could house such a massive dream realm. If it doesn't exist in his subconscious, then where the hell is all this happening? For now, he decides to push aside the mystery of the dream realm. He's got more important things to focus on. Thankfully, the dream realm allowed him to revisit a lot of knowledge he had forgotten. His memory is still fresh on the book about alloys he read in the library. If he utilizes this newly acquired knowledge, he can significantly cut down the time Anna and Lucia spend experimenting. If he's successful in producing the 3rd generation of machinery he's envisioning, he'll be able to craft even more sophisticated parts. In the coming days, Neverwinter City will have the chance to step into the gates of the Industrial Revolution, and the Western region will undergo a drastic transformation as they enter this new era. Later, the priest guy responsible for the construction side of things arrives with good news. Since I can't remember his name, let's just call him Cheeky Ass until we figure it out. Cheeky Ass gives the report that Road 67 has finished construction. Roland is glad to hear how they're getting much more efficient with these new projects compared to past ones that took twice as long to complete. Cheeky Ass has plans to assign the workers to new housing projects only if Roland doesn't have any more road projects. It'll cost a bit more, but Neverwinter City's neighborhoods are in dire need of expansion. Roland already knows this. Their new town has at least tripled in size in just 1 year, not including the farmland they've developed from the Redwater River. But Roland also mentions that the road projects aren't going to end anytime soon, and that he plans to build a steel road from the mines all the way to the port. Of course, Cheeky Ass hasn't heard of this steel road before, so Roland explains that, as the name suggests, it's literally a road made of steel rails. It's similar to the system used in the mines, but it's constructed entirely of steel. Cheeky Ass acknowledges this, and further asks how many workers are required to build it. Roland simply states that they need a lot of them. He doesn't want it to be as limited and basic as just some steam engine pushing carriages over tracks. He wants a proper transportation solution on a grand scale. He essentially wants to create a network of rail tracks for trains to support land transportation. This would be a huge leap for the transportation sector. It won't be easy, but constructing the railway that connects the northern mountains to the port will help develop their first generation of rail workers. The route will travel along the misty forest all the way to the second perimeter of the wall, so Roland decides to start with 200 workers to lay the foundation. But Cheeky Ass reminds him that the railway will be exposed to demon beasts, given the route they've chosen. Roland reminds him that the beasts wouldn't be interested in steel, and besides, he doesn't plan on finishing it before the month of demons. As for next year, he's confident they won't need to hide behind the shoddy mud wall anymore. Of course, Cheeky Ass has no clue what Roland is talking about. Roland points out that the border town is getting really cramped with all the people, and it's become difficult to rely on a thin wall to protect them from demons. So, he plans to expand along the western border. When the Divine War begins, the devils might place troops at the ruins of Tequila, and if that happens, their scouting stations could extend all the way to the foot of the mountains. If they can turn the mountains into a wall, Roland is sure they'll be able to protect the kingdom. He also plans to build steel rails to places that don't have access to the rivers to make transportation easier through trains. Furthermore, Roland envisions building an architectural landmark at Neverwinter City. The mention of a landmark makes Cheeky Ass wonder if Roland is talking about something eye-catching, like a memorial or a clock tower. Roland confirms this, though he believes calling it a landmark would be more fitting. It won't be like any other construction project. Roland plans to build a residential building along the Redwater River behind the industrial district. He then hands over the blueprints for the project. It may be the grandest project they've ever undertaken. 15 stories for each building, with each story being 11 feet tall. That means the total height will be more than 50 meters. Cheeky Ass is so overwhelmed by the blueprints that he's sure these buildings will touch the sky. Roland reassures him that it's not going to be that dramatic. It's just a typical high-rise building. But in this primitive era, he's confident buildings of this height can serve as a landmark. It seems Cheeky Ass still doubts whether they can build buildings this tall. Roland assures him it's more than possible. Not to mention, this is far below the limit for reinforced concrete. He plans to personally oversee the project to ensure it happens. We then cut to the education department, where the witches are taking exams, and time is already up. Evelyn looks quite relieved that she managed to finish the exam on time. It seems she's finally caught up with everyone else academically. She suddenly notices that Anna isn't there, which isn't surprising. There are rumors that Anna is already on a different level from everyone else. Compared to Anna, the rest of the witches might as well be weak sauce. Suddenly, Evelyn gets hit by a crumpled piece of paper. She turns to see Candle, who grins mischievously, as she is clearly pleased with herself after doing well on the exam. Nightingale, on the other hand, looks as worried as ever about her academic performance. She might not be the sharpest tool in the shed when it comes to studying, but no one can deny her skills. She's an admirable figure, capable of going toe-to-toe with Ash in battle. We also catch a glimpse of Maggie, who seems completely disappointed with how she did. 3 days pass and the exam results are finally here. To Evelyn's delight, she scores big this time, 113 points. She can barely contain her excitement, but then comes the shocker. Maggie has scored 117 points. Evelyn can hardly believe it. Given how Maggie was beating herself up over the test, no one expected her to do so well. Maggie, on the other hand, is feeling incredibly proud of herself. Sister Moon is just as surprised. In fact, she briefly wonders if Sister Scroll made a mistake while grading. After all, she had seen Maggie spending the entire exam sketching and doodling pictures of honey-glazed meat. Lily, however, isn't so sure that accusing someone like Scroll is the right thing to do. She's clearly dissatisfied with Moon's attitude, but Moon isn't ready to drop the matter. She suggests they investigate and get to the bottom of this. Lily, however, makes it clear that no one is sneaking into the office unless Nightingale and Roland return. Moon reassures her they aren't planning to steal any exam papers. They just need to take a peek at Scroll's gradebook. To do that, she suggests calling Summer. With her magic, she can conjure an illusion of when Scroll was grading Maggie's paper. Evelyn reminds them that Scroll usually works in the City Hall, so they can't exactly barge in there, but Moon points out that City Hall is a public place. They aren't sneaking into Roland's office or anything. Lily, however, is skeptical. The education department is on the second floor, and she's not sure if the bureaucrats there will just let them walk up. That's when Candle speaks up. She has a plan. She tells them to follow her. Later, they arrive at City Hall. To their surprise, Candle has brought Nana along. Nana, of course, is practically a local celebrity at this point because of her healing powers. Watching Nana casually negotiate and chat with the officials makes the others anxious. They knew she was famous, but they had no idea she was this famous. Eventually, they make it to the education department. Moon wastes no time, quickly instructing Summer to activate her illusion. But Summer hesitates and feels jittery. After all, only City Hall officers are supposed to be here. After some convincing, she finally casts her magic. The illusion reveals a hologram of Sister Scroll, inspecting Maggie's answer sheet. And sure enough, all Maggie had done was doodle pictures of meat. Her actual score is only 17. The group collectively groans, realizing Maggie had tricked them all. Maggie, on the verge of tears, insists her score is supposed to be 117 and points at her paper. To understand what went wrong, they shift their attention back to Scroll's hologram. There they see a man walk up to Scroll, whisper something in her ear, and then leave. Scroll also leaves her desk for a moment. Then, as if fate itself was playing a prank, a gust of wind blows in through the window, sweeping several papers off the desk. At that exact moment, Scroll's writing quill also gets caught in the wind, tumbling through the air, before landing right on Maggie's exam paper. And just like that, it accidentally scribbles an extra 1 in front of the 17, turning it into 117. The mystery is finally solved. Candle can't help but give Maggie a pat on the back for her incredible luck. Evelyn, meanwhile, feels like a complete clown. They went through such a thorough investigation, only to uncover something that could have been laughed off as a joke. Though it's peculiar that the exam sheet didn't seem directly related to the quill, the two objects created an interesting coincidence. It wasn't just those two items either. The wind from the door and the messenger's timing were crucial as well. If even one factor had been off, things wouldn't have turned out that way. This also reminds Evelyn of her mixing of alcohol. After her sudden epiphany, she runs to her room, grabs a glass of water, and creates a new drink. When she tastes it, she's surprised. It's a mixture of juice and milk, or maybe tea and honey. It's definitely a new flavor, and she confirms that it's not alcohol. Later, when Evelyn visits Roland, Nightingale notices something strange about Evelyn's inner core. She realizes that Evelyn's magic has evolved. Her core now looks like a gray sphere, but its shape isn't solid. Nightingale also notices that her magic capacity is decent, somewhere between Soraya and Maggie's level. Evelyn is here to show Roland the new drink she's created with her ability. Roland tries the first sample and is absolutely blown away by how rich and flavorful it is. Evelyn tells him to try the other one as well. After tasting it, Roland realizes that this second one is even better. The heat hits him like lava rushing into his mouth, followed by a strong fruity aroma that overwhelms his senses, while still retaining the richness of fermentation. This is absolutely mind-boggling stuff, and Roland feels like a dragon after drinking it. He quickly decides to name it Fire Dragon. Roland then asks if Evelyn can manufacture this drink regularly. Sadly, Evelyn responds that she can't replicate it, as her new ability is not consistent. Hearing this, Roland finally understands why Evelyn doesn't seem happy about her magic evolution. She has always felt that her magic was terrible, and now that it has finally evolved, it's unstable. Improving the support witch's abilities will still take time. Roland reassures her that there's no need to be upset about not being able to replicate it. After all, it's the unique and beautiful experiences that make memories unforgettable, and there will always be people who want that. Besides, in these hard war times, flavorful drinks like hers can greatly boost the morale of soldiers and strengthen their will to fight. Roland decides to create a dedicated storage space for her to work in. She can hone her new ability there, and he's confident that anyone who tries her concoctions will be mesmerized by them. He even has a name for the drinks, turbulent drinks for now. Evelyn feels truly happy to have her abilities recognized. She's always felt inadequate compared to the others, thinking that she wasn't contributing enough. In the next scene, Barov reports to Roland about the arrival of astronomers in Neverwinter City. It's been 3 days since they arrived, bringing their families, artisans, and apprentices, a total of 312 people. Barov has arranged for the 9 astronomers to stay at the Foreign Relations Building, while the others have been temporarily housed in guest residences. It seems Roland plans to throw a welcome feast tonight in the plaza for them. He wants all the citizens to know that another field of academic study has now come to Neverwinter. Barov suddenly grows anxious as he reports recent incidents in Longsong Fortress. Apparently, several problems have surfaced. Most notably, the district city hall there has shown signs of neglecting duties and accepting bribes. Additionally, Scroll has uncovered multiple cases of accounting fraud. Even 2 officials from Border Town were caught engaging in illegal activities. The reason Barov is so tense is that the convicted individuals were once his apprentices. However, Roland assures him that even if they had been his apprentices, Barov himself will not be held responsible for their crimes. That said, these 2 weren't actually Barov's direct apprentices. They were part of the second batch of students who graduated and joined the city hall after passing the entrance exams. They, along with the rest of their graduating class, had been sent to Longsong Fortress, and it hasn't even been a year since then. Those who committed crimes have been dealt with harshly, receiving severe punishments to deter others. Roland then decides to gather the entire city hall in the castle lobby tomorrow. He plans to hold a short meeting to emphasize responsibility and discipline. Once Barov is dismissed to carry out his duties, Roland reflects on his primary concern: the lack of government officials who remain loyal to the administration. Mismanagement is an unavoidable issue, but he had thought it would take at least a decade before corruption became a real problem. Instead, it took only a year for it to appear within his government. This recent incident, particularly involving officials with civilian backgrounds, has taught Roland an important lesson. From what he understands, commoners may be more prone to corruption when they attain power compared to aristocrats. While it's true that he could use Nightingale's and Scroll's abilities to weed them out, doing so might create further tensions against witches and potentially incite rebellion. One way or another, he needs to find a solution as soon as possible. Later, the chairman of the Astronomy Association, Miss Anne, meets with Roland. Without wasting any time, they immediately dive into discussing the sighting of the Red Moon. From what Roland knows, the story of the Red Moon began 1,000 years ago, back when Grey Castle did not exist, nor did the Wimbledon family. However, Misson claims that there are no historical records dating back beyond 450 years. To this, Roland states that those records had been intentionally hidden. He reveals the true meaning of the red moon. It is the signal for the devils to begin their assault. Misson is stunned by this revelation, and without hesitation, demands to know how Roland learned of such a thing. Roland explains that the truth lies with the Witch Empire and the Church. The creation of the four kingdoms, including Grey Castle, is tied to them. He also mentions that he has already encountered devils near the western borders. They are not mindless beasts. They have their own culture and armies, making them a formidable alien race. Misson then asks about something referred to as the Smile of God. Unfortunately, even Roland has no concrete information about this. However, he is certain that they may uncover more after the end of the Divine War. After absorbing all the astonishing details Roland has shared, Misson begins piecing together his thoughts. The red moon is not actually a sign of God's wrath or an omen of doomsday. This revelation directly contradicts everything the astronomers had been led to believe. Furthermore, the red moon has no connection to the Wimbledon family either. If all of this is true, then Roland's stance on witches finally makes complete sense. Since witches' powers do not originate from the devils, they are not humanity's enemies. This means that the rumors circulating in Grey Castle about witches being innocent were merely the tip of the truth. Misson is forced to acknowledge Roland's cunning and cautious approach, like how he selectively disclosed information about witches while withholding the parts that could cause mass panic. Regardless, the old man is now fully prepared to listen to Roland and follow his orders accordingly. While the discussion about the red moon is crucial, Roland has another matter to discuss with Misson. He pulls out a book and presents it to him. It is a book on geometry. Roland explains that he wants astronomers to use arithmetic to calculate shapes. With specific data points, it's possible to map out entire patterns, and the illustrations in the book are actually arithmetic expressions. These expressions will help them mark out complex shapes with greater precision. The more Misson delves into the book, the more overwhelmed he feels. The knowledge contained within its pages is simply unreal. He spends half an hour trying to grasp the contents. While he understands many aspects, there are still several areas that elude him. Some of the symbols and methods differ from what is taught in the Royal Academies, making it difficult to correlate the calculations. Although dissecting this new information is fascinating, it will take time before he can fully comprehend its applications. It's not surprising that Misson struggles to grasp the book's content. After all, he has never learned equations. If he truly wishes to understand it, he will need to study the prerequisite books first. And it's not just Misson. Roland wants all the astronomers and their apprentices to study these concepts as well. Furthermore, Roland reassures them not to stress too much about the red moon. The Astronomer Society will only become valuable in the war against the devils if they first master this knowledge. This book is merely an introduction, as there are far deeper worlds to explore. Not only will they be able to map out paths, but they will also be able to describe everything they see in the sky. Roland hopes that Misson will embrace this new knowledge, using it as a tool for exploration and discovery. It might be difficult, and obstacles are completely normal. However, all Roland wants is for them not to give up. And he has complete trust that Misson will be able to absorb this knowledge in time. We then transition to Yorko's residence. There, we find Yorko indulging in a free massage from 76, a woman he received as a gift. The man is living the dream. Not only is 76 exquisitely beautiful, but her features surpass those of the average woman. Though, of course, she still can't compare to witches. Her lips are full and red. She has a balanced physique, not as chubby as aristocratic women, nor as thin as peasants. And when she stretches, her lightly toned muscles make her look incredibly alluring. Yorko's moment of bliss, however, is abruptly interrupted by Fox. Fox immediately takes notice of 76, but makes it clear that he doesn't want anyone overhearing their conversation. Eventually, she has to leave. Yorko, trying to ease the tension, assures Fox that she is merely a servant. There's nothing to worry about. But Fox reminds him of the current chaos engulfing the Kingdom of Dawn. Given the situation, staying cautious is in their best interest. Hearing this, Yorko questions why Fox is so wary of 76 when he fully approves of Denise. After all, Denise Payton is far more prestigious and comes from a strong background. So why is she not a cause for concern? Fox explains that Denise is always in the spotlight, meaning countless people have already investigated her. However, someone trained by the black market has no traceable history. Yorko insists that he has already figured out 76's background and offers to share what he knows. He then starts spinning a web of nonsense. But surprisingly, it's enough to convince Fox. Fox moves on, returning to the real reason for his visit. He presents a letter to Yorko. As Yorko reads it, his once relaxed demeanor shifts into utter horror. The letter is an official diplomatic message from Roland, demanding that the King of Dawn stop rounding up witches. Yorko points out that this is the capital city of the Dawn Kingdom, not Grey Castle's western region. But Fox makes it clear that Roland prioritizes the safety of witches over securing an alliance. If this letter reaches King Appin, Yorko fears that every relationship they've built with the aristocrats here will collapse. The noble families of Dawn will mock him, treating him like a fool. Roland himself will become the laughingstock of every banquet. Yorko fails to see how this empty threat from Roland benefits anyone. However, Fox believes that Roland isn't merely throwing his weight around. Timothy Wimbledon had also dismissed Roland as all talk and no bite, yet history has proven otherwise. Roland has never made a meaningless move, and the past serves as undeniable proof of that. Eventually, Yorko decides to deliver the message to the King of Dawn. In the next scene, Yorko meets Appin in his chambers. Skipping unnecessary formalities, Yorko delivers Roland's congratulations on Appin's coronation, expressing hope for continued friendship between their two kingdoms. But Appin was expecting more than just a few words of congratulations from the King of Grey Castle. Yorko quickly clarifies that the caravan carrying gifts is still en route. The letter was simply sent ahead as a priority message. Appin reflects on how, when Wimbledon III was crowned, his father sent a caravan of 200 men to Grey Castle, with 11 carriages filled with gifts. He is eager to see what kind of tribute he will receive from Roland. Moving on, Appin is more curious about what made this letter so urgent. Yorko finally reveals the real reason behind Roland's message. Roland demands that the Dawn Kingdom revoke its harsh policies against witches and grant them the same rights as free citizens. Otherwise, Grey Castle will not tolerate such behavior. After all, the church serves as the perfect example of what happens when oppression goes too far. Naturally, Appin's expression sours upon hearing this threat. He can't believe that Roland actually wrote such a thing and demands to read the letter himself. As he scans the letter, he only finds him in further disbelief. Grey Castle's attitude toward their alliance is far more hostile than he expected. Appin isn't ready to stomach how Roland considers them innocent. For Appin, it's the witches who destroyed the Moya family from within by invading the castle and massacring their soldiers. They even forced him to obey the church by threatening his father's life. If those witches hadn't poisoned his father, he would be the one sitting on the throne. Yorko tries to calm the angry king down. He argues that the witches under the church are not the same as the rest. The other witches are just regular people like everyone else. But poor Appin, traumatized through and through, isn't ready to believe it. Only he knows how terrifying and frightening these witches are. Even the stones of divine judgment can't stifle their devil magic. Appin isn't ready to stomach the fact that Roland is trying to ruin the relationship between both kingdoms, just for some ridiculous witches. So Appin plans to write a letter to Roland and urge him not to be tempted by those lowlifes. Grey Castle may be powerful, but Roland should not forget who gave him that power. Without the support of the aristocrats, there's no way he would be able to send armies to Dawn. In the worst-case scenario, even if Roland ended up invading the kingdom of Dawn just for the sake of saving measly witches, Appin is sure the people of this kingdom will resist until the very end. Furthermore, Grey Castle's aristocrats won't support him as they did when he attacked the church. With that said, he dismisses Yorko with a cold tone. Later, Otto meets Yorko, who has gotten the gist of the situation. It looks like Otto is also in favor of Roland, as the policies Appin has been enforcing against witches are very harsh. His constant sweeps and captures are creating unrest. Yorko suggests Otto try to convince Appin, but Otto already knows Appin won't listen. Once Appin starts talking about witches, he becomes an entirely different person, though Otto wishes he could be more like Roland in that aspect. Anyhow, he decides to find another chance to talk to Appin. Suddenly 76 comes in and reports that the witch he had bought has returned. It's of course Emmy, who begins begging Yorko to help them because Annie and the others are in danger. Well, this zesty-ass bastard certainly doesn't want to help them after all. He doesn't want to get into trouble. Anyway, he tries to assure the crying girl to explain what happened first. She begins to explain that while she was out looking for food, she saw a lot of soldiers. She and her fellow witches had been using the orphanage as their hideout, but it got exposed, and a lot of guards surrounded the place. They also locked down the streets nearby. There were multiple squads of knights, and they were kicking down alleyways to look for more witches. Yorko then questions her if there were any other witches besides Annie. The girl admits there were, namely Hero and Blade. All three of them are currently stuck in the orphanage. Hero lost her legs, so Annie usually carries her around, and if they get captured, there will be no way out for them. Later, Yorko and Otto have another conversation. In order to help the witches escape, Otto decides to take help from Duke Quinn, as he is the current prime minister, and the patrol guards are under his command. But Yorko isn't sure if this will work. I guess it doesn't hurt to try. Besides, Duke Quinn is the father of Andrea, one of the witches, and Otto's friend. Dawn begins to creep over, and Yorko impatiently waits for Otto's arrival. But speaking of the devil, Fox comes back along with the other three witches. Emmy is absolutely delighted to see her friends alive and reunites with them. Yorko then questions Fox about how he managed to get them out. Well, it's a long story. Their current worry is leaving this place immediately. Fox reveals that he has already prepared carriages, 5 in total. The first 2 are for wheat and fruit cargo, and the last 3 are for transporting the witches. Yorko will also have to travel with the witches, while Fox intends to stay behind, as they can't afford to lose important intel on Dawn. They have to follow Roland's plans at all costs, but Yorko reminds him that, as the ambassador, he can't leave. But Fox reveals this is precisely why he must leave. After all, there are rats involved who helped rescue these witches. Ever since he arrived in Dawn, he had been maintaining relationships with the local rats. When the rats tracked the 3 witches to rescue them, those witches were already surrounded by soldiers. This means the King of Dawn had already known where the witches were hiding for a while, and stayed one step ahead of them. This is why it's dangerous for Yorko to stay in Radiant City, and leaving is the best option. Yorko then worries if Fox is captured. Well, getting captured is the last thing Fox has in mind. They can only capture people with names, and since he's hidden in the shadows, no one knows who Fox is. In their eyes, he doesn't even exist. And so, as the dawn begins to settle, Yorko departs in the 5 carriages. Once the night falls, they take refuge in the forest. The men escorting them are people provided by Fox, and they are indeed very reliable. Annie then, out of the blue, apologizes to Yorko for the trouble she caused that day. Though she may not be handing them over to the King of Dawn, she still can't fully trust him. But Emmy vouches for Yorko, claiming he's not a bad person. It looks like 76 is also accompanying them on this journey. She feels quite happy that they are all from Wolfheart. Annie admits that while they were not born in the same city, they indeed belong to Wolfheart. 76 then recalls how Wolfheart was forcefully merged with the church, which caused the native witches a lot of trouble. Seeing Hero's missing legs, she wonders if the church is responsible for her leg loss. Annie reveals they were cut off by the very people Hero was protecting. You see, when Wolfheart was going through its darkest times, Hero took it upon herself to save everyone around her. But those people only returned her gesture with hatred instead. If they wish to hear the story, Annie is ready to share. But she gives them a clear warning that it's an unsettling one. It all started years ago, when the church's armies forcibly made their way into Wolfheart City, catapulting corpses infected with the plague over the city walls. But because of her, the plague didn't spread, as she was able to transfer illnesses to other living things, such as rats, cats, dogs, and other livestock, which became the victims of that plague. Still, some humans got infected. So the citizens dug a huge pit in the slums, and everyone infected with the plague was gathered there. Hero transferred the plague to animals, which were tossed into the pit to burn. Slowly, people viewed her as the savior of Wolfheart and started calling her Hero. Hero saved many people, and Emmy and she were also cured because of her. But in the end, there were only so many animals around, while the church kept spreading more plague. And even when the Wolfheart citizens collected every animal around to burn in the pit, there simply weren't enough animals to cure everyone. As the war dragged on, a few of the stronger began using the weak to save themselves. So everyone lost their humanity and became selfish in order to protect themselves. Still, to this day, Hero is haunted by the memories of when she infected the living people with the plague with her own hands. At first, the people thrown into the pit were criminals and prisoners. Then it became the elderly injured soldiers and captured judgment soldiers. Hero didn't want to give in to infecting humans anymore, so everyone's attitude toward her changed. They locked her up in a cell and threatened her, but Hero still said no. In the end, the guard she once saved cut her legs off. She had worked so hard to heal everyone and stop the cries of pain, but they chose to ignore her own cries of despair. In the end, they started a fire in the cell. As fate would have it, the one who saved the legless Hero was a captive from the Judgment Army in prison. The church's soldiers helped Hero out of the cell, and with their help, she finally managed to escape. After the war, the surviving Judgment warriors even provided her with food and clothes for a while, until their army returned to Hermes, and they had to say goodbye to her. Since she was able to save thousands of citizens in Wolfheart City, she earned the title of Hero. This story gives Yorko a lot to think about. The sheer amount of pain these witches have gone through. If he were in their shoes, treated harshly, he too might have viewed everyone as his enemy and killed them all for revenge. Yorko then assures them that the hero's legs might be able to be healed. After all, there were over 300 witches in Grey Castle, so there's a possibility that one of them has the ability to regenerate amputated limbs, or even grow new ones. 76 questions how in the hell the king of Grey Castle managed to gather so many witches. Well, it's a long story, and Yorko doesn't want to bore them with the details. Instead, he gives them a brief explanation. An old friend of his was practically born to be a ruler. He saw through the church's schemes long ago. Not only can witches live like normal people in his territory, but he also spread the news to every corner of Grey Castle. As time passed, plenty of witches arrived and pledged their loyalty to him. Furthermore, in Neverwinter City, every witch is promised a suitable job. Emmy gets excited upon hearing this and asks what kind of jobs they can have. Yorko reveals that it all depends on one's ability. For example, witches who can use fire help smith metals, while those who can control wind operate windmills and other similar tasks. Since Roland plans on building a new capital city in the western region, he needs a lot of manpower. Even if their abilities aren't particularly useful, there will still be plenty of opportunities for them to work as normal laborers. Once again, Annie butts in, trying to convince Emmy not to fall for these lies. Yorko understands her concerns but assures her that she'll see the truth for herself once they get there. The next day arrives, and Yorko has made it to the Breeze Mountains of the Kingdom of Dawn. Given how much they've traveled, they should reach the northern region of Grey Castle after another day heading south. Suddenly, one of the escorts reports that they're being followed. This throws poor Yorko into an absolute frenzy. The escort reveals that there are knights 7 or 8 miles away. They can't see them from here, but they're approaching. The knights aren't moving very fast, but since Yorko's carriage is slower than before, they'll eventually catch up. The escort suggests abandoning the carriages and continuing on foot since there's a dense forest nearby where horses can't pass. If they move through the forest, the knights who are all on horseback won't be able to catch up. But if they continue on the carriage, the knights will get closer, and if they catch up, everyone will be as good as dead. Someone also has to stay behind with the abandoned carriage. In other words, someone has to make a sacrifice. Yorko isn't thrilled to hear this. But then, 76 volunteers to stay behind. While Yorko isn't happy about it, he doesn't have a choice. Before leaving, he turns to 76 for one last conversation, just worried about her well-being. 76 reminds him that she was trained for 5 years in combat by the auction house. She's fast on her feet, so there's nothing to worry about. By the way, that auction house is also called Black Money, so if the name comes up later, don't get confused. 76 then reveals her plan. She'll travel to a nearby village and blend in with the villagers, becoming practically unrecognizable. Once everything blows over, she'll rendezvous and meet them at the border. But Yorko isn't sure she'll make it out unscathed. The village she's talking about is 30 miles away. There's no way anyone who stays behind will reach it before the knights do. If she gets caught, the knights won't show her any mercy. Yorko even considers sacrificing himself instead. If he's caught, King Appin will probably just demand a huge ransom from Roland, but he wouldn't face execution. 76 snaps him out of his thoughts, telling him that this is her choice. Not to mention, Black Money drilled into her the courage to make sacrifices in situations like these. Initially, she thought she'd spend the rest of her life in Black Money, grinding her days away to appease her customers. But thanks to Yorko, she got to see the vastness of this world. She has no regrets. With that, she waves one last time, rides the carriage, and takes off. As dawn descends, she's eventually caught by the knights. There are about 35 of them. The captain of the platoon, Duke Logan, orders his knights to search the carriages. The soldiers immediately surround them and find 76 alone. They report back to Duke Logan, saying there's nothing in the carriage except this woman. Duke quickly realizes what's happening. Yorko, the ambassador of Grey Castle, intentionally left someone behind to buy time. So, he orders his knights to search for footprints. Since the others fled, they must have left tracks behind. As for this woman, Duke decides she'll have her limbs amputated before they begin interrogating her. But 76 comes clean, revealing that the others escaped into the forest and can't be far. With that said, she suddenly jumps onto one of the knights and snaps his neck, killing him on the spot. The more suckers tries to attack her, but she slaps the fuck out of them. She then further grabs the dagger off the ground and goes on town with those bastards, killing the hell out of them. This lady is one hell of a fighter. She is literally smashing these guys like numbers on an abacus. The surviving knights are in utter disbelief at the kind of monster they've stumbled upon. The knights on horseback try to attack her, but the lady literally grabs the horses by their legs, swings them like it's nothing, and crushes one poor guy under the horse's weight. The remaining survivors try to run away, but those poor souls also end up meeting their demise. By now, I have a suspicion that she is not a normal person, but rather a witch. Anyhow, during the night, she drags the dead soldiers and hides them under branches and dry leaves. After taking care of the bodies, she walks to the carriage and grabs a shiny ring embedded with a stone. After sliding it down into her cleavage, she decides to head to the village. From there, she will rendezvous at Grey Castle with a driver. She fears that Yorko might not wait for too long at the border, so she needs to hurry back. But she is sure that as long as she reaches the western region, she will be able to find the witches. As she gazes up at the starry sky, she reflects on how it has been 400 years, yet the night sky remains unchanged. Well, it seems like she is one of the witches of the Alliance who got separated from the witches of Comet City and refused to be part of the church. To understand who this lady actually is, we cut back to the past. There, we learn that she used to be that ominous heart we had seen before, and now she has possessed this body of 76. And these random hearts are actually witches in hibernation. Right now, the witch possessing 76's body has a mission. In order to fight the Divine War, these witches are searching for a candidate who can activate the Divine Retribution apparatus. This so-called Divine Retribution is currently unknown to us, but let's hope we find out soon. But 76 is certain that once she finds the chosen one, the devils will be destroyed, and the glory of witches will return once again. 3 days later, we find ourselves at Duke Candle's residence. There, Yorko meets Duke Carlin. Yorko learns from Carlin that Roland has been deeply concerned about what is happening with the witches in the Dawn, and has already started planning an attack on the Kingdom of Dawn. Hearing this, Yorko finally realizes that what Fox said was true. Roland is quite serious about this matter. He decides to write a letter and inform him of their safety as soon as possible. Speaking of safety, he remembers 76, who willingly took the role of bait and endangered her life. He wonders what has happened to her, and as if summoned by thought, 76 arrives right outside Carlin's mansion. Yorko rushes out to see her. The lady appears injured, or rather, she has staged her injuries to avoid drawing suspicion. Yorko is on the brink of tears seeing her alive. He can tell she must have struggled a lot to survive. She spins a story about how she unmounted the horses and rode them to outrun the knights, but she soon found herself at the edge of a cliff, so with no other choice, she jumped. The knights assumed she was dead and didn't bother to investigate. Yorko apologizes for everything she had to go through. He decides to stay here for a few days until she recovers, and after that, they will begin their journey to town. The next scene takes us to Border Town. There, Roland welcomes his most esteemed friend, Margaret. The reason she's getting such an extravagant welcome with cannons is that her contributions have helped Border Town become what it is today. Without her help, the Western region wouldn't have developed so fast. Margaret also feels honored to have a friend like Roland. It looks like she has brought a few of her merchant fellows, who are very interested in buying Roland's steamboats. Roland is happy to see these new buyers, and looks forward to getting acquainted with them. In the guest hall, Roland is hosting a feast with the new merchants Margaret has brought. As they sit there, the merchants express their interest in buying steam engines. Not just engines. They're also very interested in purchasing the steamboats Roland sold to Crescent Cove. One merchant recalls how they were given a quotation of 1,800 royals for the remodeling of one boat. So, Sundown Island is willing to add another 200, making it 2,000 golden royals per boat, and they want 5 boats remodeled. He assures Roland that the merchant guild will pay half of the price up front. Hearing this, Roland reminds them that remodeling one boat might take 3 months, so 5 boats will require around a year. If they can wait that long, City Hall manager Barov can draft a contract soon. The merchant accepts the terms, though he has another request on behalf of Sundown Island. He wants Roland to hire workers from the bay for the remodeling. Just like the steam engine factory in Crescent Cove, they will provide him with a group of workers. And the boats they remodel will be exclusive to Sundown Island for 10 years. After that, they will be free to sail anywhere. Shallow City also wants a similar contract, and the order of 5 boats will be their first. Roland is hesitant about accepting this contract. It's a massive 10-year deal that would bring in around 10,000 golden royals annually. After the 10-year period, the merchants will also acquire the remodeling details. While Roland understands that there's nothing wrong with these principles, he wants to make some adjustments. For example, he wants the contract to last 5 years instead of 10. As long as Shallow City and Sundown Island keep the workers within the Western region, he is willing to give a 20% discount on the price. The merchants begin weighing their options. They understand they can keep the workers in the region, but training them isn't easy, and that's a key factor. For now, the merchants decide to leave. They need to discuss these terms with the guild before giving a final answer. That's when one of the merchants, Gamora, steps up. While he is very interested in acquiring Roland's boats, it's not the wooden boats they want. Crescent Cove needs a massive steel ship, one that can power through storms, just like the one built for Thunder. Margaret feels anxious. She never told anyone about Thunder having the ship. She quickly assures Roland that she didn't reveal anything about the transaction between him and Thunder. Roland trusts her, but he still asks the merchant where he heard about this. Roland never considered keeping the steel ship design a secret, but as of now, only the ship's body has been completed, and it's being built on a private river shore, hidden from public view. The workers are also locals, carefully selected. If his workers have secretly contacted people from the bay, that's something he should take notice of. After all, he doesn't want merchants figuring out what he's working on next. Gamora further reveals that Thunder is currently recruiting a new team of explorers, larger than anything he has done before, and basically, the entire bay knows about this project. Crescent Cove has plenty of outstanding captains, so it's natural that some of them would be hired. As for the details about the incredible ship, they learned it from Lord Thunder himself. After all, he needs to show his strength if he's heading to Pahomo Island and the Western Seas. Roland then asks how many people know about this. Gamora reveals that there aren't many. If the Crescent Cove Guild didn't have so many skilled captains, Lord Thunder wouldn't have told them anything. Roland believes it's difficult to build another ship like this anytime soon, so he is not in a position to entertain this request. One of the merchants is totally fine with that. He is willing to buy a ship once Roland is done with Thunder's order. After that, the Crescent Cove Guild is willing to pay 25% upfront, and once construction starts, they can immediately pay the remaining 75%. Roland is quite astonished by how bluntly these merchants discuss paying money up front before even knowing the price of the product. Finally, he responds, expressing gratitude for their trust in Neverwinter City. However, he explains that the city also requires many steel ships, and it may take up to 2 to 4 years before Neverwinter City produces enough ships for themselves, let alone producing for others. He then also proposes a solution. If the merchants are willing to send their own workers to assist in shipbuilding, it would not only speed up construction, but also allow Crescent Cove to acquire the necessary knowledge to build more ships in the future. Gamora initially takes this suggestion as a humble joke. If the steel ship's abilities are truly as impressive as Lord Thunder described, then Roland may become the bay's most sought-after trading partner. The merchants do not wish to appear greedy by acquiring such a valuable trade secret. Roland, amused by their reaction, assures them that he is entirely serious. This shocks the merchants beyond belief. They struggle to confirm once again whether Roland is genuinely willing to share the secrets of shipbuilding with the Crescent Cove Merchant Guild. Roland nods affirmatively. As long as they can provide enough workers, such as blacksmiths, carpenters, or even apprentices, he is willing to cooperate. If they cannot provide the necessary 2,000 laborers, then they also have the option of training their citizens, with a 5-year period to accomplish this task. Gamora remains in disbelief, wondering why Roland would choose to share such a secret so freely. Perhaps Roland possesses an even more groundbreaking technique. Roland quickly dispels that notion. The steel ship he built for Thunder was developed using the most advanced methods Neverwinter has to offer. There are no further secrets to hide. Though Gamora struggles to wrap his head around the proposal, he does not press further and eventually agrees to the contract. The group celebrates with a toast, marking a successful deal that will benefit both parties. Afterward, several men bring out the drinks that Sister Evelyn has been producing lately. Roland introduces them as turbulent drinks. As the name suggests, these beverages are chaotic and unpredictable. Every bottle contains a unique and indistinguishable flavor. Roland confidently claims that none of the merchants present have ever tasted anything like this before. Sure enough, once the merchants take a sip, they are immediately transported into a state of pure bliss. They go so far as to claim that everything else they've tasted in comparison is nothing short of miserable. They also notice that the drink bubbles and fizzes as if alive, dancing within the glass. Roland reveals that he has added dry ice, making the drink carbonated. He is very curious about the potential market for such a product, and inquires whether there would be any demand for it. Gamora quickly affirms that there is. Since tastes vary from person to person, perhaps each of these drinks could appeal to different demographics. Though undoubtedly a luxury item, he wagers that once people experience such a sensation, they will refuse to settle for anything else. Roland hopes they are being honest. Gamora assures him that he would never dare to lie about something like this. However, they are uncertain about simply calling them turbulent drinks. Since each bottle has its own distinct flavor and quality, they could be marketed under different names which can be consumed on different occasions. Even Margaret suggests that selling these drinks under different names would be a better approach, as everyone has their own preferences. Unfortunately, Roland explains that these drinks are exactly as he described. Each one is a unique experience. In fact, the 3 drinks they just consumed were the last of their kind. They will never exist again. One of the merchants is shocked, asking whether it is truly impossible to manufacture more. Roland confirms this. This is precisely why he calls them turbulent drinks. As soon as a person finishes one, it becomes a lost treasure, something to be cherished. Although he cannot reveal the process behind making them, he assures the merchants that the drinks will always be different in flavor. If they have one thing in common, it is simply that they are all delicious. Garmora eagerly offers to manage the distribution of the product. He believes that the Crescent Cove crew, with its access to the shores of all four kingdoms, is best positioned to maximize profits. Other merchants quickly object, accusing Garmora of seizing an opportunity too quickly. After all, Crescent Cove has traditionally focused on trade with the Dawn region, and has never engaged in commerce with the Western region. One merchant argues that Sunset Island has the highest traffic for ships traveling to Wolfheart and other major kingdoms, making it the ideal hub for distribution. As the merchants bicker over who should control the supply, Roland interjects with a proposal and suggests forming a merchant coalition. A coalition, he explains, would prevent unhealthy competition from artificially deflating prices. Each participating merchant could manage their respective regions, with Neverwinter City providing the exports. Since each merchant already has established trade routes and towns they are familiar with, this would allow them all to play to their strengths and ensure fast logistics while avoiding unnecessary conflicts. The final sales will be divided according to percentages set by initial contracts. This way, everyone can be insured. While this sounds good on paper, Garmora is not sure how they are going to decide the percentages and areas. Besides, selling the drinks in Neverwinter will be completely different from selling them at the Bay. Roland then reveals that logistics and profits are also considered factors. Labor prices and availability are variables that need to be discussed until everyone is satisfied. Margaret is willing to join right away, and the other merchants have no problem trying it out either. Roland further reminds them that working together is far better than working alone, ensuring a win-win situation for everyone. The scene transitions to Tilly on Slumber Island, where Camellia presents the basic statistics regarding the witches moving to the western region. Fortunately, nearly half of the witches have expressed their desire to join. While the number might seem significant, it is still far less than what Tilly had expected. Camellia points out that the only reason the witches are even remotely interested in visiting Bordertown is because of the Fourth Prince. They all want to learn how he defeated the Church, their natural enemy. It is evident that Camellia is not fond of the idea of witches relocating there. After all, Roland is immortal and very different from witches. She does not want them to follow him blindly. While she apologizes, acknowledging that her words may seem rude, she simply wants to state the obvious. She is not questioning Tilly's decision nor accusing her brother of deception, but she worries about the future. What if one day, Roland's desires conflict with the well-being of witches? What if he starts hunting them down just like the elites have done for generations? Tilly completely understands her concerns, and assures her that this is not a decision made on a whim. Witches may be different from mortals, but under the looming threat of the Divine War, they share the same objective: survival. She does not see any benefit in isolating themselves when they have an opportunity to integrate into the world. Why not join the mortals in forming a cohesive society with a shared goal? Once witches' power spreads across every continent, it would not matter if Roland breaks his promise with Slumber Island. In fact, Roland and the mortals would become more reliant on the witches' power, and would be nothing without it. Still, Camellia fears what might happen if he ever decides to rid himself of the witches under his command. Tilly reassures her not to be so pessimistic. From what she has observed over the past 6 months, Roland has not forcibly restricted anyone in any way. Otherwise, the Western Region's Witch Union would not continue to staunchly support him. Furthermore, she trusts her intuition more than mere precautions. And right now her intuition tells her that Roland is harmless. Camellia finally exhales in relief, especially since Tilly's predictions have never been wrong. Understanding the situation, she promises to quickly finish preparations to transport the witches. Before leaving, Camellia brings up some troubling rumors related to the information she gathered from Bordertown. Apparently some people believe that since an empire of witches once ruled over mortals, they can mirror that past alliance and create a society where witches are superior. Essentially, they seek to restore their ancestors' glory. Tilly questions which faction is behind this conspiracy, wondering if it is the Bloodfang witches. However, Camellia dismisses the notion, stating that the Bloodfang witches still pledge loyalty to strength. The fact that the Western region managed to defeat what once seemed like an invincible enemy, the Church, has convinced the Battle Witches of Bloodfang to be the first to sign up for Neverwinter. Not to mention, they were further encouraged to join since Softfeather, Evie, and Twilight also fought alongside Roland against the Church. Camellia reveals that the source of this conspiracy comes from another witch organization on Slumber Island. Given that Slumber Island has always been a large community of witches from various backgrounds, it houses more than just Bloodfang. There are also groups similar to the old association from Seabreeze Town. She wonders if Tilly wants her to speak with their leader. However, Tilly states that it is unnecessary. Those groups do not possess the power that Bloodfang has, so there is nothing to worry about. When they arrive in the Western region, they will quickly realize that the concept of a witch empire is nothing more than an outdated relic of the past. Brand new roads and completely unexpected adventures await them ahead. Later, Ash comes to meet Tilly. Since there is no one around to witness their affection, the two women passionately embrace. While Tilly appears happy and confident on the surface, deep down, she harbors many concerns. She has no doubt that Roland will treat the Slumber Island witches well, but she worries whether the 300 witches can successfully reintegrate into society after spending 2 years in isolation. And even if they do, will mortals truly change their perception of witches after the Divine War? The scene transitions to Neverwinter, where Roland stands by his window, gazing outside. He notices that it has yet to start snowing in Neverwinter, which only means that the months of demons will arrive later than expected this year. This is good news for the city, as it grants their construction teams more time to put together a few more residential buildings. Now that Neverwinter has secured a stable supply of food, weapons, and a well-functioning logistics network, they are well prepared for the inevitable battle against the demons. Suddenly, Ironaxe arrives at Roland's office, responding to his summons. Roland has called him to discuss the southernmost desert region, the very land where both Ironaxe and Sister Echo hail from. At the mention of the southern region, Ironaxe immediately realizes Roland's intention. He plans to conquer it, and he plans to do it this winter. Later, Nightingale visits Roland, expressing her concern over his decision to travel to the southernmost region at this time, especially with the months of demons approaching. However, Roland reassures her that he has already accounted for this. Based on last year's estimates, he is confident that 1,000 soldiers will be sufficient to defend the city wall, and to be cautious, he plans to leave 2,500 troops behind. Additionally, new recruits have already been enlisted, ensuring that Neverwinter's defenses remain strong. Shortly after, Barov arrives with the completed Merchant Coalition contract, which has already been signed. Upon reviewing the document, Roland sees that Grey Castle's domestic sales will be managed by Margaret, while trade in Everwinter and Wolfheart will be handled by Sunset Island and Shallow City. Crescent Island will take responsibility for the bay and surrounding islands, including Dawn. Roland is certain that as long as they adhere to the agreement, the coalition will be highly effective. Just then, Roland notices an unfamiliar equation written on one of the contract papers. Barov quickly explains that one of his apprentices had written it. Apparently, the apprentice discovered that using this equation made it much easier to organize and analyze a confusing set of data. Thanks to the intermediate classes Roland had established, Barov had introduced mathematics textbooks to all his apprentices and encouraged them to attend Scrolls lectures during their free time. Barov expresses regret that he is too old to fully dedicate himself to studying, lamenting that if he were 10 years younger, he would have immersed himself in learning every day. Roland, however, is pleased that his education system is proving effective. Moving on, Roland asks Barov if he has completed the population estimates for Neverwinter's future. Barov reports that, according to City Hall, out of 80,000 new citizens, half willingly migrated to Neverwinter. Including the populations of Bordertown and Longsong Fortress, Neverwinter now exceeds a total population of 110,000. Roland finds it interesting that so many people immigrated willingly. The way things are progressing, he suspects that any remaining rebels who still support Timothy's ideals will soon find themselves in trouble. Barov then mentions that while everything is proceeding smoothly, Iris's performance has been disappointing. Although she has successfully won over the merchants with her looks, she lacks business experience. However, Nightingale quickly calls out Barov's bias, recognizing that he is deliberately downplaying Iris's abilities. So, Roland responds accordingly, instructing the old man to provide as much assistance he can if she is doing something wrong. Barov stumbles over his words, trying to justify himself, but Roland dismisses him, reminding him to focus on winter preparations and to ensure Scroll continues classes throughout the season. Roland then outlines his plan. While maintaining Neverwinter's winter operations, they will launch a small war, targeting the southernmost region. Once Iron Axe drafts a detailed strategy, Barov will collaborate with him to manage supply routes. After Barov leaves, Nightingale reappears, questioning whether Roland intends to do anything about the growing tension between Barov and Iris. However, Roland believes reprimanding Barov outright would only cause him to completely stop challenging Iris. To maintain a balance within City Hall, Roland thinks it's necessary to have someone capable of keeping Iris's influence in check. At the moment, Barov is the only person who can fulfill that role. Still, Nightingale remains curious about Barov's resistance. If Iris is capable of managing City Hall effectively, wouldn't that be a win for everyone? Her question makes Roland pause, and he begins to reflect on his own reasoning. Am I worried that she would gain too much power? He wonders to himself. It's not that he fears she would turn against him, especially while she remains in Neverwinter, but maintaining a balance of power is crucial. He believes it is the only way to prevent corruption. However, he also despises the idea of suppressing others, a practice that was all too common in his old world, where those in power often held others down for personal gain. Despite these conflicting thoughts, he feels he has no choice but to prevent anyone from rising too high. His internal dilemma is interrupted when Nightingale suddenly points out the window, drawing his attention to the falling snow. The first snowfall of the season has arrived. The months of demons are upon them. We then cut to the Holy City, where we meet one of the archbishops. Since his name has been forgotten, let's call him Holy Baboon. Holy Baboon is frustrated at the thought that the Divine Punishment Army, which was the church's ace, has been completely wiped out. Furthermore, Zero tricked them all to seize the Pope's position for herself, and now she too has gone missing. As his mind races with countless troubling thoughts, dreading the unfortunate events that are to follow, soldiers suddenly rush in to warn him. The secret temple is under attack, and he must leave immediately. Holy Baboon is in disbelief. How could anyone possibly invade this sacred place like this? One of the soldiers clarifies that the enemy appeared from deep within the caves. Eventually, the old man follows the soldiers escorting him toward the passage leading to the old holy city. But once outside, he is met with a terrifying sight where the enemy soldiers are already waiting for him. These soldiers appear to be divine punishment warriors, but something is wrong. They seem to have been hijacked by the same witches who had the form of hearts. Without hesitation, they execute the archbishop on the spot. With their path now clear, one of the warriors decides to venture further inside to complete their objective. However, a blonde soldier reminds him of the injury he sustained. If they don't stop the bleeding, there is a possibility they could lose control over the body. One of them begins patching up the wounded soldier, Carol. Another member of the group reminds them that their comrades are still waiting at the top of Tequila, so they need to focus and not lose sight of their mission. With that said, they resume their search for the relic. After navigating through the castle, they finally reach the prayer room that Pasha had mentioned. One of them quickly notices something unusual. He slams his hammer against a wall and it ruptures, revealing an empty space behind it. Once they break through the wall, they discover a massive crimson jewel. According to them, this object is what once decided humanity's fate. Before the eager hammer-wielding soldier can lay his hands on it, his companion Zoe reminds him of the strict guidelines they must follow. First, they must never lose focus while moving the relic. Secondly, they must refrain from connecting to God. There is also a third precaution that Pasha warned them about. As soon as they place their hands on the stone, they realize that it is trying to connect with them. The stone suddenly begins to speak, offering them comfort, happiness, pain, warmth, and cold. Everything they could possibly desire. All they have to do is relax their thoughts and gaze upon it. Zoe, entranced by the crystal's smooth words, falls into its trap. In an instant, she is absorbed into the jewel. The crystal assures the others that there is nothing to worry about. She is simply surrendered to her desires. But her companion refuses to accept this and demands that the stone release her at once. The crystal, however, refuses, challenging them to enter and take her back. Left with no other choice, the hammer guy focuses on the crystal, and she too is transported inside. Within the jewel, she finds herself surrounded by the same three paintings we once saw Zero speak of. She calls out for Zoe, but there is no response. As she approaches the eerie throne of skulls and blades, the knight seated atop it suddenly extends his hand toward her. As she steps backward, the sinister eye behind her strikes, wrapping its tentacle around her throat and beginning to strangle her. At that moment, she catches a glimpse through the frame. Zoe is dragging the hammer guy's body away from the stone. In the next instant, the witch stuck inside the jewel finds herself back in the hammer guy's body. It turns out that Zoe and Betty were never the ones absorbed by the jewel. Instead, the hammer-wielding soldier had fallen victim to it. The crystal had deceived him, using illusions to lure him inside. Zoe is furious that he made eye contact with the stone and got swallowed. However, the soldier is convinced that what he saw was more than just mere illusions. Regardless, they must refocus on their task. They need to transfer the relic into the divine stone chest as soon as possible. Otherwise, every demon in the vicinity will be drawn to this place. We then transition to Yorko's ship, sailing toward Bordertown. Emmy is excited, seeing snow for the first time. The sight of snow reminds 76 of her life in Tequila. That place always had the most snowfall. Because of this, the devils would slow their attacks during winter. At that moment, Blade appears, scolding Emmy for disturbing 76 while she is resting. However, 76 assures her that she will recover soon enough and will be able to enjoy the snow herself. She remarks that Roland City lies even farther west than here, meaning they will see even more breathtaking snowy landscapes. Blade then decides to reapply the ointment to 76's wounds and suggests that she close her eyes. Once the medicine is applied, they let 76 rest again. Yorko suddenly enters and is immediately hit by the stench of the ointment. He and 76 talk briefly about Roland and Neverwinter, and in this entire back and forth, he assures her that everything will be fine once they reach the city. After their short conversation, Yorko leaves the room. While she is intrigued by his words, 76 believes that true safety will only come once she finds the Chosen One. If they cannot stop the devils, then no one will survive. In the face of the divine war, which will decide the fate of the world, there is no escape. After their long journey, they finally reach the shore, arriving in Neverwinter City. Emmy is thrilled, and as they peek out from the ship, they spot several witches waiting on the dock to welcome them. Annie is relieved to see that the ambassador had not been lying after all. Still, she wants to remain cautious, warning Blade and Emmy to stay alert at all times and to follow her gestures and gaze. Finally, Wendy, Nightingale, and Sister Leaf board the ship, welcoming them all to Neverwinter City. Wendy introduces herself as the manager of the Witch Union and warmly invites them to ask any questions they may have. In the background, 76 takes notice of how unnervingly friendly and welcoming these witches are. They haven't even bothered to ask about their abilities. Even in Tequila, where witches were dominant, newcomers weren't welcomed so freely, not even if they were transcendents. Then, 76 feels a gaze on her and notices Nightingale staring at her intently, which unsettles her. It feels as though she is being interrogated without words. Out of curiosity, Annie wonders aloud why they haven't asked about their abilities yet, as it seems unusual compared to any other witch organization. Wendy explains that they usually conduct an ability test 3 days after arrival. Since everyone must be exhausted from the trip, it's only fair they receive some well-deserved rest first. Annie then questions what would happen if their abilities turned out to have no utility. Wendy reassures her that no ability is useless. At least, that is what both Majesty Roland and the Witch Union firmly believe. The ability test isn't conducted to determine their worth, but rather to better understand each individual witch. Regardless of the results, no one is forced to join the Witch Union. Even if they choose not to work for Roland, every witch is free to live like a normal citizen. While the Witch Union does not pressure anyone into signing a contract, joining comes with significant benefits, and the work is relatively easy. This is why most witches choose to join right away. Hearing all of this, 76 falls into deep thought. If this place truly allows witches to lead normal lives, then it meets the conditions necessary to birth high-tier witches. The Chosen One may not exist yet, but there is possibility that the Chosen One might appear in the future. Blade then steps forward with her own question, wanting to know the nature of the work they would have to perform. First of all, Wendy insists that Blade drop the honorifics, and then explains that assignments are based on individual abilities. For example, Miss Evelyn, who can enchant wine, has established a brewery in the city. Miss Moon, with her magnetizing ability, is responsible for providing energy to their factories. And Miss Nana, whose outstanding healing abilities have earned her the title of the Angel of Neverwinter, tends to the injured. Hearing about healing abilities, Emmy suddenly perks up and asks if it would be possible to restore heroes' legs. While Wendy isn't certain, she suggests they ask Nana directly. Next, it is Nightingale's turn to conduct introductions and background checks on each witch. 76 quickly realizes that Nightingale is exuding magic, which does not surprise her. A large witch organization is bound to have individuals capable of discerning truth from lies. However, 76 is confident that since Nightingale cannot connect directly to her mind, she won't be able to distinguish between truths and carefully crafted fabrications. Nightingale begins her introductions with Emmy and proceeds with the rest. Finally, it is 76's turn. Since 76 is injured, Emmy speaks on her behalf, explaining that she is their friend and that if not for her efforts in diverting the Dawn soldiers who were chasing them, they would all be in prison right now. 76 introduces herself as a guide for the underground auction in Dawn, claiming that the ambassador bought her freedom from the auction house. At that moment, Sister Leaf steps forward, noticing the ring hanging around 76's neck. She asks about it. 76 casually claims she stole it from the auction house. After taking it off, she hands it to Sister Leaf, who examines the ring carefully. Meanwhile, 76 struggles to maintain her composure, realizing that she has underestimated these witches. Sister Leaf identifies the ring as a magic stone and questions why black money would possess such an item. 76 then reveals that there is an organization operating behind the underground auctions. They frequently deal in ancient artifacts retrieved from long-forgotten ruins. Her former boss often mentioned that these relics held immense power. After all, the most intriguing goods are always the most coveted among the auction house's clients. In addition to selling artifacts, the auction house also trafficked witches. Emmy confirms this, revealing that she herself had been auctioned off before the ambassador saved her. Hearing this, Nightingale assures Emmy that those responsible will get what they deserve. 76 then requests her ring back, and Sister Leaf promptly returns it. With that, Sister Leaf decides it's time to head back to the castle, where they can discuss the rest of these juicy details. She is certain that Miss Agatha will be particularly interested in this ring. The name Agatha rings a familiar bell for 76, but she keeps her suspicions to herself. Soon enough, 76 is placed on a stretcher and escorted to the castle. As they move through the city, 76 takes note of how, despite the arrival of winter and the start of the months of demons, daily life in Neverwinter appears to be unaffected. Emmy and Blade, meanwhile, are awestruck by the ships docked at the port. They lack oars, and even more bizarrely, they appear to be made of stone. Upon arriving at the castle, Wendy introduces Hero to Nana, the healer known for her ability to heal any wound, fresh or old. When asked about amputations, Nana agrees to attempt regrowing Hero's legs. However, after trying, nothing happens. Nana apologizes, explaining that her ability won't work unless they still have Hero's severed legs. Emmy, bewildered, rhetorically asks if Nana is seriously suggesting they retrieve the lost limbs. Anna confirms this and further clarifies that even a pair of freshly severed legs would suffice. Of course, Nana's blunt and morbid response spooks the hell out of Wendy and Emmy. Meanwhile, Nana remains indifferent, as she's merely stating what needs to be done. You see, Nana has already conducted many experiments for Roland on the topic of amputation. For example, she once swapped the wings of an eagle and a chicken, just to see if the chicken could achieve flight. She's also done similar experiments with frogs and mice, cows and sheep as well. She's more than willing to perform a live amputation if they're interested in seeing a demonstration. Of course, Annie and the others are completely spooked at the mere mention of it, so they decide to pass. 76, on the other hand, seems to be really happy seeing how lively things are around here. It's now no wonder that the king is willing to accept witches. Judging from this, she's sure that he definitely doesn't seem like some old-fashioned, typically stubborn ruler. Out of curiosity, 76 then asks Nana about the success rate of her experiments. Nana casually reveals that a lot of the experiments failed, but once Roland included Lily in the process, the success rate improved drastically. That being said, the new limbs had pretty much no function. They had to reconnect them to their original owners. While these are all cross-species examples, Nana assures them that if they can provide her with human legs, they will be fully functional once attached to Hiro's body. So all Nana wants is a pair of human legs. Wendy quickly places a hand over innocent Nana's face before she can say anything else, not wanting to scare the witches even more than they already are. She reassures them that it might take some time, but she promises that Hiro will be able to stand up one day. It's honestly impressive how much Nana has grown since her early days. Back then, she used to be scared just seeing an injured chicken, but now, she can casually talk about morbid subjects all day while looking as cute as ever. Anyhow, Wendy insists that Nana focus on fixing their new friend. Nana quickly gets to work and heals 76's legs right away. She takes note of how strong-willed 76 seems to be. Normally people just fall into a deep sleep after recovering from an injury as brutal as this. But 76 is actually the first person who hasn't even yawned. Suddenly, Emmy catches Wendy's attention and makes a shocking request. She wants Nana to take her legs and use them to heal Hiro. Emmy reveals that her abilities allow her to heal herself. So even if both her legs were amputated, they would just grow back. Hiro is of course against this idea. They don't even know the full extent of Emmy's powers. In the past, Emmy has only ever suffered light wounds, so there's no way to be sure if this will even work. Annie is also against it. But that's when our little angel Nana suggests that they stop arguing, because there's another method to heal Hiro's legs. She reveals that she's already 16, meaning she only has 2 years left before she reaches maturity. Normally magic abilities grow much stronger after a witch's maturity, so she's confident that she might be able to regrow Hiro's legs entirely. Not to mention there's also evolution. If she can evolve the way Miss Anna and Miss Leaf did, Nana is sure she can probably grow 4 legs if she really wants to. Of course, Emmy has no idea what this evolution ability is, so Nana explains further. It's when magic accumulates in the body and develops into a new form. As long as someone studies hard enough, they can evolve as well. Meanwhile, 76, who has been listening intently this whole time, starts wondering if Nana is actually talking about high-tier awakening. It's pretty weird for 76 to hear Nana make it sound like evolving is as easy as a walk in the park. Either way, one thing is for sure, this place has a large witch organization. Perhaps the chosen one she's looking for is really here. It's nighttime now, and we cut to Nightingale. She sneaks right outside the room where 76 is staying. During questioning, Nightingale didn't observe anything strange about the new witches. The 4 of them have very stable magic, and their capacities aren't surprising either. They're very typical, so they likely don't pose any significant threat. As for their answers, they didn't really lie either. Except for 76. Nightingale finds this woman to be incredibly suspicious. She has no trace of magic, and her composure is the same as any ordinary mortal. But Nightingale still feels like something is off about her, so she decides to confirm it once again. After sneaking into the room, she notices that 76 is still wide awake, and oddly enough she's just playing around with her ring. Nightingale can see a tiny trace of magic, but nothing really special. Half an hour passes, and eventually, 76 goes to sleep. This leads Nightingale to believe she was just playing around with the ring normally, but it turns out 76 was 2 steps ahead. Her ring was able to detect the presence of another magic user, allowing her to trick Nightingale. Even so, she's now left wondering about Nightingale's abilities. This is definitely something she hasn't seen before. You see, the amount of ki surrounding Nightingale rivals that of the top-tier witches in the Alliance. 76 is only growing more and more curious about Nightingale's abilities. Anyhow, she's glad that everything is going as she intended. As she stands by the window, her ring begins to react to the overwhelming presence of ki nearby. When she looks outside, she notices the amount of ki is so massive that it's literally engulfing the entire area surrounding the castle. This is some next-level stuff, and for a moment she begins to wonder if this is the smile of God. By now she's sure that the chosen one she's looking for is definitely here. I wouldn't be surprised if this ki surrounding the castle is from Roland. After all, he has everyone in his head devoured by Zero, along with Zero herself. We then cut to Roland, who just woke up in the dream realm. They're brushing their teeth and having a little fun teasing each other. Apparently, today is parent-teacher meeting day, and Roland will be acting as Zero's guardian. Zero wants him to shave his beard, or else he'll look like a crusty old man, and she doesn't want to be embarrassed. He teases her back, suggesting that she put her hair in double ponytails so she can look like a normal kid. This of course sets her temper boiling, and she kicks him out of the dressing room. A while later, Zero is finally ready to head out, and surprisingly, she makes sure to have double ponytails in the end. Quite surprising nonetheless. Later, as Roland waits in the classroom with the other parents, waiting for the teacher to arrive, he notices Garcia. Roland finds this unbelievable, especially since Garcia never had any children in real life. For a moment, he wonders if maybe she did have a child, and that her child was consumed by Zero during the Battle of Eternal Winter. Either way, he points out that he's here as a parent too. Curious, Roland finally asks her if she has a child. Garcia quickly clarifies that she has a cousin. Roland notices that she isn't as grumpy toward him as she was when they first crossed paths. Finally, the teacher arrives to start the conference. Since the conference has started and they can't speak out loud, Garcia passes a written note, asking if Roland is the mysterious martial artist who was running on the street a while ago. Roland remembers the encounter he had with that zombie-like guy and asks her how she knew he was there, to which she claims that she was able to sense his body language because of the natural power he had. So she questions him if he just awakened his natural power, or if he's been hiding it intentionally. Roland finally understands why she softened toward him. Anyway, he sees this opportunity as a chance to learn more about this natural power, so he asks her what natural power even is. Of course Garcia feels mocked, as she can tell that he's deliberately acting dumb. They go back and forth, and Roland still doesn't grasp the origin of this power. So Garcia decides to find somewhere to discuss this further. Roland doesn't waste this opportunity, and after a while, he visits her apartment. As soon as he steps inside, he's awestruck by how lavish her place looks. As they sit down, Roland asks if she lives here alone or with her cousin, to which she responds that she's not very close to her cousin. Not to mention, her cousin's entire Sanyi family could be considered her enemies. It's all related to the demolition of this area. The Sanyi family wants to demolish this building, and they're using her cousin to convince her to leave. But if she leaves, the company will be able to break everything down. She's curious as to why Roland isn't aware of this widely spread common information. Roland finds himself in a tight spot. He seems to have forgotten that he's not dealing with someone like Zero. Garcia, being the third princess, is much smarter and more perceptive, so talking to her is quite dangerous. So he meticulously argues that he hasn't really kept up with the local gossip. He lost his job a while ago, so he's barely stepped outside his apartment in recent months. Speaking of jobs, he questions her if there are any other jobs available for natural power users other than competing. She admits there are. Competing is a way to hone one's abilities. The prize money isn't the most important part. Their primary duty is to protect against the invasion of the outer realm. There's a threat widely known as the Fallen, and they're the most common type. They aren't people who've lost control of their natural power, but instead, they become affected by the outer realm and transform into an entirely different organism. Regular martial artists can barely damage the Fallen, so they have to stand up and fight them. Roland then questions her about what the outer realm is. Garcia claims that she can't omit any more details unless he joins the Martial Arts Association and acquires a hunting license. Because not everyone who's awakened their natural power stands by the association. Some even join the Fallen. Roland is spooked to hear this. What he understands is that if he confirms he's awakened his natural power and refuses to join the association, he's sure he might be marked as an enemy. Suddenly her phone rings, and she leaves him there to take the call. As she's out, Roland decides to seize this opportunity. He quickly enters her storage room and finds the same kind of secret door he has in his apartment. Since it seems Garcia hasn't opened it yet, he takes the chance. Once he opens the door, he finds himself staring at the magnificence of Shipport.